How's it going, everyone? Mad Spartan here, and today I'm bringing you the long-awaited guide to the Crucible. It took me a long time to actually have the 4 hours to sit down and talk about this whole game. Talk about everything I did here. Now I know that a lot of you are like, "Oh man, this video is really long," and I understand that, but you gotta understand there's like 67 fights here, and I condensed it as much as I could, and I got underneath that 4 hour mark, which was crazy to me considering there's just so many fights and so many things to do. So I'm gonna put the timestamps here to show you guys, like, if you guys are looking for a specific fight, you could just fast forward right to it. If you guys are here to actually watch the whole thing because you're making a run at yourself, with this stuff, definitely don't mind watching the whole thing. You guys want to watch it in parts, that's okay. But yeah, I have water here so my throat doesn't get dry while I'm talking for 4 hours. But yeah, we're gonna jump right into it. The first fight is a Hood who is pretty simple. We're going to pause a little bit just to go over all the nodes that they have. They do have Caltrops, and if you intercept them, you do get a Fury. Other than that, there really is nothing else to worry about. So we are going to go in with any type of bleed immune. We went in with Guilly 2099 because our roster is very small. We don't have a lot of options to choose from. Now, there will be situations where the video itself, I make sure to edit right through the video. The fight itself, because it's a lot of nothingness and the same stuff over and over again. Because like I said, we were trying to condense it, but we just weren't able to really for most fights. So we did go with the bleed immune here. The only bleed immune that I had at the end after I did everyone else's fight was Guilly. She is rank 2, but you could do it with a rank 1. The rank ups really don't matter too much. There's only a few fights where I would recommend using a higher ranked person, and I'm resulting to use a 5-star, which we'll get to later. Now, I would recommend just taking your time, make sure to look at every single fight. I would do the harder ones first. Surprisingly, I wouldn't do the Act 9 or Act 8, whatever act they're from, the Act 8 bosses, or whichever bosses they are, first, because they can really be taken down with anyone. There's only an exception with the Iron Man boss. He goes down faster the more buffs you have on your character. So I would recommend just saving some type of cosmic that gets unique buffs. I chose Odin for that fight, so you guys are going to see there. It works out because you can pretty much use anyone you want on it. So as you guys can see here, it's a pretty straightforward fight of building up to that 100 with guillotine, so you do the bigger damage. And while you're doing that, you're landing the intercepts. You make sure to do that degen as much as possible. Your attack is going up. So the fight isn't, super long, and then we get that Fury with that SP2, and a lot of his health goes down, so we're just going to skip ahead to the end here. And as you can see here, we kind of skipped ahead a little bit just to save some time. It's not going to do much. But we were able to throw an SP2 on the 20th hit so that the entire special was a guaranteed crit on top of the intercept Fury that we got there. And as you can see, that's the first fight done. That could literally be done with any bleed immune. Next up is we do have Red Skull, who surprisingly actually I think killed me my first attempt, so I had to go back and try it again because I didn't want to use revives that early into it. We are going to go in with Archangel, which looks a little crazy to me, but you guys are going to realize why we're able to do that. First of all, his whole thing is that if he gets dealt a poison, he gets dealt 200% of that attacker's direct damage, which is pretty cool. They make it so that when you have a bleed and stuff like that, it kind of combines. So whenever the attacker applies a bleed debuff to the opponent while the defender is suffering from a stun, both debuffs are consumed, and then you do a poison damage. Now, the reason why we use Archangel here is because Archangel is immune to ability accuracy reduction, which is pretty crazy considering he's such an old character. So Red Skull's ability, that per armor, he reduces the potency of... he reduces the ability accuracy of stun effects by 10% per armor, and then he gets 10, and then it reduces it by 100. Doesn't work for Archangel. You are able to just parry him the entire time. So as you guys are going to see here, we are going to eat a lot of block damage, but luckily, when you refresh characters, you do get all your health back, so we're not going to have to worry about that. So as you can see here, with 200% poison vulnerability, and you occasionally doing a bleed during the heavy, which is crazy considering that I don't have really good RNG with with Archangel, but when we do get it, it is nice. I mean, the neurotoxins really aren't reducing anything, considering that there's really nothing to reduce on him besides maybe the auto block on the SP1, which really isn't anything for us, considering that we're just going to either parry heavy him or heavy after his special. But with the poison vulnerability that he has on him currently, we do get a lot of his health done before we eat like a ton of block damage. So as you guys are going to see here, you know, we build poisons naturally, but with the node giving us poisons, it's a lot easier and a lot more stress-free to use Archangel, considering if you're like me, who has horrible RNG with Archangel, it is definitely a breath of fresh air to be able to do something like that, where you're almost guaranteed to get a poison every single time you parry heavy, because the node itself converts a stun and a bleed into a poison. So as you can see here, it is a pretty straightforward fight. We take it very slow. We try not to eat too much block damage, and then when we stack up those poisons, as you look at his health, it is literally just going down like crazy. We are stacking up the neurotoxins, which do a lot of damage, but obviously the big damage is coming from the poisons themselves. I'm not sure if the big vulnerability from the poisons also helps whatever damage you're currently doing to him during the poison. Like, I know that the poisons do 200% more damage, but if you're doing other damage effects during the poison, do those also do 200, which is something to test out. It's like a little thing within the code that I'm not sure really how that interacts with the game. But as you can see here, we're doing crazy damage with the neurotoxins, and we're going to do SP1 here to make sure we get as many poisons as possible. We really didn't take too much block damage there. We didn't have to parry too often. And as you can see, that's Red Skull down with Archangel of all people, which is good. It sucks that we had to use someone like Archangel so early, but I mean, at this point, like I said, my roster is very small, so we had to make some sacrifices in other places. The right counter for it. As you can see here, Defender has a 50% chance to inflict a rupture on you, but if he's being affected with an incinerate, he doesn't do that, and also has 200% incinerate, 200% incinerate damage to him. So we're going to use Ironheart here. Really basic, straightforward fight. The medium attacks do incinerates, and also your heavy, I believe, does tracking. So if he even gets to the cloak form with the SP1, you're able to hit right through it because you're able to just parry heavy. And I think she's even able to parry non-contact, but I don't think that really matters for this fight. So as you can see here, just 3-hit combos here, and then we throw in the occasional heavy so that we're able to get the tracking debuff. So we're able to hit him right after his SP1, and as you can see here, she just annihilates this fight. I think I even ranked tutor for this, just because I came back after like a long break, as most of you that followed my MCOC journey know. So I ended up having a ton of rank up materials and a ton of characters that I had to rank up. So she definitely was one of those characters. And then when I got to, I have it somewhere here, but when I got to like starting to do this, I had a whole list of characters I had to rank up, and one of them was Gulk. So it's going to be very exciting to see him in his debut fight. He is now rank 5 ascended on my account. I did not rank 5 ascend him for the fight here. I think I just rank 5'd him, or I just ascended him, whichever one. But as you can see here, it's a very simple fight. You're using the SP1 to keep refreshing the incinerates here, and they keep pausing them. And the occasional heavy allows you to gain the tracking debuff. So we're pretty much in it. You know, we're going to do the SP1 here just to keep them refreshed and paused. And as you can see here, she has complete control over this fight. It is an amazing fight for her, and I definitely recommend you using her. If you don't have her, pretty much any incinerate character works. You just have to be more mindful of his miss, but that's not really a big deal. Any incinerate character works there, or you don't even really need the incinerate. You just, if you want to play him straight up because you don't have an incinerate character that you want to use, because there is an Elektra up ahead that has the same thing of incinerate, but she only takes damage from incinerate effects, or it's like she takes 90% less damage during anything other than an incinerate effect. So if you only have one incinerate character, like a Sunspot or something like that, I had Karolina, so I used her for that. I would definitely recommend you saving your incinerate character for Elektra. For those of you that skipped when we get to Elektra, I'm going to say the same thing just in case. Now, next up, we do have War Machine, which this was a pretty interesting fight. Like, I love how they made it. Okay, so now we're back. It's a pain to skip because there's so much in the video that, like, if you move my finger over just a little bit, it ends up screwing everything up. First thing we're gonna do actually is we're gonna turn off low power mode because that's what's turning off my phone. All right, back into it. kind of a pain to skip ahead, and my phone turns off occasionally. But as you can see here, he does have superiority. So if the attacker is a villain, you gain superiority. So people like I-bom work very well. But the reason why we're using I-bom is for each debuff active on the defender, they ignore 30% of the damage they would take while striking the defender up to a maximum of 90. So for that other node, Ironclad, that when the defender is struck, they reflect 20% of the damage. So you're going to need to use not only a villain, you're going to have to use a villain that does a lot of debuffs to themselves. So I know that your first thought is probably someone like Kingpin. Kingpin is good. I just don't think he does enough debuffs to himself. Whereas someone consistent like I-bom works a lot better. I wonder if like someone like Patriot would work, because I know that Patriot does debuffs to himself, but I don't know how many he does. But for someone like I-bom, especially when you never do the SP2, you're literally, you have, 10, and then if he's awake, you're going to have somewhere in between like 12 and like 13 poison debuffs on top of the debuffs that you get when you block his SP1. So the whole point is that when you have superiority, they reflect the damage with 200% increased potency while striking the defender. So you guys are going to see kind of how that works. Doesn't really matter about anything else. It's going to be blocking SP1s. I do think we try to dex it instinctively because I'm an idiot. But the main thing is you're going to do the SP1 to build up those max poisons. And you're pretty much just going to eat them alive. You guys are going to see here. We are going to start to take damage in the beginning because we only have 3. So it's probably one of the few times I'm actually glad that my I-bom is awake. And for those of you who don't understand that reference, when I use in Battlegrounds, and people used to use Archangel against him and he wasn't awake, they would have to try to get him to get a poison first. And sometimes he would even win because he'd poison them out. But now that he's awake, he can't really be used in Battlegrounds unless they don't have an Archangel, of course. But as you can see here, now we were taking a ton of damage, but now that we have 12 poisons on us, you can see that the first damage is just out of control. He was just taking 2,000 damage just from me blocking that SP1 because it's supposed to be reflected at us. And as you can see here, that even with the reflection, we are at like 94% health, which is pretty crazy considering that we're reducing it by 90%. So you would definitely need to use not only a villain, you would have to use someone that gets a lot of debuffs. I do think I-bom is definitely the way to go here. You guys are going to see here that it's pretty much the same thing over and over again, like rinse and repeat. I'm glad that he's awake because the more debuffs you have, obviously the more reduction you have, but you can only reduce it to 90%. So actually it would be better if we didn't have a lot of debuffs because then we'd be able to regen a lot more. So maybe if you were good enough and you were aggressive enough, maybe throwing that SP2 wouldn't be so bad because you'd be able to keep the poisons low enough that you'd still be regenning a decent amount. Because with 12, they actually reduce the regen potency, so you're only regenning like 58. But the reverberation is actually doing damage to you. So there's actually, there's pros and cons to how you want to play this, but I definitely recommend using someone like I-bom because he has so many debuffs to himself that you're just eating them alive when you're hitting them. I have seen people use Kingpin, like I said in the beginning, but if you shrug off the stuff and then you don't have any rages, it hurts. It definitely hurts. Obviously, you could, for those of you that really play Kingpin, obviously you can do it, and it can be done. But look at how easy it is with I-bom. You literally just have to basically stand in front of him mostly. Throw that SP1 whenever you can, and then pretty much it's game over. We're going to probably bait out this SP2 and then throw our SP1. He's probably going to die in the middle of that SP1 just because of all the burst damage that we do to him when we hit him. So we're going to throw this SP1 here, and he should go down with it. No, the burst damage is like weird, but look, he's at 4% health. You're doing poison damage to him, but he really doesn't take any damage from that. And as you can see here, we're just eating him alive. That was definitely one of my more favorite fights just because of how cool it was made that I-bom worked so well for it. Next up is Black Panther Civil War, who was a pretty annoying fight. We had to use someone like Iron Man, who I'm going to be honest, I really have no idea how to use. I definitely didn't have a good time with this fight because, number one, I didn't know how to use Iron Man. I couldn't rank to him, and the way that the node is made, it's very difficult. It was very difficult for me to use Iron Man. But those of you that know how to use the character, it's great. You don't have to use Iron Man for this, but as you guys can see here, is that whenever the attacker activates a precision buff, while they have an armor buff, both are removed, and the attacker gains a non-stacking true strike buff, allowing them to ignore armor resistance, auto block, and all evade effects. The reason why we need that is because of that 6th Sense node that the defender has a 50% chance to auto block medium and light attacks. and then also has a 60% increased evade and auto block accuracy. So he's going to auto block you. Not to mention it's Black Panther Civil War, so if he touches you, you're gonna die, basically. It increases physical resistance, he can't be bled. It is definitely very annoying, but it's pretty much just a tanky Black Panther Civil War. That's all it is. So, the reason why I believe that they made him bleed immune is probably for someone like Medusa, if you wanted to use her to turn off all the armors. Fun fact, she would definitely still work, just because he would have no armors, and I believe she gets a true strike buff, but I'm not sure about that one. But anyone who gets an armor works. I used Iron Man because in my head I thought he would be good. He gets the armors to get the true strike buff, and he does armor breaks to stop the insane damage reduction that he's going to have. Because not only does he have just 90% physical resistance, he also gains his armor. So you definitely want to get rid of that. The reason why I thought Iron Man was really good here, as you can see, I just blew it in the beginning. But the reason why I thought Iron Man worked well here was because he's made of armors. He's only going to be getting armor. So he would work. Omega Sentinel would work too, but you would just have no armor breaks. So I definitely think Iron Man is the best idea here. You can never keep the armor breaks up, especially with the cleanse from the SP1, so we'd have to hit into your block. We don't want that, especially since we parried in the beginning like an idiot. So we're going to play a very slow fight, as you guys can see here. I do think I skip ahead because there's no way I, in my right mind, would let you watch this whole fight that was horrible. But as you can see here, his basic attacks, I think, have a chance to give him an armor. He's basically always having an armor, and then you just do the SP1 for the armor breaks. But as you can see here, he doesn't have any armor breaks, so there is the occasional time that we will jump to the SP2, but I don't know how to use him, so that SP2 will basically do no damage. So as you guys can see here, this is the entire fight. It is a 5-hit combo. You're going to be generating the armor. We did hold block. We did press block 2 times during the special to gain our big arc overload, but at 50% potency. For those of you that don't know Iron Man's Awakening, he gains a arc overload, but you can manually give yourself the arc overload if you press block twice when you throw the special. But the only thing is that the arc overload is at 50% potency. For a fight like this, I want to make sure I have enough health as possible. I don't want to die to a burst damage, so I just wanted to, to top me off, get a few extra regen like that. And now we're stuck at 50%. We'll pretty much stay at 50% for most of the fight, unless we have to like block. But you can't parry him because he has the armors, and you don't want him to hit you, obviously, because of the reflection that he has. But as you can see here, we are gaining a ton of armors, so that true accuracy never goes away. We just have to dex whenever we have them, so we're always able to keep it up. The only thing is that when you get in a situation like this where you keep dexing, you do keep using the armors, but because of how fast Iron Man gains his armors, it really is never a problem. So this is one of those slow fights that are guaranteed to work as long as you're willing to be patient enough to do it. Okay, so we did skip ahead a little bit because for some reason when I was editing this, like I said, I did skip ahead of a lot of fights, but I don't know why I didn't skip ahead on this. But like I was saying, this fight's very straightforward. We did take a hit. We dexed a little too early and got clipped, so we were at 6% health even after we did the regen. So I was definitely unfortunate. I was upset. I thought maybe I was gonna get I was gonna die and I wasn't gonna get that solo. Because the plan was to solo majority of the event, but not all. I mean, I'm not. God, I wasn't gonna say that. But we did skip ahead a little bit just because I didn't do that. I guess I wanted to show you guys just how this fight works. So as you can see here, it's literally just 5-hit combos. You're baiting the specials. You do the SP1 for the armor breaks, the SP2 kind of for damage because I don't really know how he works. And it's a very straightforward fight of just endless loops of just 5-hit combos. You do your thing. It's very simple. The next fight is She-Hulk, and Valk actually fully bypasses the node here. I do believe she has to be awake, though, because I do think it has, yeah, it does have Unstoppable. So whenever the defender is knocked down, they gain a non-stacking Unstoppable passive, lasting 20 seconds, and then when you intercept with a light or medium, you get, while they are Unstoppable, inflicts a 15-second passive slow and transfer the, yeah, so you get Unstoppable, and they get a slow. Now, it is pretty cool, but to be honest with you, if you never knock her down, there's no nodes. So we play a really long Valk game, and it's not as long as you think, because we have class advantage, and it's Valk, so she does a crap ton of damage here. So as you guys are going to see here, basically, there's a lot of fights that we'll go into, as we go through it, that you don't even have to really follow the nodes, and you can beat it. So you guys are going to see here, we're going to build up our pierces, and then eventually we're going to go backwards, and we're going to build up our bulwarks, just so that we're able to just have all the buffs, and then we'll go back up into the pierces. So we're quickly getting the three pierces, and then eventually we'll get the passive one. And you guys are going to see we're going to throw that SP1 so we can get those evade charges, so that we're able to kind of freely be able to change the buff that we want to get. You guys are going to see here we do throw the SP1 here. We do have the evade charge, so it doesn't matter. It cashes in no matter what you do, no matter what combo you do into their block or what special you do. So now we have two. As you can see here, she did go unstoppable, but it's really not that big of a deal because you are able to bypass the unstoppable as long as she's awake. I think even at Sig 1, you might need 4 at Sig 1. It might be 3 point whatever rounded up. So I would definitely double check at that, but I feel like at Sig 1 you just need all 3 to bypass the unstoppable effects. But if you guys have a Valk, I mean, most people do because the game, she's been out for a while. But if not, whatever. Obviously, I misread the node because she does get unstoppable throughout the fight. But with someone like Valk, you are able to bypass it completely. I guess she's able to gain unstoppable in other ways, but as you can see here, we are pretty much just laying into her. We have the SP2. We did end the combo in a medium so that we are able to start building up to gain that passive pierce, because we don't want the passive bulwark. It's not going to do anything for us. We are going to get the passive pierce, so we're doing big damage to her block. As you can see here, we're completely bypassing the node. We're not knocking her down, and then when she throws those specials and gains the unblockable and unstoppable effect, we are able to hit right into her as if she didn't have it. I should have used my relic more. I made sure that every single character had a relic. It was just more I didn't think to use it. I think you're supposed to throw the relic into block, actually. So, there's, a whole thing. The Valk relic gets, you play it like Valk, which is pretty interesting. So, we are throwing the SP2 here with the passive pierce and the Fury. So, we are doing big damage, and then the 4-hit combos into block are just absurd. Like I said, she pretty much bypasses the whole node. You're supposed to play it, gain the unstoppable, then intercept her, and then you gain the unstoppable. You put a slow on her. You could have used the slow character against her, of course. So really, any type of character works. If you put a slow on them, or if someone who intercepts easy, so maybe someone like a Ghost works here, because you can make your own intercepts. And also, you could use Mole Man. But when she goes unblockable, you would just have to wait that out. But she does go debuff immune, so you really want to use someone like Mole Man. So I definitely think Valk is the way. There is other characters you can use. Like I said, Mole Man does work, but if you're willing to put in the time and effort for Mole Man, especially when he can be used in so many other places. So we're going to throw another big SP2 here. Like I said, it's almost as if she doesn't have a node. She's gaining unstoppable. She's going unblockable. She goes debuff immune. It's all things that Valk doesn't have to worry about here. The occasional debuff immunity, and they're all passive. We did give her a slow just now, but we're not going to really need the unstoppable because we're going to play it just like this. And just like that, the game is pretty much over. If you guys have any questions about any fights, let me know. The other fights, some were really difficult. I'm gonna let you guys know now. I definitely did die a bunch of times, especially the one fight, which, if you don't count it, my track record was pretty good. But there is one fight that I died a lot on because I made a bad call on it. But you guys are gonna see why and what that means exactly. So next up, we are going to be using Mysterio here, who I end up dying once to this fight, but he does work, especially if you play correctly. Because the second time I did it around, it was actually really easy. So, attacks gain 40% increased attack. It's got return policy, which is annoying. So that means whenever the defender's buffs are nullified, they gain 100% of a bar of power. He has vigorous assault, and whenever a tech attacker activates a special attack, they have a 100% chance to heal block the defender. So you're made so that you're able to use pretty much any tech. So I did have Warlock on this fight originally. That's why I even picked him. But luckily I didn't, because we had to move him somewhere else. Because I like needed like a poison immune or something, or a bleed immune. I think it was a biohazard character, and I didn't have any more bleed immunes. I ran out of them because my account is so tiny. So we had to throw Mysterio to the wolves here. But you guys are gonna see he doesn't not work because of the 40% increased attack. So how you play Mysterio is actually pretty interesting. When you end a combo in a medium, you gain one of his gas charges up to a max of 3. When he's awake, he generates them naturally. And when you end combos in a light, you put a passive heal block on. So you don't have to throw the specials to heal block Mr. Sinister, which is a huge thing, trust me. Because what you want to do with Mysterio, I could have thrown the SP1 and just healed all damage that was done to me during that time. I guess that's another way you could have played him. But how we play him, actually, is we throw the SP3, because the SP3 gives you a 300, yes, 300% attack boost to fight. And if you have every gas charge increases the duration of that. So what you do is you get 3 gas charges, you throw the SP3 for the 300% increased attack for however many seconds, you quickly build up to 3 gas charges again with double mediums, and then you do a heavy, which does a huge poison that is already huge on its own, and then gets 300% increased attack. I don't think it works for Mr. Sinister, because he'll just transfer it over to you, but typically that does work. You guys are going to see here what the first fight looked like. I ran into it blind. Like I said, what's his name was supposed to be here, Warlock, and we made like a last-minute audible, so it definitely messed me up. So you guys are going to see it. We're just going to casually build up to the 3 gas charges, then we're going to start ending combos in lights so that we are able to put the heal block on. I should have baited more SP1s here. Like, I definitely didn't play to my best ability here. So you guys are going to see here that we did generate just that 3rd one with the Awakening here. And now he is immune, so he's going to hit me. The fight did not go well by any means. But we are going to start stacking up that heal block. We could have, like I said, we could have thrown SP1s. But any special uses your gas canister. So if we wanted to use one of them, like, we would pretty much be giving up the idea of doing the SP3. We do get hit with a, what's it called, a big degen from the SP1 here, so we are going to bait out this SP2. We are immune to ability accuracy reduction while we have the helmet up, so if it ever got cracked, we wouldn't. We're going to try to bait out the next Arc Overload. I don't know why I didn't throw the SP1 there, which is weird. I don't know why I didn't do that. But like I said, we are immune to the concussion, so we are going to throw the SP1. And then we're going to bait out the SP2, then throw out our SP3. We have 300% increased attack. We have to quickly build up to a 3 gas canister. Like I said, I would not. I'm just so horrible. But now we're hitting for 20k, but because we don't have the heal block up, we're not doing, we're not maximizing on that damage. So we do have the heal block up now, but we only did it with 2 canisters, so it isn't lasting as long. So we double medium to gain that 3rd canister, so that the next heal block lasts long enough. And as you can see here, it was a horrible show of someone who claims they know how to use Mysterio. It was awful. But yes, I do love this character a lot. I do play them a lot. We're trying to bait out heavies here so we can throw another SP3 here. And then for some reason, I don't throw the SP3. What am I doing? I don't know what I was thinking, guys. I don't know what I was saying. I'm aggravated for myself. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know. What the hell was that? So we skipped ahead because I was so embarrassed with that piss poor play. But yeah, we got it done the next attempt. Definitely could have got that down. That is just... Ugh. That was ugly. That was an ugly fight. Alright, next up we do have I-bom. Beautiful character. I have him ranked 4 as a 7-star. But you work at any rank, I promise. Next up, we are going to be fighting Diablo, who has pretty interesting nodes. A little annoying at times, but you're going to be fine. The defender has a 50% chance to inflict the attacker with a poison debuff on contact, so no matter what. But if they're inflicted with a shock debuff, that doesn't happen. So obviously, I-bom is the way to go for this. Anyone that does shocks works, though. So you can use anyone and then has shock vulnerability. So they definitely help you out with a lot of stuff. At the start of the fight, and whenever the defender is struck with the first hit of a heavy attack, they gain an indefinite unblockable buff. Whenever they are knocked down by a special attack, they gain an unstoppable buff. So you have to cycle between them. But if you never use a special attack, they never go unstoppable. That's how that works. So, if you never use a special attack, it never comes out. If that's how you want to play the game, if you want to play an unblockable Diablo, you could definitely do that. That's what I did. And I also did something really stupid that I just remembered now is I wasn't doing 5-hit combos. I was only doing, forgot he was unblockable in the beginning. To be honest with you, I don't know what the hell's going on in this fight. But I do double mediums so that I can guarantee that the shocks are inflicted so I'm not getting hit with poisons. But as you can see here, the first hit... What is going on? Anyway, the first hit... there's a chance that I can get a poison for that, and because he did the SP1 with the Brewer's Mix, he actually pauses any poisons you have on you at that moment. And then if you make contact, I believe, and he applies the poison, he refreshes them. It's such a beautifully made character, but you're getting smoked. But the good news is you do actually willpower regen on I think up to 2 poisons, I believe, or maybe it's 3. Not that we'll ever know. I don't know why I wasn't doing 5-hit combos. And you guys are going to realize, I realized like halfway through, I'm like, oh, I could be doing like 5-hit combos here. Because, I mean, I use I-bom. I know that the shock at least lasts for 4 hits of your combo meter, I believe. Or maybe it's like right at the end of the combo, I believe it expires. But it doesn't matter. I don't know why we didn't. But I think I even throw a special here. I don't know what's going on. But as you can see here, it's a very simple fight. We are willpower regenning from the poison, so we are looking pretty good here. I mean, if you want to use a shock immune that is a shock character that is poison immune, I don't know if there really is any. You could also do that too, but as they just have to do shock, because I believe if you do bleed, and I don't know if it's poison, but it's like bleed and like incinerate or something like that. He actually regens 1% of his health from it. A lot of characters are like that, where they take a vulnerability from a debuff, but if you do other debuffs, you end up actually hurting yourself. They end up willpower regenning or 1% regenning the entire fight. So as you can see here, we're just taking it slow. There's nothing we can do about that first debuff that happens on the first attack, because I guess you're hitting them and the shock isn't on in time. So as you can see there, we just did the first medium, and it actually gave us a poison, which is fine. It's whatever. I mean, like I said, we will power regen. We will power regen from it, and it's not. He's not someone like Doom or something like that, where like if you have a poison on you, like he could like do something to you and hurt you. The only thing that he's going to do to you is keep that that shock on you, or that poison. And as you can see here, we do finally start doing 5-hit combos. In my head, I'm just like, what are you thinking, man? I think I was just so disoriented from the Mr. Sinister, but I promise that should be the last mistake for the next couple of fights. Okay, next up is Psycho Man. We're going to be doing it with Gladiator, so you know it's going to be a good fight. And as you can see here, it has the node Impatience, so whenever a cosmic attacker fails to trigger a buff due to chance, they have a 100% chance to trigger a Fury buff instead, increasing attack by 80%. Now that's good because it also has Rich Get Richer, which we'll get into in a little bit. Sixth Sense, the defender has a 50% chance to auto-block all medium and light attacks. That does suck, but once you have Gladiator built up, he gets unblockable, so it's really not that big of a deal. Striking into the block triggers a concussion, which I know that for those of you that are looking at it, and you guys kind of know how Gladiator works, that right there should put it in the coffin. You know, that Gladiator doesn't work there, but I'm just gonna let you know to shut up, because Gladiator does work. On top of you building up your stuff, because I think the heavy, no matter what, will give you 2 confidence. It'll just maybe turn off the idea of you infuriating or intimidating them. So at the very least, we are going to be getting 2 confidence per heavy. On top of that, if he does stop my other stuff from coming out, we are able to gain the Furies, because who doesn't want the Furies? Which stacks up Rich Get Richer, which means we're able to throw more specials. And then when we get up to 10 confidence, we start getting unblockable. And then we don't care about the auto block or anything like that. So you guys are going to see here that he fully controls the fight. Once we get him built up, it's pretty much game over. So you guys are going to see here how that works. We're going to start off. He does start off with heavy attack, so if we try to do a heavy attack, there's a good chance that he's probably going to turn that off. But that's not the biggest problem here. We also willpower regen off of the concussion, so you're pretty much alive the whole game. You would have to like really be getting hit a lot for it to be going wrong here. As you can see here, we're just like staying, and then obviously the heal block will turn that off for us. But The heal block doesn't come out often. It only comes out when his box stops you from doing something. I believe it is. It's like if he's on like block and you hit into his block and he stops your stuff. As you can see here, we did build up. But yeah, if the box like stops an ability from coming out, he'll heal block you, which will turn into a power drain. But I believe Gladiator is immune? Or maybe he's immune to just power steal or something like that. So now we have the unblockable now, so we're going to probably build up to another SP2. I would have loved to hit that heavy with my heavy, but we weren't able to. The good news is we are able to pretty much put as many debuffs as we want on him. We just have to make sure that we stack up that unblockable. Put cold snaps, put incinerates. Probably going to go for like a big SP2 here, because we are unblockable, but I end up not throwing it with the unblockable. I guess I'm trying to get to that 20 mark because the 20 is where you want to be at. And then with Rich Get Richer, I mean, obviously, we're just able to kind of throw specials freely here. We're going to make sure to... Now we're unblockable, so we're going to hit him with another heavy to gain another 2, and then also he's, you know, intimidated. We're going to try to probably build to another SP2 with that little trick that I taught you guys in my Gladiator video where we throw the relic into the unblockable. We weren't able to, though, because we kind of just want to guarantee that we win it. Doesn't matter about his concussion on his box, because we have too many debuffs. His concussions do 75% reduction, and for every buff you have, it reduces it by 25. So basically, if you have 3 buffs when you do an ability that the box is controlling on Psycho Man, it actually does 0% ability accuracy reduction. So something to know. Any characters, that means when you fight someone like Psycho Man, you are able to just put like an Odin on someone if you want to do that. You don't even have to really use a Cosmic. So it's something for you guys to think about. Next up, we do have Corvus, who has a steady build-up Fury, which is whatever. You know, whenever the attacker has 3 more debuffs, they gain a Fury passive. Not really that big of a deal, considering that when he makes contact with you, he armor breaks you. But Doom is immune to armor break, so you're never going to be stacking it up. The only thing you're going to have to worry about is Footloose. And then whenever the attacker nullifies a buff, he gets to Purify. It's really not that big of a deal, though. It's a little bit of a longer fight, and you're going to be doing the Doom cycle for most of the fight. And you're not really going to be taking any damage, to be honest with you. And if you guys happen to mess up, it's really not that big of a deal, because Corvus isn't going to be gaining any, any charges from you, because Doom isn't any of his charges. So that's something to think about. I definitely recommend someone that's armor break immune, just because he'll never gain the Fury and he'll never like shred into your block. I think the reason why they made that was so that a 0 mission Corvus can actually do some damage to you. You're gonna see we're gonna be doing most of the Doom cycle here, just power drain, using the SP1 to make sure that we have what the hell's it called? We're gonna make sure that we just have 3 bars, and we're gonna make sure that we're looping it here. I did throw the SP3 into his Footloose. I don't know why I did that. I think I was just kind of panicking there. I didn't want him to like stack his stuff up. We are in full control of the fight, especially with constantly nullifying his power gain there. When he gets up, he is going to nullify those incinerates. Really nothing we can do about it. And we're going to make sure we have a stagger on at all times. He does in himself, I believe, have the ability to nullify. I think it's like a small chance there. So as you can see here, we did nullify the Unstoppable and the Evade and put a Shock. So like I said, we're in full control of the fight. If I hadn't thrown the SP3 into his Footloose, he probably would have still been at 100% health. We're going to throw the SP1 here, nullify that power gain, which is going to give us 2 big power gains. And as you can see here, we're literally right back at another SP3. It is so much fun. I definitely had a blast with this fight. Certain fights were just so much fun. Other fights were just pure pain. I'm not gonna lie. Some fights were just awful. So we do skip the SP3 animation because, like I said, I wanted to save as much time as possible. It was very difficult to do that. We do have the SP1 here, so we can nullify if we want to. But if he evades the whole thing, we can't. It's not even like it's a 100% chance to evade either. You know what I mean? It's just a mess. But we did nullify that power gain, which resulted in us getting a power gain, so we are able to gain 100% of a bar of power. Just going to throw a raw SP2 here. We are doing so much damage to him. Funny. And he can't get rid of those incinerates, so we're going to make sure that we just bait out this Footloose. Probably throw another SP1 because we want to make sure we get rid of that power gain, because when he gets that power gain, I think he gains a bar of power. So if you have like bad RNG and he doesn't throw a special, he'll literally hit you with an SP3, which probably won't kill you, but it'll do a lot of damage. So as you can see here, we just kind of bait out that Footloose, hit him with a heavy, going to throw right into an SP3, which after one double beating him with a 5-hit combo, we should be able to kill him just with that. And just like that, Corvus is down. Pretty easy fight, not to be honest with you. Definitely happy about how that fight went. Next up is Chavez. And the reason why we used Chavez on this fight was because you're able to combo into heavies. We wanted to use someone else, but we had to use Silk somewhere else. So, as you can see, it has Cascading Failure, which the reason why I actually, to be honest, Silk probably wouldn't have been a better, good idea here. We wanted to use someone who didn't crit, because when you crit twice, when you crit twice, you get debuffs until the very end. You get a passive degen, which you don't want the degen because it does like a crap ton of damage. So what you want to do is you want to play into the node, and that's running on fumes. When you're close to the attacker, you gain a fatigue debuff. For those of you that don't know, fatigue reduces your crit rating. So basically, you stay in his face the whole game, you stack up the fatigues, and you never crit. So you basically never have to worry about that. But when the attacker ends a combo with the same attack they end their previous combo with, the attacker has a 100% critical chance, which means you have a guaranteed. I don't know if that's considered a guaranteed crit, but I believe it was. But it's mostly because it stacks up your cascading failure, which you don't want. But it does have heavy assault. So in my head, I was like, I'm going to use Chavez because she combos into her heavy, and I'm going to do the SP2 with the blue spell, so I gain the regen from it. And that was the plan I had going into this. So you guys are going to see if that worked out. It's always a good fight if Ebony Maw starts with the light attack so you can parry him, but he did not. So in my head, I'm like, all right, I think that's a problem. As you can see here, I am slowing down my combos to stack up the fatigues. If you slow it up enough, you are able to gain 1. And if you're in the corner and you slow it, you're able to gain 2, actually, because the heavy kind of keeps you in his face the whole time. We are going to take damage from the first degen. It's unavoidable because of the fury that he gives you in the beginning. But after that, we should be in the clear. We don't take any more damage. Not to mention, we can regen all that damage back. So we're going to try to bait out this SP1. I found that if you hit him in the corner and then you dash back, a lot of times he'll try to throw the SP1 to, like, hit you, like, try to catch you while you're that far away. So that is what we try to do here. We want to make sure we keep hitting him with heavy because we don't want to go miss. Which is annoying because I end up throwing it right into his miss and I end up degenning from it. But other than that, I think we pretty much have complete control over the fight. I'm trying not to let him throw that SP2, but it looks like we're going to have to deal with another round of Falter. What am I thinking right now? But I'm trying my best to knock him down because I'm kind of panicking. I'm like, he wasn't even supposed to get 20 of those charges, and now he's at 40. He just hit it twice. Obviously, the most important thing is we don't want him to get to 100 because then it's unavoidable damage. So we're able to loop heavies in the corner a little bit. We do combo into a SP1. I am going to be making sure that I have the purple and orange dimension at all times, so that when I throw the SP2 with the blue dimension, I am able to gain the regen, and I'm, be able to gain as much power and attack as possible, because you gain increased attack if all 3 of your debuffs are together. Back on Corvus glaive. So as you guys are seeing here, it's fine. I wanted to use Silk, but I was just afraid that I was going to crit too much, because I think it kind of seems like she has a really high crit rate. Especially when I use her. I feel like she crits all the time. So, we didn't want to use Silk there. As long as you don't use a skill that purifies the things. I mean, unless you want to use someone like Crossbones. He works because he doesn't crit. And he'll shrug off the fatigues, and you'll build up his furies. You'll do a crap ton of damage. You can even heavy to pause them. But Ebony Maw isn't a hero, so you're not going to gain as much. I know that his kit opens up like a book when you're fighting a hero. I think he gains what's called Contempt, which allows him to gain double furies, and he's able to pause everything. He's definitely an awesome champ. Next up is Proxima, which was a fight that I was nervous about. As you guys can see here, the defender has a 50% chance to inflict the attacker with a cold snap. So you are definitely going to need a cold snap immune character. And then the defender also takes 100% reduced damage from cold snap, so you can't use someone who also does cold snap. So, I mean, you could still use Iceman on this. You would just never do SP1s and just deal with the cold snap in the beginning if he's awake. Be like water, so whenever they're inflicted with a non-damaging, she does go passively unblockable and ebb and flow knockdown. So 60% reduction unless you knock her down. Each time the attacker knocks the defender down, she purifies all the debuffs you have on her. But fun fact about Absman is he does passive incinerates. So for those of you that don't know, obviously, we are going to be going into magma form with Absman, which was something I was a little nervous about because I'm not a big fan of Absman. After this, I definitely am because I definitely like the character a lot. But originally, I did not like him. I had to use him for Necropolis for the Cull one, which came with Titania, Serpent, Odin, and all them. So we had a Cull worthy. So I had to rank him up, and I wasn't happy about it because I didn't like him too much. I didn't like that you have to basically bank on the computer going in and intercepting you to keep his stuff paused. But I realized that in this fight, it actually helps you. But you guys will get into that in a little bit. So we are going to go into magma form, which makes you cold snap immune. The only thing is we have to constantly keep throwing SP2s to refresh the magma form. So in my head, I was like, what if she doesn't intercept me with light attacks? What if I'm not able to land the heavy attack into the SP2 for the big damage? So in my head, I was like, it's not looking good for us. But he's my only option. He's cold snap immune. At this point, I had no Warlock. So we didn't have a cold snap immune character, so we had to use him. So in my head, I was like, all right, what am I going to do? Go into magma, rush that SP2, hope that she banks it with intercepts. And then I realized that every time you hit her, you are, she's putting cold snaps on you and you're immune, which pauses the timer for your magma. So you never even have to intercept with them if you don't want to. I still try to do it every once in a while, but to be honest with you, you don't need it. So we do knock her down, but we want to try to throw the SP2 while she doesn't have the protection up. We aren't going to be able to sometimes, so we're just going to throw it because we need to prioritize the magma form. I know SP3 gives you both forms, but we want to do the big damage with the incinerates. Now that she's knocked down, we'll do big damage. We are going to do a lot of relic into heavy damage. We never want to throw the SP1 because we want to make sure we never throw anything like that because we don't want to lose the immunity. Because look at this. I mean, we haven't even really done anything, and the magma is so up. It literally never even moves. It'll never get to the halfway point with how many cold snaps she does. It's a 50% chance every time you make contact, and look how long it gets paused for. If we do intercepts, obviously it'll get paused even more, but you don't need it because you're banking cold snaps. So I know that I think I do end up getting hit or something like that, so I will trigger the regen at some point, I believe. But what we want to do is try to do the relic here so that we are able to knock her down, so we get a big damage. A big damage SP2 here. So we're gonna use the heavy to knock her down, but I didn't do that. Instead, I comboed into it because I did like the big burst damage. So I guess it does work either way, but I'm kind of annoyed that I did that. I should have just knocked her down. I guess I was just deathly afraid of getting the SP3 because I didn't want the SP3, even though I know it gives you both forms and everything. Because this is working, we're going to keep doing this, and it's going to be fine. I could have just parried, heavied, and then thrown the SP2, but I didn't want to do that, obviously. Clearly that wasn't in my mind. I know that once I get too many hits in, I feel like this guy's this combat power rate is ridiculous. He is just tanking into that SP2, and I'm always right under an SP3 every time I throw it. So now we are doing big damage here because we do have the ebb and flow knockdown out. We're going to try to kill her with this SP2. She probably won't go down, but we will refresh the ebb and flow knockdown. Do the SP2 into the heavy because he does more damage if you combo it into a heavy. And with the relic, it's not considered a real stun, so you are able to just heavy right into the SP2 here. Now, this fight, I'm going to be honest, I miscalculated it. It didn't work, to be honest with you, but still worked, if you catch my drift. The goal was to use Knull to stop the evade, but to be honest with you, he didn't stop the evade. So whenever the defender is inflicted with a debuff, they gain a frigid charge. When the defender activates a special attack, they consume all frigid charges and apply an equal number of cold snaps to the attacker. But if the defender reaches 6 frigid charges, they consume them and apply it to themselves. Cold snap also stops her evade, right? She also has kinetic transference, which sucks because her blocked attacks give her so much power. Ticking time bomb, well-timed blocks give you a powers thing, and I don't know why I don't keep scrolling down here. I think it's because I'm reading it to be like, how the hell am I going to do this fight? Because I just went in like raw. I mean, I did like I would skim the nodes, and then what's it called? I would like skim them, like, all right, this guy works, and then I would make sure that it worked, and then and like I was gonna live stream it, but I was like, there's just too many iffy fights that might not work out. And then there's this one, right? The attacker's true strike, true accuracy, true focus, and true sensibilities suffer negative 100% ability accuracy. Now, my mistake was, I know that his tendril attack, his medium and heavies, he stops evade. But I thought it was just like they cannot evade medium and heavy attacks. They just can't. But clearly it's not, because you're gonna see. I'm hitting her with mediums. I'm like, oh, this is just great. Like I'm never gonna go down with this. And then she evaded me, and I'm just like, what the hell was that? You're gonna see here, we are gonna be stacking up living abysses. Then she evades, and in my head I'm like, what do I do? You know? So we are gonna be baiting heavies and hitting her heavy with our heavy. The good news is when she does her heavy, it goes on cooldown, so she's not able to hit us. We did get fortunate enough that second heavy, second medium attack did give us our 6th debuff, and as you can see here, now we can go to town on her. Unfortunately, though, she did immediately get to an SP1, but we are able to throw the SP1, our SP1, and able to throw a, we were able to get that 6th debuff, which puts another stack of cold snaps on her. We are blocking a little too much. I'm just so mad. I calculated the SP1 into her block. Come on, guys. Obviously, this is the guide to watch, because obviously we have our head on straight on this channel. So, we were able to throw the heavy there, and what we did there was we threw the heavy while we had the corruption up. And every time you gain a living abyss while they have an armor break, it converts and does a degen. So, as you guys are going to see here, we are getting rid of those armor breaks and converting them into degens, but that counts as a living tendril and a degen, so we're getting like double the amount of debuffs. So now she does this SP1 again, now she has 32 cold snap, and in my head I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe this worked without working. So we're going to be doing some big damage, but that's really not where the damage is coming from. We're probably going to throw an SP1 here to gain, what's it called, corruption again, because that definitely worked out a lot for us. We're going to do a relic here so that we are able to continue the combo. Another heavy just to guarantee, because sometimes those mediums don't give you living abysses, and I feel like the heavy is more consistent. And now she has 28 charges, so once she throws this SP1, she's going to be doing a ton of damage to herself. We are doing the instant bleed attacks because now she is corrupted. And with the 35 cold snaps, we were able to throw a heavy there just to guarantee in case somehow she still lives. Throw that SP2, and just like that, she goes down. That is probably the luckiest thing I've ever done, because originally I was going to use Knull because he stopped the evade, and it looked like he doesn't stop the evade. So I'm guessing in his kit it doesn't say that the medium and heavy stop evade. It probably just says his medium and heavies have like true sense or something like that, because there should be no reason why that didn't work. Maybe his heavies have true strike or something. Next up is a Hercules, and it's been a little while since I've done these fights, but to be honest with you, what I remember from this fight was it's like a thing of nothingness. It's like nothingness. There's nothing to this fight. It's just like a chunky Hercules. So whenever the attacker lands a critical hit on the defender, they gain an unblockable charge, and it basically makes it so that any hit that they do is unblockable. If you intercept the defender, removes all unblockable charges, and gives the attacker a precision passive. So don't crit him, who really cares, to be honest with you. Buff synthesis, cruelty, precision. If the attacker gains a precision buff while they have a cruelty, they gain a steadfast, so you're able to block unblockables. But to be honest with you guys, you don't need it. You don't need it. Just let him, just let him do his thing with the unblockable. My idea here with Overseer was to turn that node off with the concussions eventually. As you can see here, obviously Hercules is stun immune when he gains his feet, so it is going to become an issue. But as you're going to see here, we do have the precisions because we did intercept him pretty early on. We are going to be stacking up those special concussions eventually, or whatever concussions they are. And once we get to the SP2, we are going to be throwing this to gain the cosmic mode, which is going to do when our big damage comes in here. As you can see here, we do big damage. We're going to be stacking up Furies. We're going to be stacking up Cruelties. The Cosmic Blow does pause during special attacks, so we are able to... Oh, how did that happen? Hold on, hold on. Scary. Might have jumped forward a little bit here. We did hold the heavy there just so we were able to knock them down to renew the protection that he had on him. Gonna probably throw another SP2 here to gain the Cosmic Mode again. Comboing it with a Hulk Relic is always, like, amazing. The Hulk Relic is definitely the way to go with Overseer. We did slow down that SP2 combo so that we are able to keep the protection off of him. Nothing we can do about the unblockables, obviously, because who really cares about the steadfast? But we do occasionally gain it every once in a while, so you will see me eventually use it, but it's not really mandatory. So we are going to be comboing into the Relic here, so that we are able to knock him down, so that the SP2 does big damage. Unfortunately, we will have to throw this SP2 and not gain Cosmic Mode from it, but it's really not that big of a deal. We gain a Cosmic Charge every time our concussions stop something from happening, and also we're like immune to something is also another thing, and every time either you gain a bar or the opponent gains a bar. It's kind of a little tricky. I did rank 3 him, I believe. So, I definitely like the Overseer a lot. I obviously don't know how he works to the utmost. I know that all I know is that when you get to SP2, you have 3, so you're able to gain the Cosmic Mode. We did throw the SP2 there to gain Cosmic Mode, but I think the Intimidate actually stopped us, or the Infuriate stopped us from getting it, even though it's like only like a 35%, which is pretty crazy. So we're going to throw the SP1 here to gain our Cosmic Mode. We're going to combo into Relic so we are able to do our damage. We do heavy to make sure that the protection is off of him. And now we're doing big damage because now we have the big Fury and we have Cruelty. So if we happen to crit, we're going to be doing big damage on top of the Fury that we also already get. We're going to throw the SP1 eventually. We're going to try to bait out this Immortality. Because if he throws a special, it does pause. He's right under a bar. And we do time it right that the SP1 finishes right as his protection goes away and his Immortality. So we were looking pretty good on that one. Next up was a fight that I'm going to be honest, I was really excited about to do it on stream, which is why it's kind of upset I didn't stream this, but I was too nervous that I was going to just die a million times. So next up is Daredevil Hell's Kitchen. Not the biggest problem. The nodes are a little annoying, and as you can see here, we are using Dani Moonstar, which is a character that I absolutely love using. I actually learned how to use her for this. I suppose since she's good with Prestige, so I'll rank her up anyway, but she was definitely someone that I was definitely happy to use. It has Assault Battery, so the defender takes no damage from any sources, and then when the defender is knocked down by a special attack, the battery empties, and they take 200%. But if they knock you down, instead it happens to you. So you definitely don't want to get knocked down ever. For every hit on your combo meter, increases his power gain rate. So you definitely want to cycle SP3s in your rotation because the combo meter is reset. Defenders under the effect of an Unstoppable become stun immune. This includes Unstoppable effects triggered outside this node. Every 10 seconds, the defender gains an Unstoppable buff for 5 seconds. So basically, you only have 5 seconds of free time until he gains Unstoppable again. But for every prowess or passive the attacker has, it reduces it by 0.5 seconds. Now, we also have one more node here, which is Gifted Ability Accuracy, which hopefully we can scroll down so I can see it too, because I don't know what the hell that node is. Defender's ability accuracy is increased by 200%. I think that's more for the Shrug Off, because he's able to purify nodes. Now, Dani Moonstar is a pretty interesting character. I had a lot of fun using her. I know a lot of people don't know how to use her, because a lot of them just rank her up for Prestige. You're like one of the mindless zombies in the game that don't care about the characters, but you just care about Prestige. She's actually a very interesting character, and she plays very unique. I feel like there's no one in the game that even remotely matches her style of play. I mean, maybe someone like Viv Vision, because you will have to get someone hit into your block, but then she deviates so far off. So you guys are going to see here, we're going to be fighting Daredevil Hell's Kitchen. How you play him is very, 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 very particular in how you do it. So what we're going to do here first is we're going to gain 10 hits on your combo meter. It's the most important thing. Once you gain 10 hits, you gain a lunar phase charge. Then when they hit into your block, they're going to miss and gain, every time they miss, you gain a prowess. On top of every time you hit them while they're faltered. So what you're going to do is how I would typically do it. I think the max you can gain is 5. You're going to hold block, let them hit into you as many times, and then while they're faltered, you're just going to dash in blindly and hit them as many times as possible. And I think the max is 5, but I have gotten more prowesses. I'm not sure how that works yet. But my miscalculation was Daredevil doesn't miss, so he's just going to hit into your block. But it still works. It believe me, it still works. So you guys are going to see how she works, too. How she works, we're going to have to deal with the first Unstoppable, and I believe even the second Unstoppable, because you can't parry him, really, because he'll shrug it off, especially with the 200% increased ability accuracy. We don't want him to really make contact with us, because he is going to shred through our block here. So we are going to deal with one more Unstoppable. We weren't able to get that 10th hit to gain the Lunar phase, but after this we will gain it, and then we're pretty much good to go here. Bait out the heavy, and now we have the illusion phase. So as you can see here, he did hit into our block. He did miss, but we only gained 1 prowess. I believe it's because Daredevil doesn't miss. So now we have 5 prowesses, and how you play Dani is you're supposed to throw the SP1. Number 1, it puts a passive slow, so you won't have to worry about the Unstoppable. We did get rid of the battery, so we did bring him down to 85% health. We have another phase, so we're pretty much looking good right now. He does have the Unstoppable. We do have to build back up to another prowess, but the main way to do this is you play him like this. So you gain the illusion charge. You gain the 5 prowesses. You throw the SP1, which puts that passive energy vulnerability, because he can't shrug that off. And the slow is nice just for the node itself, but it's really not that big of a deal. That's not really why we're using her. And then you're going to do another illusion stack to gain your 5 or more, however that works. And then you throw the SP2. That's how that works, because the SP2 does a big neuroshock, and also it's all energy damage. So the energy vulnerability really stacks up your damage. So we did trigger that. We did him while he was faltered, so we were able to gain at least 3. We definitely want to throw this SP2, though, while he has the energy vulnerability. And as you guys can see here, we are looking pretty good on damage. It's going to expire the thing. He's at 72. We did 110,000 damage from that, so it's definitely looking good for us. We were stuck in the corner there, but I did kind of just fast forward because we did throw a couple SP3s there. We had to make sure that we kind of stacked things up nicely. So as you can see here, we do have 6 prowesses and another illusion charge. So probably going to throw this SP2 here because it does the most damage, hoping that we just kind of kill him off. But he might be like something like that. So 167,000 burst damage. She is an amazing character. Like I said, we did skip over it a lot, but that is the main gist of it. If you don't have a lot of options, but you want to use her, it's really anyone with a prowess. So Storm works really well, but you might want to use Storm for like someone like her. Storm works really well. Pyramid X works okay, just because she doesn't consistently gain that many charges. Her only permanent prowesses are 3, and then after that they're all temporary. And I mean, really, let's be honest. How many prowesses really are you going to get with her? You're only going to get like 5 or 6, maybe max, and that's like with like increased power gain. Like, you're not going to get that. So I would definitely recommend Dani. She's definitely underrated, but the main thing is you got to get the 10. Hold on, there's like something on my keyboard. Hold on. Okay. The main thing is you got to gain the 10, gain the illusion charge. Even though he doesn't miss, you can still benefit from it, because then you just hit him after the falter, so that you are able to gain your prowesses. The SP1 does it slow, but the SP2 does big damage. So we're going to flow right into this one. This is one of the fights that I was nervous about. It's the Black Widow boss, who's annoying, believe me. These are the ones that I was most nervous about. So I was just kind of trying to see just kind of how, which one I want to end my combo in. Because I swear to you, when I fought her, if you put that concussion on her, and like you do her node correctly, you still take damage for not doing the right thing. So I wanted to make sure to never put the concussion on her. So for those of you that don't know how to fight her, pretty straightforward. The main thing is that when she throws her special, she is going to place a trap, and then you have to hit her into her trap with either a heavy attack or a special. So as you can see here, the trap is set now. So we want to make sure we get to the other side of the screen. She is going to evade us every once in a while to gain power. That's how you kind of fluctuate her power. We are baiting heavies here. And then I'm going to throw the special right into her trap. We do big damage because then her corrupted armor goes away. And we could just start kind of going to town here. She is going to eventually put another trap up, and then we pretty much just wash, rinse, and repeat. She's an early boss, so she doesn't have like increased phases. Really, her only increased phase is like she sets the trap like faster, or it takes longer for it to set, and then you pretty much have to deal with that. There's really nothing to the boss. She is going to eventually back us into the corner though, so we pretty much are going to have to just hold block and then throw a raw SP1 here. And then that's when I realized kind of that I'm not really going to be able to manipulate the concussion like I wanted to. Only because kind of depends on what my last attack was. If I'm in a situation like this where like I have to hold block and just kind of sit here. So you guys are going to sit here. I do hit a relic because you could also hit her into the trap with a relic, which is very good for us considering that now we can throw the SP2. But I forgot about the evade, so I throw the SP2 into her block. It doesn't matter. She doesn't really do any damage to us, and she doesn't even attack us anyway. So we're going to be trying to trigger the evade here so that she gains the power gain and try and evade specials. We do have the 5 passive prowesses just from the node itself, because I believe the node itself gives you prowesses, which is why like you want to use someone that already has prowesses. We really couldn't afford that. I know that what's his name was also a really good answer for, like, I know Apocalypse was a really good answer. I think I even have a video on my channel of me taking her down solo with him. And as you guys can see here, we're going to be beating out SP2s now. She's still going to set the trap at the end, though. We do now have 6 passive prowesses. So we're going to try to trigger that evade. The only thing is, there is times that you're going to be turning off the evade. So we're going to throw an SP2 here just because we don't want to get to the SP3, because that doesn't really do anything. I wonder if it would still put her in the trap, but we don't want to do that. We want to do like the SP2 because that's big damage when her corrupted armor is off. We're going to try to push her that SP2. Now she's on her side of the screen, so even if she does set the trap, it's only going to be at like the middle of the screen, which is pretty good for us. I do like throwing the SP2 into the trap, but we're probably going to need to do the SP1 here. And just like that, this is pretty much how the whole fight goes, just laying into her. The corruption armor is still out, so we're going to throw this SP2. We might even be able to kill her before it comes back. It does purify, though, because she is on her last objective. And basically how this works is you're pretty much just going to be, what's it called? Getting rid of that corrupted armor until it hits the 0, and then you kill her, because I don't think it goes all the way down now. You have to, like, slowly chip away at it. And now it's taking a little bit for the trap to set. Pretty much take our time. Like I said, with the sabotage on SP1, you should pretty much be at 100%. Even if you get hit, it doesn't really matter. Had to throw the SP1 there, and as you can see here, trying to get rid of that corrupted armor. It doesn't work, so we're going to have to do it one more time because only specials get rid of it. And bait out this SP1 if we're possible, but I think she's only able to throw SP2s. That's why the 2 is below her name. And the only thing with Apocalypse that I didn't like is there's times that you turn off the evade. So there's going to be times that you're going to think the evade's coming out to give her a power gain, and it doesn't end up coming out, which is whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's not like the end of the world. But, you know, sometimes you're banking on that. And now she has no corrupted armor, so we have to kind of go ham here. We're not going to kill her again because we suck. But now she's taking regular damage, so now it doesn't matter. Eventually you will get her down. Did throw the SP2 into the corner, so now I have to just basically hold block a million times over. Hopefully with all the prowesses we should be fine, but now we've actually lost them, so we only have the 1 here. So we're going to throw the SP1 here. And it's going to take forever to get this down. I think this is when using someone that has their own prowesses really comes into play, because this final phase does take a little bit. I mean, it's not the end of the world, you know what I mean? Like, she has no damage option, but you have no damage increase because you have no prowess. So just something to think about why someone that has prowesses naturally is a little bit of a better option. But Apocalypse is so tanky and does so much damage, it doesn't even matter, to be honest with you. And I believe, to be honest with you, the passive prowesses that she gave us, because there was one time I threw an SP2 and I did both my debuffs, which, to be honest with you, that kind of sounds like, what's it called? It kind of sounds like I had more than one mission, like, of genetic potential. So I wonder if the passive prowesses count towards the persistent charges of Apocalypse, because that SP2 definitely gave me both debuffs, which was pretty cool. So next up, we do have, I literally had to double read it to make sure. Galan for the Synthesis Vision. Now, originally, I was going to go with Medusa, but it required me ranking up my 6-star Medusa, and I didn't have the materials for it after everything was all said and done. I was going to go Nebula, but we needed Nebula somewhere else. So we didn't use her here. I think even the Nebula fight that she had to take was a pain. So we end up using Galan here. And basically, the thing is you have to play Tunnel Vision. So for those of you that aren't able to, I don't recommend it. But Tunnel Vision is pretty simple. It's just not doing the same attack twice. And for someone like Galan, it doesn't really matter. So it's all about different types of armors. Synthesis Vision is going to be gaining a ton of armors. He has gifted ability accuracy, so his synthesis is going to be coming out a lot. Each armor buff on the defender reduces the duration of debuffs on them by 15%, so you're not really going to be able to parry him too often. Like I said, you have tunnel vision, so you're just going to be taking your time, is the best way to put it. You're going to be playing a really slow game with Galan, but for those of you that know, you're going to be playing a slow game with Galan against someone who gets armors. So you're going to be building up that harvest super fast. Like, this fight is super quick. So he just gained an armor, so we gained 50 of the cosmic seeds or whatever it is, and we just gained another 50. So every time he gains armor, it's just endless. So now the most important thing that I can let you guys know now is you're going to be ending combos in lights. So as you can see there, I did throw 2 lights trying to reach him, and then I ended up getting faltered. You're going to be ending combos in lights when you're going to be having to back up, because when, like, if I know I'm baiting a special, I'll end a combo in a light attack so that after they throw that special, I'm able to come in with the medium. Because you don't want to do a full combo ending in a medium, then he throws the special, then you go to dash in and you're faltered. You don't want to do that. So what you want to do is, I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could dash back, no, because then you wouldn't be able to punish the special. Maybe with an SP2, you could dash back, throw a light attack into the air, and then medium to change tunnel vision. But as you guys are going to see multiple times, I'm going to be hitting combos with light attacks and then backing up. So I have to bait the SP2 here, so I made sure to end a combo in a light attack, so that I'm able to do the big damage with the medium, and I'm able to actually do my my rotation correctly. So as you can see here, I did do a 3-hit combo, so I'm not able to come in here. We're going to start with a light attack, because we don't want to trigger tunnel vision. I don't know why I keep staggering here. I don't really know. So we did end a combo in a light attack, so we are able to dash in after this SP2. We are basically back at 500, like, that quickly. This is what I'm saying. Like, the fight is very quick. You just have to be very mindful of the tunnel vision and also the synthesis. You don't want him to go to 3 bars. He never goes to 3 bars with me, so we're looking pretty good. I did throw a medium into his block, though, so we couldn't dash in to punish that. But now he has no meter, so now we just kind of, parry, take our time with it. And we're basically back at 400 again. Now at 500 because he gained an armor from that. So we're going to just throw an SP2 into nothing. And now you guys are starting to see how this fight goes and why it's so nice to use him here. He has full control of the fight as long as you're willing to play around the tunnel vision. So we did throw a medium attack into his block, so we did have to throw a light attack after we parry stunned him. And we did end with a light attack, so that when he threw that SP1, we were able to dash in with that medium. So it kind of keeps the aggression on him. We are able to heavy here. We have 580 harvest. We have to let him throw his SP2 first, though. And then 710 on that SP2. 151,000 damage. It's amazing. And this guy's only rank 4. Like, if he was rank 5, this fight would probably already be over. But like I said, we had a lot of rank up materials. We just didn't have an abundant amount. So, for those of you that skipped ahead to watch this fight, it is just super easy with someone like Galan. Get to like 410, throw that SP1. He has 730 harvest, 145,000 burst. Just like that, vision's done, and it was super simple. Next up is one of my favorite fights, because it was a fight I was able to use Serpent on. I also have him rank 4. I don't know if I had him rank 4 during this, but I do have him rank. Yeah, I think because I just rank 4'd him. So she's actually pretty interesting. She has superiority underdog, so you have to use someone with class disadvantage. I know there's probably some of you out there that saw that I used Serpent and just said, oh, it's because it's Serpent, and didn't even think about the class disadvantage. But we actually did it because of the superiority. You gain a passive attack boost equal to 40% of your basic attack. And then whenever a buff is nullified on the attacker, they gain immunity, nullify, fate, steal, stagger. And then if they have superiority, striking the defender while nullify immune is active, gives the attacker a fury buff. So if we're getting hit during that, we pretty much gain fury. So we're not going to play that, though. And then it obviously has a way to nullify whenever the defender activates special attack. You're inflicted with heal block and fate seal. Something you have to deal with. For each buff on the defender, the attacker has a defensive ability, whatever. Return policy. That's pretty much all the same stuff you guys know. There really isn't anything to this fight, especially with someone like Serpent, because you just have so many buffs. You're doing your damage. Pretty much, I really believe any Cosmic can take this, especially since you want to use a Cosmic that gets, that they nullify the buff, because then you gain the nullify immunity, and then you gain the furies from it, and it's a mess. So pretty much any Cosmic can take this. I'm sure Hulkling can work here, because I know if you Fate Seal or he's immune to one of them. A lot of his buffs go passive, so that might be another character to use here. I had 2 Serpents to use, so I was able to use the 7-star here. This is the one that I was a little afraid of. That's why I used the 7-star for it. And as you can see here, we have so many Furies. We have 17 Furies. We have 12 Furies now. We have so many Furies from this that we're pretty much able to do whatever the hell we want. Now we have nullify immunity, so now it doesn't matter what happens. We're gonna, we have the SP1 here. We keep throwing it. We're doing big burst damage. We will eventually go to that SP2, and we just keep baiting SP1, baiting SP1s. It's super simple. I'm not really sure how her kit works. I know she has to like build up her stuff with the SP1, but she didn't build anything of it. I guess maybe because she couldn't nullify my buffs like easily. Now she does the powers things, but I think there's even times we throw with the powers thing and it doesn't even. So we're gonna try to trigger an intercept here. We want her to throw the SP1 though. I know you don't want her to throw the SP2. Not to mention, we don't want her to like throw the SP2 while she gets the unblockable buff on some like crap RNG. So we are throwing the SP2 here. We are stacking up the Furies and 20k burst on each hit. Like, this guy's just a monster. We're at 100% health. He can do what he wants. Doesn't matter what we do. He's heal block immune. He can just do, he can do whatever he wants, this character. She gave us the unblockable buff, but then took it away. It doesn't matter. We have our own unblockable, buddy. We have our own in our own kit. It's passive. You can't even take it. It's insane. This character is just a monster. He's an absolute monster. They did so good making him that it makes all the seasons I had to deal with him on defense worth it. Mostly because I didn't have to actually fight him on defense. I fought the Bullseye, and now I hate Bullseye, and I have PTSD when I see a playing card. It's just the same stuff. But just like that, this fight is already over. It's literally already over. SB1, Scarlet Witch Sigil is done. 100% health. We're heal block immune. We can do what we want. We have unblockable. We gain the big Furies. He actually helped us out. Next up is Black Panther, OG. Not really anything to this fight, if I remember correctly. Who do we use for this? We use... Oh my god! This fight was so much fun! This was one of the good fights. For those of you that don't know how this fight works, we're going to be going over the nodes right now. So, breakneck speed. Probably one of my favorite nodes in the entire game. Striking the defender with a basic attack inflicts a 15-second whiplash passive. It deals 75% of the defender's attack. It's a lot. It definitely is. When you intercept him, you refresh them. But when you knock him down with a special, it transfers all of them and puts them onto him. Here's the thing. Northstar, I think he's bleed immune sometimes. I don't know how the hell that immunity works. But his combos are ridiculous. And then it has fight or flight, right? For every 12 seconds, the defender gains an unstoppable. But if we're far away, we get it. You could play fight or flight, right? You could. Or you could just be an absolute animal and use Northstar. Here's the reason why. Northstar's SP1 does a slow. It does a passive slow, so you're going to stop that from coming out. But the main reason why we're using Northstar is because his combo is ridiculous. It's like an 8 or 9 hit combo. It's like something stupid. It's probably more. It's probably in the double digits. He hits them a lot. But, so what you do is you build up breakneck speed as fast as possible with him, and then you do the SP1. And then you knock him down, and you do your big burst damage. This fight is over in, probably 3 minutes. Then, once we get the SP1, we have the passive slow, so we don't have to worry about fight or flight. Yeah, it's literally a 12-hit combo. Isn't that absurd that they made this character like that? Now, for those of you like, oh, there's not enough time. There is. Trust me. There's always enough time. See, oh, it's getting close. It's not, though. It's not, though. Boom. 27 whiplashes. Now, you guys are going to see that we're going to be building him up so fun. It's so much fun using him. I don't know if this slow is going to take into effect. I think it might expire right at the end, so we do back up. Yeah, just to make sure. And now we have the unstoppable, not that it matters. 27 whiplashes versus 310 damage. We're going to throw the SP1 here. Oh my god, we might not make it, but we do make it because Northstar is that guy. So we're going to be continuing. We have the passive slow. He's in the corner. We're laying into this guy. There's nothing he can do about it. We're too fast for him. That's literally what the problem is. We're going to throw the SP1 again and re-inflict the slow so that when he gets the unstoppable in the corner here, it won't even matter. Put the other stack of 26 that we have on him already, and at this point, we literally could just back up and let him die. But instead, we want more. We're more. We're hungry for the win here. We're hungry for as much time as we can cut off of this stupid event that has like 70 fights that like it takes an arm and a leg to finish. And just like that, he's down. 104,000 damage. It literally happened in the blink of an eye. If for those of you that skipped to that fight, you're literally stressing over nothing. This fight though, it's definitely worth it. Definitely worth a little bit of the stress. So, Domino, always a problem, to be honest with you. You know, kind of does what she wants. She's kind of annoying. Her main ability is the critical failures. She's going to eat you alive with them. No fight is made in the sense that you can't bulldoze your way through it, which is always good. You can unit your way through any of these fights. You know what I mean? So, it's always good. Be like water, so non-damaging debuff. She's going to gain the unblockable passive. Evasive maneuvers. Whenever she's knocked down, she gains an evade charge. I think also something else happens when she evades. Yeah, when the defender is suffering from a shock or incinerate fight, their evade and auto block accuracy is reduced by 200%, which means we literally could have done that. I'm stupid. But each time the defender successfully evades an attack, inflict a disorient debuff, reducing block efficiency, ability accuracy. It's annoying, but it has shock vulnerability, which is the most important thing. So we were trying to figure out who to use here. Also has True Lies, so you can't stop her evade from anything other than the shock. So I actually didn't really think about that because I played very safe because I was very nervous because it's only rank 4. The thing about Guardian is every time you're trying to manipulate his ability accuracy, he puts a indefinite shock on you for as long as you're... I think it's for as long as you're reducing his ability accuracy, he is... putting a shock on you. And also he has insane energy resistance. So critical failure is energy damage. So our goal here was, I was already prepared to die. The goal here was to die, obviously, but to get at least 50% of her down. The goal here is to tank the critical failures with your insane energy resistance. And then with the shock vulnerability, maybe get her down in 2 tries. As you see, we're bursting for 11,000. He's only rank 4. So basically, like I said, we have the energy resistance to counteract the critical failures for as long as humanly possible. And then we have the shock to increase our attack by 200%. 509 damage every time. We did skip, though, because the fight itself was really long. It was a really long fight because we weren't doing any damage here. But that's the most important thing here. I obviously didn't show the whole fight, but you guys are, take my word for it. I mean, look at what we did. Like I said with Guardian, you're going to be stopping the critical failure with the critical damage with the energy resistance. So you're only taking like 240 damage. You won't die from that. Like I said, like most of that damage is from critical failure alone and like the occasional parry. And you're going to be constantly doing shock damage. So you're going to be doing 500 and something damage every single time. You can even boost for this if you wanted to. If you were that nervous about it, if you had a rank 4 or even a rank 3, if you were that nervous about it, you literally could just boost. You're not going to die from the critical failure unless you're like really low or like you got hit in the middle of it and then the critical failure finishes you off. But to be honest, that's the whole fight. I didn't even play it correctly because you actually stop the evades with the shock. So I actually never fought her when she was lucky. I waited for it to go around. But that's the main thing here, guys. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a very easy fight. Make sure that, you never go unlucky because you're a tech, so you never have to worry about, like, not texting the specials. You don't even have to worry about the evade, but I didn't even think about that when I was doing it because I was so focused. I was so nervous about this fight. I really thought I was going to die a million times, but you do so much damage from the shock vulnerability, and you take no damage as long as you're sick 200 with the energy resistance. Oh, it doesn't even matter why. But next up we have Elektra, who is a pretty interesting fight. I was definitely excited to fight this one because, what's it called?
I actually just pulled Karolina when I was doing this. I pulled her like when I first came back in the Titan Crystal that's out right now, and I know she's good. I just didn't know how to use her. So I saw this fight and I'm like, it's pretty good because you do get faltered, which sucks, but you just have to deal with that. And she only takes damage from incinerate effects, 90% less from anything else. And she has the ability to purify real debuffs. And the thing that's cool about Karolina is she does passive incinerates. So it's pretty good. You know, you have Pleasure to Burn, and then you have God of Light. God of Light's pretty good, but the only problem is both the attacker and defender strikes have a 20% chance to apply Incinerate, but she can shrug that off and gain a Fury from it, which you guys will see later. Energy vulnerability is a big thing, and then when she throws a special, you get Armor Broke and Heal Blocked, I believe, or something like that. I don't really remember. But what we're going to do here is we're going to stay in the sunlight, hold heavy. Now, for those of you that are like avid Karolina users, I don't know how to use her. Like, I didn't know how to use her. This was like probably my third time using her, and the other two fights were on the Winter Soldier in Realm of Legends. So I didn't know how to use her. I know you have to like build to 15, and then, you know, this is kind of like the big burst damage that you're looking for. And just like that, she's looking pretty, you know, we're looking pretty good. We're doing big damage. She did 20% of her health just like that. And she did shrug off the real Incinerate, but she can't shrug off the passive Incinerates. Now, I didn't know anything about the SP1, so I'm only throwing SP2s. There is one time I throw like an SP2 just kind of like panicking. But we do throw the SP2 again into the sunlight, and now it was even worse damage than before. We're doing insane damage because we stacked up the energy vulnerabilities. And it's looking pretty good for us. I mean, now she's taking regular damage because she's under the effect of an Incinerate. So, to be honest, she's probably going to die just from that. We do walk ourselves into sunlight, but we do have to get, like, backed up into it because I didn't want to, like, leave it. So I know it's, like, really important when you use Karolina, and I wanted to throw that SP2 so bad, but I was, like, a little bit off. I should have held the heavy a little bit longer. Like I said, though, I didn't even really know how to use her, and look, like, she fully locks it down. The main thing is because of the passive incinerates that you do. But because of the node God of Light, you could, in essence, use anyone, but she will shrug that off almost every time. So maybe use someone that does incinerates like Sunspot, so she can't shrug like everything off. Passive incinerates is definitely the way to go for something like that, though. Next up, we do have Deadpool X-Force, which is pretty easy fight, especially when you use Omega Sentinel, because I think it's all about like heal blocking. And I don't know why no one's using her, because when I said I was using it, like, everyone was like, no one has used her there. Which, look at the first node, it's regen aggressive, which is 2 seconds every time they gain a regen passive, but she's made of heal blocks, so you won't have to worry. And you can pause the heal blocks, which we'll get into later, which is something that I learned. Every time a regen buffer passive is activated, the defender is not heal blocked. The defender gains a dormant charge. Once the defender gains 10, they're consumed. The defender gains a passive fury. It's not a big deal, though, to be honest with you. Especially with some nodes that have this, which is amazing because we take advantage of it in one of the other fights, is tech attackers gain an indefinite passive fury, increasing attack rating every time they try to heal while they're heal blocked. So you're going to be doing insane damage. For each debuff, defender gains 50% attack, whatever combat power. It's really not that big of a deal. You do get inverted during their special attack, which, I'm not going to lie, I thought that she didn't get inverted, but she does. So, I don't know, I thought because she's a robot, but I guess because she's not a robot, she's a side. It says robot, hashtag robot. I don't know, maybe it's just one of those inverted controls ones that can't be manipulated. So we do obviously go with the heal block one, and we make sure to keep it up. Now, what we want to do is let him gain his regens, because then we'll that's when we'll gain the furies. And then this is when I realized that I get inverted. I made sure to kind of like slow down to see if I'm going to get inverted or not. And once I know, it's game over. Like, the only time you're really going to get hit is when you first do it. So now the SP1s, I believe, are going to renew and pause the debuffs that I currently have on him. I don't think it counts for like the plasmas though, but it'll keep the heal blocks on. Not that it matters, because we're just able to refresh them with a simple medium. But I believe the SP1 does pause and renew them. So something to learn about and to think about if you have her, because I know that originally she was like an exclusive character, and then they gave her to us. So SP2 is kind of annoying because now he has the increased attack and I think combat power rate from you having debuffs on you, but it's really not that big of a deal. gonna throw it here. We did have 3 taunts, so our plasma did like no damage because taunt lowers your attack by like 25% or by the given potency of what the taunt is, maybe is what that is. But as you guys can see, with the increased attack and the heal block, like there's really nothing to that fight. This fight though was something that we literally had to take our time with. It was tough. It was tough to do this fight. Had to like double check to see if Moment was the counter here. And there's a reason why. I'm literally just looking at all the fights that I have to do first because there's still so much to do in this. So next up is Joe Fixit, and Joe Fixit's actually pretty interesting. I actually had to like learn how to fight against Joe Fixit by manipulating his system. So you guys are going to see that. It's very interesting. So Ebb and Flow Knockdown, obviously 60% reduced damage unless you knock him down. Bleed Vulnerability, so Moman's going to go crazy here. Mighty Charge, so when he dashes in, he purifies, but not Mighty Charge 2. I believe that's the one where when they dash in, they go unstoppable too. So Mighty Charge 1 is just Purify. It's got Cramping. So while under the effects of a weakness debuff, 10% of the attacker's power is drained every second. Additionally, they suffer 25% of the defender's attack as damage each time they land a hit. So obviously someone like Namor would probably be great here if you didn't want to learn how to fight him. But what we do, because we're amazing, is we figured out in Joe Fixit's kit what gives you a weakness when he throws a special. Because eventually you're going to have to go into Monster Mass form. Because you want like the Frenzy form to do the guaranteed crit bleeds to do the big damage. So we literally look at his his whole thing, and we figure out how it works to gain the weakness. And you guys are going to see here, 3 of a kind gives a weakness reducing attack rating by 30%. So we need, because his cards also affect, I think, you, or how you hit him is like how they get affected, I believe. So it's basically like if he parries with a medium attack, he's going to get a suit that says medium. So we have to basically manipulate his own system to make sure he never has 3 of the same card. So you guys are going to see here, it is quite impressive, to be honest. I know I'm like glazing myself, but it was, come on, you got to admit, that was a pretty good idea. No one in the game is weakness immune, obviously. Someone like Joe Fixit is a pretty interesting character because a lot of people fight him and they never know how he works. Like they never know what's going on. So you guys are going to see here with Mighty Charge, though, you're not able to stun him. So he's going to be able to, like, I'm literally watching the suits. I'm not even really fighting him at this point. So now he always has 2 different suits on. So now we're looking pretty good. Now he has the same, so now we have to get rid of that. So as you can see here, now he doesn't have 3 of the same. So now we're looking pretty good here. Now we can finally start to go ham here. I don't think we kill him in this rotation, but we are looking pretty good right now. The Ebb and Flow Knockdown is going to come back eventually. And also he's purifying everything, so we might have to use a relic here to make sure that we can knock him down to do the big damage, which sets it right back at 4 Monster Mass right before we're able to go back in. But we have to manipulate his suit again, so now we have to knock him down to make sure that now he doesn't have 3 of the same. We're still on cooldown for the Monster Mass, so we're not able to gain Frenzy yet. And still shrugging everything off. We're looking pretty good here. Now is kind of a problem, though, because he's awake and he throws the special, he might hit Jackpot, which gives him all of his special, all of his suits. And also, it's the same suit twice, or the same suit like all 4 times. So if he were to throw a special right after getting Jackpot, he would literally throw a weakness out and it would be game over. We get power drain, we do insane damage. And this is one of the most like fun fights I've had because it made you have to like learn how to fight the other person, but not in a way of like learning their abilities. It was like manipulating how they hit you so that you don't gain your stuff. That was like, it was probably one of the coolest fights I've ever done. Now, this is one of the other fights that I said we had to throw someone to the wolves to do. And this one was Nimrod against my 5-star Symbiote Supreme, because I don't have a Symbiote Supreme that's ranked up of a higher rarity. So this fight sucked, but The reason why I wasn't so against it was because it has Arcane Zeal, which is one of the event quests. No, it's for Mystics, that whenever a Mystic attacker fills a bar of power, they gain a passive Fury. That gives your attack 70% increase, but when you nullify a buff, it makes it permanent. You get up to 5 of those. So 350% increased attack on a 5-star, especially when we're fighting someone like Nimrod. It's pretty good. Obviously, Nimrod doesn't bleed, but you can nullify all of his stuff. So that might be something that we have to deal with. You guys are also going to see, I'm going to warn you in ahead of time, or unless I, because it was a very long fight, so we might have skipped ahead. I can't dex Nimrod's SP1 for the life of me, man. I get hit by the last hit every time. I feel like I try different things, and I don't. I can't do it. So just keep that in mind in case you have to watch me get hit like 5 times. So the defender has 100% increased ability accuracy. Each non-damaging debuff reduces it. I mean, we're not going to be able to affect that really, so we're just going to play it slow. We're going to nullify the energize from the SP1 that he gets. We're going to nullify the armors that he gets. And we're just going to go to town on that SP3 every single time, slowly but surely. So we start with the 75 genetic because we were able to nullify the armor in the beginning, and now we have a stagger. When that stagger goes all the way around, if we don't nullify anything, we are able to get 25, which puts us at 100 anyway. And I know I said I didn't know, I don't know how to dex it, but that's the only time I landed. Those are the only 2 times that I landed, probably. I don't remember, to be honest with you. It was a long time ago. So I'm gonna throw the SP3 here to nullify the things, but we have to wait for the nullify immunity to go away. And now we can throw it. We're gonna stack up our stuff. But now I'm at 0 genetic potential, so I shouldn't have thrown this SP3. I'm telling you, this fight was a load of baloney. It was a load of baloney how this fight works. So now we're pretty much going to town here. We are doing big damage. I mean, for a 5-star, we're doing really good damage because we have, of course, we have the big fury, so it's like possible to do this. But now he has the nullify immunity up. We have 100 genetics, so we'll probably go right to an SP3 here. But now we have to wait. We have to wait to see if we have 100 genetic, which we won't have 100 genetic. So we're just going to throw the SP3 raw. And I know for those of you guys that use Symbiote Supreme, you think it's a waste. It's not. It's not a waste because you have a 5-star and you're taking all this damage and you're getting messed up. So we did skip ahead because I'm telling you, it was just an endless cycle of SP3s getting hit with SP1s. What is going? I swear to you guys, this is like a different thing. I swear. Who is dexing those specials? I am not dexing those specials. Anyway, I probably did. You know what happened? I probably cut out all the times I didn't dex it. I probably cut out all the times I didn't dex it. But yeah, so I mean that fight was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Next up, we do have Ronin. As you can see, like there's some big hitters still up on my roster. Like we still have Titanium, we still have Silk. We have good people here. Now, this fight was a little annoying. I think this is definitely one of the fights that we do fast forward because it was a long fight. But it was a fight that can be done. So you're supposed to use Cosmics on this, but you don't really need to. So say whenever a Cosmic attacker activates special attack, they gain a Fury buff for the duration of that special attack for each unique buff on them. So obviously there is like heavy hitting Cosmics, like Hulkling and stuff that like you'll get so many Furies that you'll just shred this guy. And it has Rising Sun. So while the defender is struck, the attacker gains a Fury buff, granting 2.5%. And then once you hit 10, anything over 10, you get dealt a passive degen. Fun fact, Gulk's Face Me actually reduces the damage of that, and he gets his attack boost from that. So you can go ham with Gulk, but you will have to play the node, though, because you can't just, like, eat it, you know, because then eventually you'll die. You'll die first. So the defender has a 40% chance to auto-block basic attacks. The chance decreases by 20% for each buff on the attacker. I made sure it said each buff and not unique buff. So this is why you're seeing someone like Colossus. Now, I didn't have anyone to do this with. I didn't have any Cosmics. My Cosmic pool was very low. Not to mention they were being used in other places. So the main important thing here was using someone that has a lot of buffs, and that's pretty much it. I mean, that's really all you need for this node. If you don't want to follow the other nodes, you literally only need someone that gets 2 buffs, because then you stop the auto buff from coming out. You just got to deal with Be Like Water. That's really all it is. And Rising Sun, I guess, so you would deal with that. But to be honest with you guys, if you parry and do 2 hits, you gain 2 Furies from Rising Sun. So you probably don't even really need a character that gets buffs on their own, unless he's able to auto block during stun, but I don't think he will. So you could literally parry, do 2 hits, and then gain the. But you're gonna have to be hitting heavies all the time, and then he's unblockable, and then it's gonna be hard for you to hit with the heavies. Maybe he's not the best. Maybe they're not the best idea. But Colossus worked because he gains his own buffs. So as you can see here, it's a lot of this. This is the entire fight. It's parry, medium, heavy. Because for those of you who don't know, with Colossus, if you heavy during the parry stun, he takes the stun and gets a big passive fury from it. But the most important thing is that he is able to trigger and get rid of the auto block. Because he always has at least 2 buffs. Now we are going to be throwing the SP2 here to hopefully not only duplicate the armors, but to make some permanent. And with Colossus, every armor increases attack by a certain amount. So that's what we're pretty much going for here. He's not super high sig though, so the conversion rate of a permanent armor is very low. So we're pretty much just playing like this. This is exactly how you play the fight. And as you can see, he's already at 71% health, and he hasn't hit us. So we are eating a lot of block damage, but the more armors you get with Colossus, the less damage you take. The only thing you have to be aware of is be like water, but because you're ending combos in heavies, there's no pressure to get Rising Sun off of you. A regular person, you know, if you didn't use someone that used buffs and you parried and then did the 77k, we're doing the same damage. So like if you use someone that was using Rising Sun to get the 2 buffs to stop the auto block, you would have to wait for Be Like Water. The Furies would, they wouldn't be close to expiring, but it's just something else you have to deal with. But with Colossus, because his whole playstyle is tailored around his heavy, you're getting rid of Rising Sun no matter what. So this is actually like a pretty good like sleeper character that really works, to be honest with you. He's not, you know, you're not benefiting from the Cosmic Node, but you don't need to. You just need someone that gets 2 buffs. Preferably someone that doesn't have to use Rising Sun to get those 2 buffs. We didn't even skip ahead because of how fast this fight was. Like I said, every armor is giving him attack increase. If he's high sig, you know, your SP2 is not only duplicating, but it's making all the armors permanent, so you're doing even more damage, which means the fight is lasting even less than what mine does. You know, I'm not converting any armors, as you guys are seeing. He must only be like 620 or something. But into SP2, and just like that, Ronin's down. That was a pretty easy fight considering we didn't even have to really follow the nodes for that. So next up is Scorpion, which was an annoying fight for sure. Like I was definitely a little nervous about it, so we had to use Mag to basically turn off all of his nodes, because with how he's made, it's definitely a really good character. Really good fight. Annoying as hell if you don't have Mag for it. So every time a regen buff or passive is activated, if the defender is not under a heal block effect, they gain a dormant charge. After 10, instead of getting an attack increase, they get an unblockable charge, which sucks. It says whenever the defender activates a special attack, they inflict 2 petrified debuffs at 25% potency for each bar spec. I'm telling you guys, this fight sucked. It really did. I mean, Mag turned everything off. And then it says, you're supposed to use skills to shrug everything off to get the mind's eye, but I didn't have any skills to use on this. And not to mention, I still thought it was going to be too much of a problem because I didn't have any skills that stopped evade. So once he gets his Scorpion sense, you're pretty much not going to be doing anything anyway. And then he has Vital Strikes, which is the whole reason why the fight itself is hard. When the defender strikes the attacker's block, the defender regens 250% of the damage dealt. Now, I was hoping that because metal people can't heal against Mag, that he wouldn't gain any charges from it. But I believe he did gain charges from it. Because I guess it was the attempt of regenning, or maybe I think it has to do with Mag reduces the potency of their regen by a lot. But because he had 250% regen on blocked hits, he probably regened a little bit, and all he has to do is regen a little bit. So he gained all those charges, and then, God, man, if he throws an SP1 and you're blocking the whole thing, you're pretty much basing it up to chance that 70% metal thing is going to stop the unblockable from coming out. And don't get me wrong, if I remember correctly, it does come out a few times, but one SP3, man, this guy's just obliterated. So we're going to wait for magnetism. You don't want to start with a parry. because then everything's gonna go around. So he hits into our block. He's not regenerating anything. We're doing good damage. I don't remember. I think it's a 50% chance that you perfect block. So we are able to stack up willpower regen. But as you can see there, we did block the SP1, and he's regenning. He just keeps regenning. And we're taking so much damage, and as long as he doesn't throw 2 SP1s back to back, I think the Petrify doesn't even stop you from getting your willpower regen, because I know eventually it'll reverse, and then he'll gain paralysis off. He'll gain like charges off that. We were able to bait out the SP2 though. We do have a lot of prowesses, and as you guys saw there, he did gain. If you guys didn't notice, he did gain 10 charges, and he didn't gain unblockable because we turned it off. So we did get very lucky there. We're throwing the SP3 with 41 prowesses, so we're going to be doing big damage here. And it's not so much the damage that's doing. I mean, 10k damage is insane though. He doesn't have any type of like vulnerability to bleeds or anything, so we're like Mag is actually hitting for that much with the burst damage. It's absurd. So he is going to be gaining the. Now here's the thing, right? I think it has something to do with his awakening, Scorpion, which is something that I overlooked because who the hell pays attention to Scorpion's awakening? Everyone's like, oh, it's just so he's unblocks unblockables, but that's not it. What it is it's something with the petrify, and I think it's whatever while the opponent is petrified, and you try to regen or something like that, he regens a certain part of it. So you see, even though I'm stopping the regen from coming out, it says 1 1 1 1 1. Like if you go back, you could see the Scorpion is like 1 1 1 1 1 because he keeps trying to heal, but he's taking damage. But the charges are skyrocketing to 10, and then it doesn't go through. 10, it doesn't go through, and then eventually, it's going to go through. There's nothing you can do about that. So it's either you block the SP1. See, look at how fast his charges are going through because we're getting. But now we're at 100%, so now it's fine. But it's horrible. It really is. It's horrible. It's such a beautifully made fight because of his awakening. When he does a special and you get the petrify on you, he's going to be gaining his stuff. So it's either you block the SP1 to give him his bigger charges, or you let him throw the SP2. And the conversion rate, look at how fast the conversion rate of him getting his charges is so crazy that eventually, if you're using Mag, he is going to get it. So we might even throw the SP2 here because we don't want it to go bad, because I don't want him to evade us either. Oh my god! So we're trying to wait out the unblockable. I'm obviously estimating that it's not going to go well for us. So we are going to just hit him with the SP2 there. We did do big damage. Unfortunately enough, he's almost dead, so it didn't really matter too much. But as you guys saw, like, Mag definitely works, but it's just another case in that Kabam made this so beautifully that like all these characters work so well with these nodes. Next up is Morningstar, which is, I believe we have to use Sandman for, which was I was trying to remember which fight was the Sandman fight, and this fight was so much fun. I love Sandman so much, guys. You guys have no. I mean, some of you are here. Like, I found that the Contest of Champions community that's on my channel, like 50% of you guys, or probably even more, are from my Sandman videos back in the day. So everyone loves Sandman. He's an amazing character. He's bleed immune, so that's why he's fighting Morningstar. But there's more to it. So every 6 seconds, the attacker is inflicted with a pause frostbite, which deals whatever, intercepting the opponent's dash transfers all unpause on the attacker. But as you can see here, blocking the defender causes all frostbites on the attacker to unpause. So what's cool about this note is that as long as you never block, you never have the frostbites start going around, because they're basically indefinite until you block. Then they have a duration. But if you intercept, you put them on her. That's not how we're really going to play this, though. We're going to be playing Sandman and never really blocking. One of the coolest mechanics that Sandman has that I really love is the fact that you can dash back and throw a light, and his light makes him gain no distance. Which, and for those of you who don't really understand, is that when you do a 4-hit combo and you dash back and you throw, typically you guys would throw a medium to dash in for an intercept to kind of like renew the combo. a lot of times it's a lot better to throw a light. Once I started throwing it with a light, I've never done anything different. But then you find out that certain characters are better than others. So like Sandman's really good with his light because he gains no distance. So what that means is if you dash back and throw the light and the computer doesn't dash in, or the computer dashes in later than expected, because he gains no distance and he has such a quick light, he's able to react and dash back. You know, if you who else is like that? Atsuma is like that too. His light gains no distance and it's super quick, so you're able to kind of dash back. Apocalypse is a good person to throw the light with because his light is far reaching, but it's quick enough that if they dash late or they don't dash at all, you can react almost immediately. So that's another cool thing that they gave Sandman, which doesn't really matter too much. And it has Caltrops, which I don't know why they would put Caltrops on a Morningstar when she does bleed herself. I guess it's like extra bleed, but like, who in their right mind would fight a Morningstar without a bleed immunity? But I don't know. Doesn't matter. So the first thing we're going to do is, as you guys are going to see, we're pretty much going to be never blocking once that Frostbite comes on. So now that the Frostbite's on, we're pretty much never going to be blocking. He does gain insane power gain, but for those of you that don't know, he is an amazing character against power gain. So we're going to start to stack up. The key thing is, throw the SP1 when you have 15 stable charges, and you throw the SP2 when you have 10, because that's how much it gives you to get to unstable. We're going to dash back, hold heavy, makes you indestructible for the first hit. Boom. Every hit hits, cashes in 5. So if in case we have like 13 or something like that, we'll do 2 full heavies to get rid of 10, and then we have 3 left. We're going to combo it into a special to get the big burst damage. Now we're stable again. We're not unstable. We're at 10. We're going to throw a relic in there, get to the 15 to throw the SP1 again, and now we're back to being unstable. Probably bait out the special while we're here. Probably bait out both specials, to be honest with you. Wait out for the SP1 again. Oh, but because he's petrified and he got the power gain, we are reversing that. Another full heavy, and then into the SP1, because now we only have 3. And as you guys can see, he has full control over the fight. Every time we hit him with a full heavy because of his awakening, he gets a heavy proficiency, which is that weird orange passive buff that we have underneath us, which basically increases the damage of our heavies. And as you saw right there, that dash back into light, the light is so fast, man. It's so amazing. We are going to eventually switch over to SP2s just for damage, but to be honest with you, with a fight like this, you want to throw SP1s just because of that power gain that she occasionally gets. One of the nodes gives her a power gain, but when she gets it, she now loses like half a bar because you have so many petrifies on her. And as you can see here, we're pretty much just locking it down. We're going to combo into the heavy here, throw a 5-hit combo, hopefully throw the SP2 here, and we can actually throw the SP2 when we have 10 charges because it literally gives you 10 charges worth of unstable so that you're able to just throw it. We're going to bait out the SP1 here, dash back, hold heavy, indestructible for the first hit because that's how you use them. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of wars where that came back to bite me, like that one Hulk fit that killed me in one hit. When I held block and he didn't dash in, or I held heavy and he didn't dash in. But as you can see here, we literally used Sandman and he completely annihilated the fight without ever getting touched, besides the one parry in the beginning of the game. Was so happy using him. A lot of people sleep on my man, and I got him 7-star, guys. I got him 7-star. I was so happy about that. Next up, we have to use Warlock, which is, like I said about the... I forgot where I had him, actually, originally. He was supposed to fight... Oh, the Mr. Sinister. We had to pull him because of the Massacre here. Massacre has Biohazard, and we were out of people that were bleed immune at this point, which is not a good sign, to be honest with you. Does have Palate Cleanser, so he's going to be shrugging off a lot of the debuffs we give him. But to be honest with you, there's really nothing to this fight. It's Biohazard with Heavy Assault. And it's a Massacre. He doesn't really have anything. Besides the fact that you're probably, with Palate Cleanser, you're not going to be able to parry Heavy him. But if he doesn't have a cleanse on him, you know, that the bleed will do good. But to be honest with you, you don't even really need the bleed. It's the damage of the Heavy itself. Like, look, like, just with 2 heavies, he's at 88% health. So he's doing very well. Every time someone gains a bar, you get the cleanse. So we're going to stop parry heavying. We can try to parry when he's when he has no cleanses, or heavy his SP1, but it's not worth the risk. You might as well just play a regular game here. And just, you know, when you have the relic, then you'll heavy, and you pretty much just play it like that. You know, it's not a super low fight. You pretty much just take your time with it. And hold on, I'm just gonna rinse it. Anyway, so we did skip ahead because that was literally the entire fight. It was just heavies that, heavies with the 500%, but a lot of times you're not really going to be able to do it. And then you just do basic 5-hit combos into that SP2. You don't really need him to be infected. There's nothing he's going to be regenning from because he's not, you know, he's not like a regular player's massacre, so you don't really have to worry about that. And this is pretty much the whole thing. Take your time with it. As long as someone is immune to bleed, anyone can take this fight. I mean, obviously the heavy assault is nice to have, but what you guys, I'm assuming, have realized, if you guys haven't been skipping around, is that you don't have to follow all the nodes. You really don't. It's not really that big of a deal. Next up, we have Penny, who... This fight was kind of tricky because I used Herc for it, and he didn't do too well on it because of her awakening, which you guys are going to see, which is why, now that I'm looking at it now, it's another fight that takes advantage of a champ's awakening that no one would really think about. So it has backboard brawler, so you don't want her to be in the corner too long, or else she's going to get those big resistance. It's got pumping iron, so unless you have 3 buffs, you're not going to do any damage to her. But it has foresight, so you're going to be getting that 200% increased attack. And with Herc, he's going to be getting that 200% increased attack all the time because he has the Infuriate to trigger his own intercept. The only thing is she does have Mighty Charge, so she's going to shrug that off immediately. But it is long enough for her to actually do something with it. You know, you're going to be able to get the thing. The most important thing, though, is getting rid of her whatever meter, that pink one, for her shield, because you need her to not be able to auto block you, because the auto block does hurt, especially since Hercules isn't immune to power burn. So we're going to bait out here. Each blue one, I think, increases her chance of, what's it called, of auto blocking by like a certain amount. I don't even really remember. So as you can see here, we're doing a lot of damage here. Our ability failed though with the true sense, I believe, because Penny Parker has an ability that stops that, or maybe the node itself did. I don't even remember. But like I said, each blue thing affects her chance to auto block by like 15% or something like that. So she's obviously going to be able to auto block me next time she has it. We're going to be looping heavies in the corner a little bit just so that we're able to gain our feats of strength a little bit faster. We are not able to gain the true sense buff, so we're just going to be gaining all the precisions for basically guaranteed crits. And with all the damage that we're doing, we're going to shred right through that pink bar right there. So we're going to wait for her to dash back the whole block, and we're going to get rid of it. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for her to do that. And as you can see here, we're shredding right through it. Like, we're getting rid of more than 50% of it on a regular 4-hit combo, which is pretty absurd. We want to do the SP2 eventually, but to be honest with you, the guaranteed crits might be the better way to go here. Not to mention, you guys are going to see that eventually I'm going to start taking a lot of damage every once in a while with her power burn effect that she gets from her awakening. And it basically means is that when I gain above a certain amount of bar, and when I gain above a certain amount of health, I end up getting like a bad power burn. So as you guys are going to see here, as long as I'm at 0 bar, she won't do any damage to me. But every once in a while, that'll come in, and I'll be like, oh my god! So look at the power burn. Like it's really eating away at me. And then when I'm at 0, it's fine. So to be honest with you, I should have realized that and just what's it called? I should have just had 0 bars the whole game. Like when I had a bar, just spend it as soon as possible. But now she's at the 100 with the pink. I wasn't able to be aggressive enough because now she has the guaranteed chance to auto block me. It did trigger the. I should do this one. God, man, I suck. But yeah, we have to get rid of the auto block. You have the foresight to get rid of it faster. You're not able to do your SP1 true sense buff. Every time she throws a bar, it seems like you're going to be power drained. So you have to make sure you're at close to 0 bars when she does it. But you can't control your power that much because you can't hit her in times like this when she has like 19 of those. So you're taking insane damage. And now she's hitting me. I'm getting nervous here. So now I'm going ham now. I'm like, all right, we got to go for it. We got to be baiting heavies here. We got to make sure we kill her, but we can't put her in the corner too fast, because then we're screwed. You know what I mean? So we're gonna be doing the SP1 here, hoping that she doesn't hit us with a special. We did the relic because typically if they're going up and they're going to hit an SP3, they'll just stand there. Okay, so next up is Cersei. We're going to be using Rintra against that because I'm not going to lie, he pretty much locks down the whole fight. Now, for those of you that know, I used to talk so much crap about this character. I never liked him. I always thought it was stupid. I hated being rooted in front of people. It messed up my dex timing. I didn't care that he was unstoppable and that he'd regen most of it. I didn't like it. I didn't like him at all. So the Cersei has, whenever the attacker blocks a hit, pause all buffs on the defender for 2.5 seconds, and whenever the attacker avoids a hit with dex or evade, you inflict an atrophy debuff on the defender. So on top of playing Rincha, I'm sorry, it's just so hot in the house and I can't put the fan on. On top of the neutralizes from Rintra, you're also going to have the atrophies from the node. It's got Vigorous Assault, so every time she gains a regen, she's going to go unblockable, which she gets every time she gets the glancing. Has buffet over time, so whenever I get a buff, she's going to take it away and get regen from it, which is annoying, and that also triggers her unblockable. It has Hit Me, I Dare You, so at 10 charges, she's going to gain a big armor, and then Mystics gain 40% increased attack. Now, I saw this as, if you could fully stop her from gaining buffs, none of the nodes even really come into play. She's not going to be gaining any regens to gain the unblockable. She's not going to be gaining any armors. She's not going to be gaining her own stuff. And just like that, once you stay in her face, and you're going to be, like, I just got rid of it. Now I'm at 14 charges. Now I'm at 15. Every time I hit her, I'm gaining something. So now we're at 20. So now we got to get her in the corner to root us in front of her. But I'm stupid and I don't know how to use them. So I ended up comboing into the light a little too early. But now we're rooted. We're going to be spamming light attacks. Throw the SP2 to pause all the ruptures. 32 damage. By the way, never crits when he plays with me. Rintra doesn't crit when he fights me. So, you know, I don't know how that... Everyone's talking like, oh, big damage on the SP2. Never happens, not once in my life. Not once in my life has that ever happened. But anyway, we ended up losing the neutralize, so we end up throwing the... we end up getting the glancing, and then with Mystic Dispersion, I was about to get the 3 bars, so we had to throw the SP2 there. But now we're back in control. We have the neutralize. It does last longer against Cosmics, so there is a lot of time to do it. Now we're rooted again. She threw the SP2. Luckily, I'm still dexing it because I hate the way that Rintra plays with the stupid... just block it all. I don't like taking damage for free, guys. I don't know why you'd want to do that. But anyway, it's a rank 2 7-star. He's definitely very fun to use. I do very much enjoy using him. So we do the SP1 here to gain not only the big Fury, but to get us right back in the corner, which I was supposed to hit her on when she was coming up. But we couldn't. So I could root her in place. We were just far enough that we weren't in the corner, so we're going to end a combo on a light again. She is taunted. We're stacking up our things. We are unblockable during that, so we throw the SP2. Still no crits, guys. I don't know who made up the lie that, like, Rintra crits on his SP2. You know what I mean? But we did lose the neutralize, but we were able to gain it right back. And every time we neutralize a buff, we gain so much crap. And now we're just eating her alive. We're dexing anyway because, you know, screw the people that use Rintra. And the ruptures themselves obviously don't do a lot of damage. They make the SP2 do more. But still, 35 ruptures, her health is slowly melting away. And then with the Fury, it's definitely increasing the damage of the ruptures. So we are looking pretty good right now. We want to renew that neutralize. We end up getting hit, which gave us the same exact outlook. We were able to renew the neutralize. She is throwing the SP2 here. We want to make sure she doesn't gain the glancing again. So as long as we're good with that, we're rooted in her face now. The SP2 will be unblockable. We probably won't even need it. And just like that, Rintra got this girl down again. Rintra is really good. I'm not gonna lie. His playstyle is a little tricky to me, but I do enjoy using him. Like, I definitely want to rank for him just because he's so much fun to have. Next up is I-bom, which I'm gonna let you guys know now. Someone, I'm not going to name them, said that this fight was going to go horrible because I-bom doesn't have any way of dealing with the stupidness of Kitty Pride. But I hope they're watching this because I got this done. And a lot of people doubted me Well, really only one person. It has Oscillate, so, you know, she's going to be more aggressive with the Fury, and she's going to be very passive with the armor. Normal stuff with Kitty Pryde. The main thing with Kitty Pryde is you never want to gain distance with her. Why did I not go over those notes? What the hell was that? Anyway, I'll be right back. I don't know why I didn't go over the nose with that. I guess because I was nervous, because, you know, they said that I-bom wouldn't work for this. So if the defender is not struck within 6 seconds, the attacker is inflicted with an Incinerate debuff. I-bom is Incinerate immune and Shock immune, I believe. The attacker's defensive ability accuracy is lowered by 80% while suffering from an Incinerate. So her defensive ability is lowered. My defensive ability is lowered when I'm incinerated, but he's incinerate immune, so it doesn't really matter. Attacks do 40% increased attack, and I guess that's why. That's probably why I did it. Because there's nothing to the node. It's literally just Oscillate Kitty Pryde. It's Oscillate Kitty Pryde if you're using an incinerate immune character. So the first thing we need to do is, when you fight Kitty, is you don't want to make distance between you two. You never want there to be distance between you two, because then she's going to go miss, and then you have to deal with that. So you got to be in her face the whole game. Luckily for us, they gave her Oscillate. I don't know what they were thinking. So now, we can pretty much just be in her face all game. The main thing is probably to let her, the goal there was to hopefully have her do a heavy, so that when we do the SP2, because the SP2 does power drain, and it does more damage based on the amount of power it got rid of. Especially with every time, whatever happens, she gets an energy vulnerability. As you can see there, she got another one. It's, every time they gain 2 prowesses in one shot, you put an energy vulnerability on them. But I don't know what's triggering her to get an energy vulnerability. I don't know what's making her get 2 prowesses in one shot. But something is, and we're doing insane damage because of it. Unblockable SP2, 40k burst because of the not only the 40% increased attack on text, but that energy vulnerability is huge. It's like it's like an absurd amount. It's like a 15,000 energy vulnerability. It's like something stupid. Maybe it's like 10,000. But it's an indefinite thing. That's why he's so good against Bishop. I actually use him against Bishop in Battlegrounds all the time. Because he gains so many of the energy vulnerabilities that eventually you actually use his energy resistance against him. Oh, my throat is killing me. I hope I'm not sick. I hope it's just that my throat is dry. Next up is the Hulk boss, which, I'm not going to lie, Crossbones isn't the best option for this, because you need someone that shrugs things off, and my Crossbones wasn't high rank. I wasn't highly awake. So he only had like a 50% chance to shrug things off. So we're going to go over what phase 1 was. And phase 1 is pretty much, we're going to be trying to shrug things off. And then when he throws the special, he's going to gain those volatility charges. And once he gets 3, you're able to throw like a heavy or a special into the beam that he throws. And then you give that back to him, and then it knocks him down. And that's pretty much how that works. So you guys are going to see here that we're going to throw an SP1 to get him over. We're going to do when we get hit. Because, you know what, to be honest with you, the reason why I skipped ahead on top of everything else was because I suck at this game. And I didn't look up how to fight this character. And I had to like go based off of like a weird guide that didn't work. And I suck. I don't know how to dex the special. I'm so bad. We're just blocking it. But basically, phase 1 is, as you guys saw there with the beam attack, you have to throw a special or a heavy attack into it, and it basically sends it back to him and gets rid of his armor. So you guys are going to see here that we were able to shrug something off. The thing with Crossbones, though, is he's not consistent, because he doesn't have a 100% chance to shrug things off. On top of him throwing the specials, or that timer going around, also, you need to be near him when that timer goes around. If you're far away from him, you get one of those red charges. That's why I kind of waited to say it, because I want you guys to visualize it. I think if you get 3 of those, you just die. It's, you know, the usual stuff with the endgame bosses. But if you're near him when it goes around, it goes and becomes a yellow one for you. When he's at 3, the next special that he throws will be the one with the beam, so you can actually fight him. You also gain a volatility charge when you shrug off a debuff. That's why skills are really good here. The thing is with Crossbones, like I said, is his shrug off rate was really low, so he didn't work very well. But I didn't really have any other options, so the 50% shrug off rate is what we needed. He's immune to ability accuracy, so you couldn't turn anything off. So we're gonna bait the SB1 here. I believe it works this time. You're supposed to dex that, but I don't know how. So you guys are gonna see here. We're gonna throw the SB2 into it. We gain an unstoppable and an unblockable charge, and an indestructible. So we basically take no damage. And now his armor has come off. We do big damage to him. And pretty much this is what the first phase is. This is pretty much where it ends. I think I might even skip the next phase here. We're doing big damage to him. Another SB2. You can basically repeat specials during this when his cosmic armor is down. And just like that, now we're going to be getting to phase 2 in a little bit. But as I said, you're going to be near him. I'm kind of slowing down the counter. Now we're in phase 2. You can't hit his block twice or else he'll counter attack you. This boss was a pain in everything. I don't want to say it, but yeah, he's a pain. So now he's back here. We're going to throw another special into it. Now, the reason why my health jumped was because I died a million times because I didn't realize how you had to. I thought you had to, because now we're going to get to the phase now where you have to throw your special into it, and then you have to parry it to send it back to him. I think this is what starts the mechanic of sending it back to him, if I remember correctly. It is a lot easier to use someone that shrugs things off. I'm telling you, it is a pain to have to just wait for the 3 to come around. The occasional shrug off is always a bless when it happens because it doesn't always happen with Crossbones. So 50% is not. So we're gonna probably throw another SB2 because we don't want to get to the SB3 unless we're about to do it. We got hit by the tail end of the fire. I'm telling you guys, it sucks. It sucks this way. So we're gonna be waiting here. Next SB1, he's gonna be doing the clap thing, so we're actually able to start doing damage to him. You guys are gonna see here what that exactly means. So he's gonna throw the SB1 here. We're just gonna block because I'm just getting sick and tired of failing the decks here. And just like that, that's phase 2. It's the same thing as phase 1 where you had to do a heavy or a special into the into the beam, and then the next time he gets 3, which is long for someone who doesn't shrug off debuffs, then you can parry it and send it back to him. And that's phase 2. That is all of what phase 2 is. His armor's going to come back. We're going to have to do it over again, but he is pretty much taken care of. We're going to probably jump to phase 3 now. This fight took a really long time, mostly because I think it was already like 45 minutes on this fight alone. So that's why we had to make sure we skipped ahead so that the majority of the fight wasn't just him. So now we're in phase 3. We did jump, and I'm telling you, I died a lot to this guy. So now he's at 3 here. He has the volatility charges. Now we're getting the dex, and how that worked was what makes this phase different from the phase 2 was that right there. We skipped ahead just to that so you guys could see it. And it basically makes it so that there's a chance that he's going to go orange instead of green, and this orange beam is going to get sent to you. And the reason why that's important is because if you try to do like a special into it, or you heavy attack into it, or try to parry it to send it to him, you're going to take damage from it. So you have to make sure to watch it. That's the only thing that separates this phase from the last phase, is that there's a chance that he's going to send a orange blast to you. So he does auto block because we did throw the same attack twice, the same special attack, but he's still at 3 volatility charges. And final phase is pretty much the same thing. At this case, you're gonna have to like ping pong it to him, and you keep doing that until eventually he stops and it hits him, and you get rid of a certain number of the armor here. So you're gonna see now he's at 3. He's gonna like ping pong it to us, and you have to keep parrying it until it hits him. And now he's at negative 15, which means he's taking extra damage. How that phase starts is he starts at 100, and every time you ping pong it to him, it takes a little bit off of him until eventually he's at negative, and you start doing like real damage to him. You guys are going to see here, you still have to build up your charges here, but now there's less pressure because now you're doing mostly normal damage to him. And you're going to combo into the relic eventually, and hopefully take out this 2% health. Crossbones does hit like a damn truck, but it's still not enough when he still has damage reduction on him. It's just not a lot. And just like that, he's done. That fight was a pain. I definitely wasn't happy about that fight. We're a little bit over the halfway point now, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. You're watching it in parts. I'm glad you guys came back, and I'm dying right now. My throat's killing me. I hope it's not because I'm sick. Anyway, next up is Vulture, which this is one of those fights where it was locked down just because of my knowledge of the character. So now the thing with Venompool, before we get into the fight, before we get into the nodes, I'm gonna explain to you how Venompool works, so that when you guys read this, you realize, holy hell, like he really does counter the whole thing. So Venompool is pretty interesting. His SP1 does a nullify, but it's not nullify. It's called Omnom, like he eats the buff. But I don't know if it's intended, but I've been using this for years. His SP1 nullify isn't considered a nullify. So when there's a node that reduces nullify effects, or he's fighting a character that shouldn't be nullified, like Sam Wilson Falcon, like when you nullify his stuff, like it goes passive. He actually bypasses those nodes, and it doesn't work like that. So, like for Sam Wilson Falcon, he gets rid of those armors, and they don't go passive, because I guess in the code it's not considered a nullify, which is pretty cool if you really think about it. But yeah, the most important thing is he can get rid of armors, and when he gets rid of armors, he builds 75 genetic potential, I believe, or whatever it is, genetic code. Which gets him to 100 faster, which means he gains more buffs, which means in a fight like this, you're going to gain a lot more Furies, so it's probably a lot better to get Malice buff for his Awakening, but we'll get into that in a little bit. So now we're going to go over the buffs and the nodes. He's debuff immune, not a big deal. Each time the defender is struck while under the effect of an armor or buff, they will power burn the attacker for 18% of a bar of power. Venompool's immune to power burn, just so you guys know. While the defender has an active armor buff, they are immune to the effects of Nullify, Fate Seal, and Stagger. While an armor buff is active, striking the defender will special lock the attacker. Venompool isn't immune to special lock, so you have to deal with that. But his SP1 gets rid of the armors, and he heals. Oh yeah, I forgot to say that. When he nullifies armors, he basically gets all of his health back, which you guys will see. Offensive power rate, whatever. 100% increased ability power rate is because he's going to generate more armors. So you guys are going to see here. Trying to figure out which one to get. It was either between Malice to increase the potency of the Furies, or an Energize to get to the SP1 faster, so that we're able to nullify the armors. So in my head, I'm like, this is an easy fight. He's immune to power burn, so he's not taking any damage, and he's going to be able to heal all the way back up to 100% health if that happens. So as you guys can see here, for those of you that don't know how Venompool works, that 88 there, once it gets to 100, he gets one of his genetic buffs. So he gets to the 5, you know, the ones I was able to pick with the Awakening. He gets all of those eventually, and then after they're done, they're indefinite. He gets Furies that increases attack. That's all that happens. And once you get the permanent 5, I believe, you only get Furies. So in a typical fight, you're going to gain the 5 and then gain a few Furies, because every time you make contact, you, I think, get 4. And then every 10 seconds, you gain 25 or something like that. And when you nullify an armor, though, you gain 75. So it brings it almost all the way to 100. And the main thing is that makes it so you get so many Furies, because there isn't a limit to the Fury. So against a tech that has a lot of armors, you're banking Furies. So you're doing a crap ton of damage, which the Furies are increasing your Hunting Spider buff, which is the one that does burst damage. And it increases your Clintar buff, because your Clintar buff just increases your attack. It obviously also stops the evade accuracy of spider characters, but the main thing is it also increases attack too. So your Furies not only increase Clintar attack increase, it also increases Hunting Spider burst. But if you pick Malice, because your Awakening not only increases the chance of you getting the buff that you pick, it increases the potency of the buff that you pick too. So if you pick Malice, that increases the potency of the Malice buff. And what Malice does is for every second that goes by in the fight or something like that, your Furies go up in attack. So to walk this through is your Furies increase your Clintar, which they both increase your Hunting Spider. But your Malice increases your Fury, which again increases your Clintar, which again increases your Hunting Spider. So if you pick, if you pick Clintar, everything's increased. But if you pick Malice, the Malice increased potency increases Furies even more than what I just said, which means everything is increased in attack. He's an awesome made champ. I love using him. He's probably going to be one of my other rank 4s that I use because he's absolutely fun to use, especially in a fight like this when someone gets armors. So you guys are going to see here, we keep gaining, and then I think also because we're immune to power burn, we're also going up in the cooking meter. So as you guys can see here, we can't touch him. We have to let him dash in, and then we throw an SP1 at him. And as you guys saw there, we did Omnom it, which obviously, if you saw the note, he is immune to Nullify. So the fact that we're able to do that is crazy. We have all the buffs to... So now we're going to be building just the Furies now. We have the Energize, the Malice, the Precision, Clintar, and Hunting Spider. And also that little blue thing, I think, says that we're immune to all power effects against techs, and we're immune to shock against techs. That's just the game's way of telling you. Then we're going to throw the SP1 again. And that regen's huge, guys. It's like an 11,000 regen. You pretty much go back to full health when you fight a tech. So now that we're over the SP1 range, we're probably going to go for an SP, either an SP2 or an SP3. It doesn't really matter here. How you'd want to use Venompool for a fight like this is you could do the SP2 and then cancel the dance animation. And what that does is that makes it so that you get a big power gain when you cancel the dance animation. If you let the dance go all the way through, you duplicate all your buffs. So everything is doubled, but those have a, what's it called? Those have a duration. So you guys are going to see here, it's a lot more consistent to just throw the SP2 and cancel the animation. We might get a little ahead of ourselves here, though, and get an SP3. And how you would use him, actually, we just got under it. How you would use him if you wanted the SP3 is you do a heavy attack, and the heavy attack hits you with a frenzy buff, I believe it is, or whichever one increases the potency of damaging effects. So, and for every buff you have, it lasts an extra 5 seconds. So basically, it's like a 50-second frenzy that increases the potency of damage over time effects by 35% or 50%. And what you do is you do the SP3 Big Bleed, and what the SP3 does is it adds your cooking meter into like a frenzy mode. And remember the things I said where when you touch them you hit for 4, instead you hit for 8, and then on cooking meter when you get 20 every 10 seconds or something like that, you get 40 every 10 seconds. So next up is Gore, and this fight was pretty straightforward because of the simple reason that every time you touch Gore with the node, he gains a buff, I believe, on top of his regen buff. You say whenever the defender is struck, they gain an indefinite armor buff, increasing their armor by 20%. And for those of you who know how Wiccan works, this fight lasts like 2 minutes, maybe max. Might even be faster than the Northstar fight. You have Foresight, but to be honest with you, it's just not worth it to even try it. I mean, you can if you want to, if you're like down for that, but you're not going to need it, and you guys are going to see why when we get to it. There's nothing to it. It's literally just a Gore with a ton of abilities. So if you're using Wiccan, or like a Gore with his own abilities, really. So you're going to use Wiccan here. You're going to put that Neutralize on. Now, what I like to do is I like to put the Neutralize on second because it pauses. But there are multiple times where I put the Neutralize on first. So, but it doesn't go on pause, so that you quickly like parry or like heavy or something like that to do that. So just so you guys know. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build the shield one first, so that we're able to, when we put on the Neutralize, we immediately have it pause. So we get that extra whatever seconds. We immediately do another Incinerate, and the cool thing about Wiccan's Awakening is that when you do the SP2 shocks, and the shocks convert the Incinerates and do a Plasma, there's a chance that the Incinerates, that the shocks don't get used or something like that. And however that's worded, it makes it so that when you have shocks on the opponent and you do a 5-hit combo ending in a medium to do the fire spell, sometimes you use the fire, the Incinerate, and then it combines, turns to a Plasma. and it goes all the way around, meaning that the spell was used, so it gets paused, but you can do it again to re-pause it. So I'm hoping that you guys can see that in a little bit, but it's kind of hard to explain, but it basically means that you can keep repeating the incinerate spell over and over again and keep pausing because it's like it goes all the way around really fast. So now we're at a situation where we're going to lose the neutralize, and the most important thing is to not lose it. So what we want to do here is keep renewing the neutralize here, and also throwing the SP1, because the SP1 puts a timer that allows you to refresh any buffs that you have on you. That's why during the SP1 we're able to do the shield up one. As you guys can see here, we're trying not to use the neutralize. We'll even end a combo in a light attack and then throw the SP1 to pause it, but we're not even going to need it because look at that, he's down. Super easy fight because he makes contact. I would recommend any neutralize character. I definitely say Wiccan's the best option though because he just melts to death. But like Intro works well. Tigra works really well too. Really anyone really. I mean, you don't even have to go the neutralize route. You could go Kushala probably works because she's soul bars for every buff they have, so you want him to have as many buffs as possible. So like Mordo probably works too. Next up is Omega Sentinel, and we had to use our 5-star Ascended Medusa. I promise. Well, do I promise? I'm like 99% sure this is the last 5-star I use in this. But the reason why Medusa works here is because she turns off the ability accuracy of all robots. So it doesn't matter about any of these. It's all about the nodes are all about her getting armors and all different types of armors and everything. And she does this when she has this number of them. But when you armor shatter, you not only reduce the ability accuracy of robots by 100%, you don't allow them to get armors. So on top of you turning off all the nodes because she's a robot, she's not going to be able to get armors anyway. So you guys are going to see here, the most important thing is to not repeat the same action twice against Omega Sentinel because that's also how she gets armors. And then once she gets 4, she auto-blocks. It's just a mess. But your medium attacks always get rid of the armors that you would be getting. So we do medium, light, medium. And then now she's armor shatter. So now it's game over. We also have the true accuracy buff. I also forgot that she was off. So the most important thing now is rushing to that SP3. We want to bait out this SP1 though, because we want to be able to like really go ham here. And once we baited this out, I knew the game was over. Because we're going to be able to get to that SP3 pretty quickly, because the armor shatter does last a long time. And as long as we keep looping the intercepts here, we should be fine. We're going to wait for the armor shatter to be like a little bit closer to expiring, and then we're going to throw the SP3 again just to renew it, just to make sure that everything's fine. Get as much uptime on these armor shatters as possible. We're going to throw the SP3 here to renew the armor shatter and go right back up to an SP3, and this is the entire fight. As you guys can see, there is no attack increase for Cosmics on this node. This was literally just turning off all the nodes with my 5-star Medusa. And look how good she's doing. Like all the damage we're taking is literally from block damage. Like, we haven't been hit. And if we did get hit, we would have died. I mean, we would have probably Living Strands auto-blocked it, but as you guys can see, like, this is the entire fight. And this is a 7-star, 119,000 rating character. So it's definitely good that we could put some 5-stars to use, because as I've said before, man, the roster was lacking when we did this, so it's definitely good to be able to use 5-stars on this. It would have sucked if there was a limit, like you could only use 7 or 6 stars, because if that was the case, I probably would have had to like dash my head against the wall against this guy, or I would have had to just rank up my 6-star Medusa, because originally she was going to take out the Synthesis Vision too, but we didn't have to do that, thank God. We did insane damage though because of the Furies. Now next up is Dormammu, which finally we get to use someone that I absolutely love. For those of you that don't know, about 25% of my fan base knows I love her. We're going to be fighting Dormammu, and for those of you that don't know how Dormammu works, every time a buff expires on you, he degens you, but if you're buffing you, nothing happens. If the attacker has landed a hit in 6 seconds, they take direct damage, so it has brute force, so we have to make sure we maintain being aggressive, which means we might have to not be afraid of that SP2. You can dex it, I just don't remember how to do it, and I didn't care enough to try. And whenever the attacker stuns the defender, one buff is nullified off both the attacker and defender, which would probably make it so that you're able, so that you get the degen. So once you get the degen, it's pretty much game over. It does a lot of damage. It has fight or flight, so we want to respect the fact that he's going to get unstoppable. But sciences get 125% increased attack, so pretty much any science was a good idea here. So pretty much a basic Titania fight. There really is no nodes, especially since we're buff immune. We're going to be hoping that he's pretty generous with the SP1 here, which he was. We're going to try to generate the stagger more often so that we're able to get rid of the unstoppable. The only problem with Titania's stagger, or maybe it's just stagger in general, is like the buff will come out and then get staggered. Which I know that like that's stupid, but what I'm saying is like, for example, if I'm fighting someone who goes unstoppable and they have a stagger on them, if the hit hits them as they go unstoppable, they will tank it being unstoppable because like it came out first. So we end up doing 2 heavies here, hoping that when he gets up he immediately throws an SP3, which he does. We're still indestructible during it, so we're able to get up just kind of swinging, and we're able to do the insane damage. You have 54 Furies. We're going to throw an SP2 here, do that immense damage. This character is just so beautiful. And just like that, Dormammu's dead, and we still have the 6-star Titania in play here, which we will use, I promise. Next up is Atuma, which is annoying. You didn't really have too many people for this, so I had to use Jean Grey for it. And the thing with Jean Grey is, she was another character that I had to like learn how to use like quickly. So the main thing is that Atuma has shock vulnerability, so he does 200% increased damage when you shock him. But the normal counter, which would be Sherry, works but doesn't work. For each debuff, defender gains 35% increased attack and 10% combat power rate. Bleed, poison, armor break debuffs count twice, whatever. But the main thing is like, you're going to be stacking all these shocks up, and hopefully it doesn't count. I don't think it counts passive debuffs, but even if it doesn't, you're going to be doing so many shocks to him. Like it's, yeah, I mean, obviously she'll probably work, but geez. So we went with Jean Grey here. And the reason why I went with Jean Grey was because, see, like, it's literally, that's all he needs. And he's more likely to do heavy attacks and dash attacks. The reason why we use Jean Grey here is because she doesn't take Thorns damage when her force field's up, and I don't think it even gets rid of the force field. So as long as the force field stays up, and I don't get hit enough, I'm going to keep the force field up. Now, I know you guys have noticed that I'm using stack cast and stuff for them. There really is no specific meta for it. I'm just kind of just playing. But as you guys can see here, we're making contact with him and not getting dealt any damage. Now, his combat power rate is going to go through the roof, but the SP1 will make those neuroshocks passive. So you guys are going to see here, we're going to throw the SP1 here. 8 passive neuroshocks. We're doing big damage to him. Eventually, it will obviously all become an issue, which you guys will see later. He did lose the concussions, which is good, because we turned them passive with the SP1. And then the main thing is we want to hit him with heavies to gain psionic blasts and also uncanny charges, so that we're able to throw this SP2, this big SP2 dude. We just have to bait out his SP2 first, and just like that, we should be able to do it with those neuroshocks. Big damage, 36,000 on each hit. That's 3 hits each. Pretty good. So right now the fight is totally in our control, but if you guys know anything about Atuma, the fight is about to go completely different because he has 17 hydration, which means now he's at 20. So we have to parry him so he can shrug it off and get underneath it. The problem is, though, is if he has too many of them, like he has the increased combat power rate from all the concussions. So now my whole game plan is now gone, and I'm taking big Thorns damage. So now we have to wait for the concussions to go away because, as the note said, every debuff he has increases his combat power rate. We have to hopefully wait for the force field to come back so we don't take Thorns damage anymore. We gotta wait for the concussions to go away. It's literally a mess. And we have to wait for the hydration to go away so that he's not unstoppable anymore. We did throw a relic at him for fun, but he's about to throw another one, and we're pretty much screwed. I actually thought about it the other day. I was upset that Jean Grey wasn't awake for this fight, but then I realized that it's actually better that she wasn't, because if she's awake, she does a passive stun instead of a regular when she parries, which means I wouldn't be able to get rid of the hydration. So I was thinking about it the other day, and I'm like, wow, like I actually was upset that she wasn't awake, and then I realized that it's actually better that she wasn't, so that we're able to kind of control the unstoppable a little bit better. The only thing is we're not really going to be able to build up much because we're not able to do the Psionic Blast with the heavies unless we have the Relic. But now we have 10 Neuroshocks on him. Unfortunately, that doesn't count as a 200% vulnerability from Shock because it's a different debuff. So we're going to basically play it slow here, and now he's unstoppable again, so now we have to wait. I do parry, hoping to get rid of the unstoppable, but it only got rid of one, so now I have to like wait because he had no concussions on him. It was a mess, it really was. So we throw the SP2 here, and just like that, he goes down, 34,000. Jean Grey is an animal, super tanky. And now this fight, the long-awaited fight, Mephisto. I did gold for this. I was so excited to bring this guy out because no one likes him, and everyone says he sucks. It doesn't matter, though. He is amazing. He's 565. I didn't ascend him because I was saving the ascension for someone. I think for Scorpion. Because I was really afraid that he wasn't going to make it. So, we didn't even go over the notes again, which is annoying. But the main thing is he has protection, so you have to... I think hit him with a relic to get rid of it, or maybe it's after he throws. Yeah, hit him with a relic to get rid of the protection. Not to mention, too, the relic does a big burst damage, so it's actually really good to have. The only thing is he's going to generate these energizes. The energizes will go down when you throw a relic at him, so we have to make sure that the relic comes out as often as possible, and we don't take too much damage from Aura of Incineration. As you can see here, we do get Face Me. For those of you that don't really know too much, I don't know how you... I have a lot of views on those videos. We made a fun fact video, which is pretty much what I'm known for now at this point. And one of them is we titled some people that Gold can take with his Face Me. What his Face Me is, for those of you that don't know, is any passive damage over time effects that Gold takes. He actually... heals 70% of it, but if you have willpower regen, it's 80% of it, and also he gets increased attack, which is it's like a lot of attack. So as you can see here, the health is just neck and neck at this point. So we have to make sure we're careful. You know, we can't be too greedy. It's only an 80% damage reduction, so it's really not something that you can just kind of like go balls to the wall with. But as you can see, we have a 10% increase. We have a 10% attack lead on him and health. So we're pretty much taking our time here. We're making sure that the energizers don't stack up too much. So we're going to use a relic to get rid of it soon, which will also get rid of the protection, which means I can throw a special during his Aura of Incineration and do big damage, which should get rid of most of his stuff. We want him to throw this SP1 though first before we do anything. Because every time he gains a bar, he has like a certain % chance to gain Aura of Incineration, which is why the energizer is so annoying. So we throw the thing, we're going to do the SP2 with Aura of Incineration up, and look at that, big damage, maintaining that 10 to like 13 health lead that we have on him, which is a lot considering this is only a rank 5 6-star that isn't even ascended. So we're doing very well. I'm very happy with the progress that's going, but I also know that one mess up, even if he hits me while he has Aura, like yeah, I'll regen it, but that likely will be gone. So we're doing very well here. We're almost at a 20% attack and health lead, which won't be for long though, because we're going to take aura damage. But as you guys can see, we're doing great. I'm definitely happy about this. I'm hoping that just nothing goes wrong. This was like probably the most influential fight and the most like stressful fight that I had on the entire board, because I needed him to one-shot it, or else my whole image would be gone. My whole image would be done. My whole thing is that Golk is a totally underrated champ. If I showcase him dying, it's not going to look good. I mean, he would have done well against the Dormammu, but I wanted him against the Mephisto because I think Titania is definitely a lot better in that aspect, where she could be super aggressive against someone like Dormammu. But she won't really do well against Mephisto because she'll have to let him out of the corner. So Golk was definitely the better option here, just because of the face me damage to kind of negate a lot of the aura. His SP1 has a 60% chance to stun when he's not at 100 crowd approval. Also, the crowd approval, each one gives him increased attack. So on top of the relic giving him energy resistance, the face me giving him increased attack, the SP1 stunning, the crowd approval giving him increased attack, it was really, really good. And also, if you guys didn't notice, we perfectly timed the heal block from the SP1 to stop him from regenerating all his health, because we didn't want to give up the life lead that we had. So we actually timed that flawlessly. Like, we heal blocked him when he was at like 31% health, which is absurd considering like how good that worked out. We're just gonna be banning more specials. We have the relic coming up soon, which will get rid of not only the energizes but the protection. We'll be able to throw a nice SP2 into his face, hopefully with aura up, and just like that, we're doing instant 24k damage each hit of the SP2. We're looking pretty good right now. I know we were doing really good when Jean Grey did 34,000 burst, but Golk, come on. Come on, guys. How do you not love this man? How do you not love this guy? This guy's insane. So, like I said, we're making great progress. I am just sweating gallons right now. But, next up we have, hold on. Enchantress for Venom Pool. Before you guys get nervous, there's no reason to use Enchantress here. It was just, it had a lot to do with the fact that I think that it has heavy assault or something like that. So the attacker starts with 3 rushdown charges when the defender dashes. Defender's dash attack lands or is blocked. So if it makes contact with you, remove 1 charge. Knocking down the defender restores 1. When the attacker has no charges, they're inflicted with a stun passive. So next up is Windows of Opportunity Stun, and then Stun Vulnerability. So I saw this as if you never get touched from the dash attack, you will never have to deal with any of the buffs. So this is Windows of Opportunity Stun. It's not a big deal. Defenders are immune to the effects of Nullifies Dagger, so you could pretty much use anyone you want. The reason why we used Enchantress here was, one, I didn't really have anyone, and also the stun vulnerability with the heavy attack, but we don't even end up using it because of Windows of Opportunity. So I'm really reading it because the notes are kind of confusing, with especially with Rushdown. But the most important thing is if you never get touched with the medium attack, it doesn't even do anything. And if you're in his face, you can then parry him because with it's a light attack, you need his dash attack. So you literally don't have to worry about anything. But if you want to play the node, if you knock him down, he gains those rushdown charges. And this is pretty much the entire fight, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I know the fight just started, but this is the entire fight. It's SP1 to get whatever spells you want. Doesn't even matter. You can literally just like move your finger anywhere you want. You see, like I literally just do nothing. Not a spell, random spell select. But like I don't even really do it right. You make sure to gain the different colors. So as long as it's at least 1 orange, 1 green, 1 purple. Obviously you can max it out. I think it's 3 of each. And then you do the SP2. And then the SP2 does big damage. You guys are going to see here because we have 4 and 4. We're regenning from the armor brace because that's every time we make contact we have a chance to get armor broken. And as you can see here, the SP2 does big damage because we have so many spells like in our arsenal here. And basically we're just going to build up to another SP2 and slowly but surely build it up. Our medium attacks do power steal. There's even a spell you can do to increase the rate of which you power steal. Like, she really is such an amazing character. There's so much to her, though. It's so complicated. But just to show you guys that anyone can be used for this fight, there's literally nothing, especially if you're never getting touched with the medium attack. But, you know, if you get touched, you just got to knock them down to regain the amp charge. So next up is Spidey 2099, which this fight was a little annoying because you have to play it a little weird, but it's really not that big of a deal. It's his power gain rate is like pretty high. So it's got polka dot, so you're only going to be gaining power from the ruptures that you gain on your basic attacks. And then whittle down is they take 60% less damage when they have no debuffs, but if they have 3 debuffs on them, they take damage. So you need someone that, I mean, you don't have to play polka dot, I guess, but you just need someone that does damage, that does debuffs that stack up. But anti-venom is incinerate and poison immune, so there really isn't a lot of options. But it does have chum in the water, so whenever the attacker dodges an attack, both champions are inflicted with a heal block, a taunt, and a disorient. So that'll be the 3 debuffs that you need. I'm not sure if he's immune to any of that stuff. He might be immune to heal block, so that actually won't happen. That won't actually help you. So the most important thing, you'll have to dash back twice, but then you're getting 2 of each, so that might be a little bit hard for you. But it can be done. Like I said, a lot of fights, you're going to have to throw these guys to the wolves, and this might be one of the fights for you. I don't you know, everyone's roster is different, so that's why I'm kind of trying to make it like broad with who you can use, so you guys know that literally anyone can be used. So as you guys can see here, the most important thing is stacking up those ruptures, and then occasionally dexing to try to pause them. You know, that's trying to be the most important thing here. There's no nodes that are giving you buffs, so you're not really able to pause it by chance like that. You actually have to like manually pause it, so it's a little annoying. You guys are gonna see here, we're gonna throw the SP2. The SP2 is our big damage, but he does gain an energize during it, so he takes damage, but he gains like almost 2 bars. So you have to be very conscientious of that. So you guys are gonna see here, we're gonna let him throw the SP2. I think it's when he gets over 2 bars, or he gets knocked down or something. I don't really remember how the energize comes out, but it definitely hurts us. As you can see, he's like stacked up with buffs, with debuffs, and then we're gonna be hitting to his block with the wither. And as you can see there, he almost got 3 buffs, 3 bars. Jeez, what the hell? 3 bars. So you're gonna see after that, I kind of am a little bit more standoffish on the SP2s. So I'm going to be throwing a couple SP1s, because the SP1s also give you 15% resistance up. And for those of you that don't know, the resistance up, each one increases your physical and energy resistance by a certain amount. And I think it maxes out at 9,000 energy and physical resistance on each. So it's a pretty good amount. I think each one increases it by 80, I think. There's 100 of them. So it'll be 8,000 each. So we did skip ahead a little bit, because the whole fight is literally that. It's just throwing specials, you know, taking your time with it. We didn't really want to throw any more SP2s, because we didn't want to die. We didn't want to, like, kill us with SP3, because besides the Hulk, we're doing pretty well deaths-wise. Like, my items are still pretty high. We really didn't die too much after this, except on the Ebony Maw, which is not on the Ebony Maw, on the Black Cat, and you guys will find out why. It's because I made a little stupid mistake, but we can laugh about it, and it's one of the reasons why I'm glad I didn't stream it, so we can talk about it later. So we have Anti-Venom. It's literally, like I said, nothing to the fight. It's got Polka Dot. You're going to be willpower regenerating the entire fight as long as you never dex, because when you dex, you get the heal block. So the times that the heal block goes away, I mean, you're going to be benefiting from healing. You're doing your own debuff, so you're doing your big damage, and it's overall good. I mean, his attack is decreased from the taunts as well. I thought he was immune to heal block. I maybe after the buff they got rid of that or something. I don't remember. I could have sworn there was a fun fact that said he was. Like on one of my videos, I said he was, but it doesn't matter. But as you can see here, you know, we kind of gave up on the SP1 resistance ups, and we could have done the SP3 with the stun, but I was afraid that like he would get the energize from it, and then I would have to let him out, and he would just sit there stunned. So in my head, I was just like, there's no reason to even do anything else. I'll just play a really slow game of heavies and 5-hit combos. And just like that, he's done. Big burst damage from the ruptures. He was high sig, so there's a good chance that the ruptures don't go away, but you don't need him high sig. Next up is Knull, who we had to use our 6-star Wiccan, so we used both our Wiccans already. But we are pretty far into it, so I wasn't too upset about it. There was a couple characters I was like, damn, I can't believe I used them that early. So what the Knull is, for those of you that don't know, Wiccan destroys Knull. You have to make sure you have the shield spell up if you're awake, so you can block unblockables. If you don't have him awake, don't worry. There's still another way you can fight him. You can have him only throw SP2s, because when he throws an SP2, he converts 10 living abysses into 10 armor breaks, and because Wiccan is immune to armor break, he says whenever something happens to him that he's immune to, he does incinerates them. So basically what happens is he throws the SP2, and then on activation, it says immune on your side, and you put 10 incinerates on him, and you just keep doing that, and it's just game over. Or you can have him throw the SP1 when he goes unblockable. You're immune to inverted control, so you don't get inverted. And if you have the shield spell up, you can block his attacks because he's a cosmic, and that's Sig 1 does that. So that's the most important thing. And you guys are going to see here that this fight ends pretty quickly. He has Limber, so you have to worry about that. But while far away, he's unblockable. Power game buffs are paused. It's not that big of a deal. The most important thing is he has power efficiency, so he's going to be throwing specials all the time. He's got 50% less specials, less power. So you're pretty much just going to be doing that. I know you guys are like, this fight looks hard. It's not, and that's why my attitude is kind of like towards it. This fight was really fast, so we're going to get the shield one first. to make sure we can block unblockables. Take our time with it. I'm probably going to be holding block because I don't want him to throw the SB1. I prefer to be a little bit more safer. So we're going to throw into the flame one, and then through the SB1 to keep it paused. He threw the SB2, which allowed him to convert 10 into armor breaks, which does 10 incinerates to him. But fun fact, which is weird, with that interaction, what's supposed to happen is he's supposed to get rid of 10 living abysses and do 10 armor breaks. But I might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think when he does the SP2, it converts 10 into 10 armor breaks, so you do big damage. But because Wiccan's immune to armor breaks, it doesn't convert the living abysses, but it still counts as putting 10 armor breaks on him, so he does 10 incinerates to him. Which is a weird interaction, because if that's the case, shouldn't 10 living abysses be taken out either way? Because you did inflict me with 10 armor breaks. It does say immune, and then you do 10 incinerates. As you guys can see, just the more SB2s that he does, the worse it is for him. But we do hold block here, because we want him to only throw SB2s. We're going to be blocking this, but fun fact, the resistance up spell does so much block efficiency that I think I did the math one game. It was like, once you get 2, you end up actually having like a positive ratio on block penetration for Knull or something like that. It's like something like that. It was like, once you get 2, you're actually in the positive. So we're going to have him throw another SB2 here. We're willpower regenerating from the Living Abyss. We have 3 resistance up, so we're taking no damage from blocking. And now we're converting them into shocks, and Knull is just melting. He's going to throw another one, another 10 incinerates. And just like that, Knull goes down. And that's really how simple that is with Wiccan. If you don't have Wiccan, to be honest with you, it's just a 50% power Knull. There really isn't anything else to him. So you can kind of, do with that what you will. If you want to use someone that's armor break immune, if you want to use someone that can shrug off the debuffs, anything really works. So next up is Thing, who has it's a pretty low list of, oh my god, sorry, I've been sitting for too long. He has pretty low list of nodes. It's really only 2. It's Stun Reflect, and it is, what's the other one? I don't remember. The one with Foresight, I believe. So it's pretty simple. You gotta use Scorpion to inflict the poison, which enables you to stun him with Stun Reflect. And you basically just play Thing. It's literally just, you're playing against Thing with Stun Reflect. So we have to enact the poisons to turn off the Stun Reflect. We now have Foresight, because we intercepted him. We're going to be baiting the heavy to get to the 15 rock stacks. And just like that, we're going to be baiting a special. Bait the SB2. We have the power sting effects on him, so we're going to be throwing the SB1. And then when I realize that, like, what makes this hard is in a couple seconds. Every time he throws the special, he puts Petrifies on you. And once he gets 6, he actually reverses your healing. So as you guys can see here, I even counted how many hits the SP1 was to make sure that I don't ever do it at the wrong time. So I found out that the SP1, I believe, was 5 hits. So he's going to throw the SP2 here. We have 4 Petrifies. We're still in the clear with the willpower regen, but we still have to be on the lookout. I have to make sure that I don't ever parry him while he's while the Stun Reflect is up. We're going to be baiting heavy here to make sure we get to the 15, and make sure that we never get in a situation where we're where he has 15 and doesn't have a special, because then at that point you're pretty much dead. And we also have to make sure that we never stun him when Stun Reflect is active. So I'm going to have to use this, but luckily he only has 11. That's why we kind of did it that way. We only hit him once and then he threw the special. Because now what you're going to do is you can hit him with a heavy to give him almost half a bar, and it's not because of any increased power rate. That's pretty much what a heavy would give you, roughly. So we're going to do the SP3 here just to kind of gain some distance, and also, do some extra stun. Actually, as you can see there, I didn't even know what his SP3 did. So he has 10, so we're going to have to bait out this SP2 here. Hit him with a, whoa, what was I thinking there? Yeah. We're going to have to hit him with a heavy here to make sure he gets over that bar. It's not really that big of a deal. As long as he has 11, you're going to pretty much be able to work with it. The problem is eventually those petrifies are, those petrifies are chipping away at us, as you guys can see. So we kind of need to get the foresight to start like doing big damage. But as you can see here, he's at 11 here. We're going to do a 4-hit combo, ending in a medium to make sure that we get him over that 1 bar. And just like that, I mean, it's pretty much looking good for us. We're not really going for too many intercepts because we don't want to risk it. But I do go with the Relic here, which is 3 hits. I literally had to do the math for everything because I needed him to be prepared for this fight. But as you can see, now we're willpower regenning for 89, which means we're recovering a lot of the damage that we've taken over the course of the game. So we don't really have to worry about too much. We put him at 10 hits, did the SP1 because I learned it was 5 hits. And this is pretty much the whole fight. We're just slowly chipping away at him. There's really nothing else that happens by surprise. Like I said, it's foresight. Maintaining the 15 and making sure that you never by accident stun him when he doesn't have poison on him, because once it comes back you got to redo a new poison. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit just because there's really nothing else to do. Okay, so we got that down. Like I said, we skipped. It's pretty much all the same stuff. It was just watching the 15, making sure that everything's lining up right. Next up is Misty Knight, which it's a character that I don't really like fighting against. Like, I don't like fighting Misty Knight. I think she's annoying. Like, she has the cryo charges, which give her evade, and then she has the other one, which give her purify. And, like, she's a cool character, don't get me wrong. I don't like fighting her. So, the reason why we pick Werewolf for this is because of, this note right here. So, when inflicting the defender with a damaging debuff, the attacker has a 60% chance per damaging debuff on the defender gain a true accuracy buff. So, basically, your medium does 2 ruptures, so basically you're guaranteed to get that. The defender gains 60% evade and auto block, so her evade's going to come out more often. But because we have 2 ruptures on every medium, we're guaranteed to get a true accuracy buff, so we turn that off immediately. And then every time she evades, she inflicts a disorient, which I think she will evade us one time, but that's pretty much it. There's really nothing else to the fight. I mean, you have the buff that's nullified, you take the damage, but she doesn't really get buffs like that, so there's not really anything for you there. So the most important thing, like I said, is making sure that you stack up those ruptures. You are gonna, though. There's a huge time limit on them. Just look, just that one medium alone, the second hit guaranteed us to get the true accuracy, and then it basically just keeps renewing itself because we have so many debuffs on us. And this is literally the whole fight. This is the entire fight. Is just stacking your stuff up. The evade just failed. We're gonna try to bait out the SP1 here because we don't want to deal with the SP2. But I want to get my Howl. Trying to get it before the precision went out, but I wasn't able to, so we had to do the SP2 here. I don't want the SP3, and now there's even more rupture. She's taking even more damage, and it's just it's good. Life is good. Life is good. This is one of those easy fights. If you don't have Werewolf by Night, I would say anyone that does debuffs. The only thing is she has a chance to purify, so you need someone who does a good number of debuffs. It's not too many because, like I said, like how she works is she gets cryogenic charges, which are the snowflake ones. Each one is a certain % chance to evade, and then the other one with the armor break is to purify. But the thing is to play her, you got to put her in equilibrium, which is 6 of each, and it's kind of hard to do that. So if you're playing like how I'm playing, where it's just SP1, she will only get cryogenic charges. She won't get the other ones. And if she does, when she throws the SP1, she's pretty much guaranteed to convert them to the cryo. As you can see, when she did the SP1, she loses the fissure charges, which are the other ones. So basically, as long as, and that means she has a 0% chance to purify. So basically, if you're looking at it, she's like guaranteed to basically not purify any of your debuffs. So basically, anyone that does a good number of debuffs. I mean, you have Ironheart. You have I mean, I-bom might be good, but to be honest, I wouldn't use him. But he would work. I mean, anyone that does like crazy numbers of debuffs. Jean Grey would work because her neuroshocks are real debuffs. I mean, or you could just use someone that stops evade. I don't think it has the node that stops the ability accuracy of stuff. So, to be honest with you, this fight was a joke. I had to redo this a little bit. So the first fight is the next fight is Wong. So now we did use Quicksilver for this just because he is heavy happy. So as you can see, the defender is 30% more likely to use heavy attack. So you know that power gain is going to be out of control. And also, he has an unstoppable when he does it. So it says whenever the attacker gains an unblockable, unstoppable, indestructible power gain evade, basically the defender gains the special, the exact buff of that. So a science obviously is the better way to go here because they don't really gain those buffs like that. He's more likely to use heavy attack. You have Juke, which gives you a 7% increased attack rating up to 10, so 70 if you keep changing what you end your combo with. I don't recommend doing that, especially when you're using Quicksilver because you mess up your rotation, like because you need to keep ending combos of mediums to refresh your whiplashes. And then defenders are, defender is immune to nullify or whatever the hell whatever he needs. It doesn't matter. But the most important thing is keeping up your withers and making sure you're at 300 momentum so that you're able to keep the slow on so that when he is throwing heavies like crazy, you are able to, get affected by it. So we're going to start off with a parry heavy here, get to 300 so that we get the slow so that when he starts throwing heavies, we're going to be fine with it. So, and just like that, the fight is fully in our control. The only time that you lose control of the fight is, well, I lost control of the fight here. I mean, I end up recovering from it, but I try to play into Juke, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's not even worth it. We're going to end combos in a light here to gain the Juke. But then, look at the whiplashes. The whiplashes are so close, and, if Wong decided to dash back and I did a 5-hit combo instead of that, I would have lost my whiplashes, which there's only 12 of them, so it doesn't matter. But at the same time, I wouldn't even bother trying it. So we throw the SP2 here, a raw SP2 with no momentum, just because we don't want to get to 3 bars, and we also don't want to get to maximum velocity too early. He is throwing heavies, which is taking from his Eldritch energy meter, which is good for us because that means we don't have to worry about heavying him to get rid of it. The good news is we can punish his heavies no matter what because he has the slow on him at all times, and if he tries to gain power, he actually loses it. So it's a big deal here. We end up actually messing up though here. I thought that the 5-hit combo was going to give me 2 bars, but I'm just under it. So you guys are going to see in the next 5-hit combo, I believe, which kind of sucks, but doesn't matter. You still have full control of the fight. You have the slow, you have the withers, you have the big damage output that Quicksilver can always do to Mystics. So yeah, this is pretty much the whole fight. We'll watch it for a little bit longer, and then we're going to probably jump to the end here. Just because this is literally the whole fight. We'll probably glaze over for when I get hit here. And then I have to gain max velocity again to make sure that I don't have to deal with the unstoppable. And also, I don't have to deal with the power gain, but we end up having to throw an SP1 here, which gives you 150 momentum. So we get to that 300 without having to do the heavy to gain the increased meter. He is stun immune right now, so we have to deal with that. But because of the slow, we can punish it freely. And just like that, he's pretty much dead. So we're gonna skip. Towards the end here. Okay, so it looks like finally we got to the rotation correctly here. We're gonna be throwing that SP2 into maximum velocity, 128k burst, which is good for us. And the next up, we have to fight Bishop, which this fight was pretty interesting. It was basically a nuke because we weren't able to do much else. So you guys are going to see here that with Bishop, he pretty much has a lot of crap, really. It's whenever the defender activates a special attack, they gain a burnout, which 10% per charge, and basically at 100, they don't gain any. Defender is basically power locked. Basically, they don't use any meter, and then eventually they get power locked, and then you do a crazy amount of damage to them. So it kind of hurts them, but you got to deal with 10 Bishop specials, which, who the hell's really dealing with that? There is Striker vulnerability, which is good for us. But the most important thing is, the rooted is annoying, so we have to make sure we're far away from him when the rooted happens. But we have to let him throw a special and then just auto evade it. We're gonna push him to an SP2. Let him throw it. We're going to evade it. He's going to be in the root, and then we're just going to do the Silk rotation with the Hulk relic, and it's pretty much going to be game over. You guys are going to see here, I was excited to use Silk. I was getting towards the end, and I realized I wasn't using her, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's even a place for her on here. And if there wasn't, I would have made one, because you can't just not use Silk. We're going to hold block here to make sure he doesn't throw that SP1, because that'll kind of ruin everything. He did get rooted, so we did hit him, and then we're going to let him throw the SP2, which is going to allow us to do our thing here. We just need to throw it. Auto evade on Silk, which is probably one of the most underrated abilities ever, especially when you're fighting people like this that you don't want them to ever throw their special against you. Fade heavy. slowing down the combo so that he gets so that we get rooted in front of him, but it allows us to build up to our Silk Sense. So now he's able to throw that SP2 and we'll be fine. We kind of slowed it down. But even if he did throw it, it's also pretty easy to evade Bishop's special when you're in front of him, because like his hand's like right in front of you, so you're able to kind of like visualize it better. Oh, and I dexed it anyway. Wow, I'm so good. I'm so good. I honestly thought, I was like, damn, I don't remember dying to this, but it looks like I'm about to die. But yeah, I mean, obviously you could also dex it, but it's also a lot easier because you have the Silk Sense to help you. So now we have Silk Sense, so now we don't have to worry about dexing it. I guess maybe it would be good just to try it, because I just hold block. Like, I don't even really care. He does have 4 burnout charges, which sucks, but it doesn't really matter too much because he's pretty much dead. We dash back right at the last second so that he throws that rooted. And pretty much combo into the relic, which does crazy damage because of the relic vulnerability thing that they have. Next up is Quicksilver, which now, as you can see, our roster is getting a little low. We don't have too many heavy hitters anymore, but we do still have Hitmonkey, so he's definitely going to take out this Quicksilver for us. The thing about Quicksilver is I believe he works just like Spider-Gwen, where it's guaranteed crits don't. He can't evade guaranteed crits, so Hitmonkey pretty much just eats him alive. So it says, when the attacker purifies a debuff, the defender gains a passive fury. The attacker intercepts the defender, all fury passives are removed, and the defender inflicted with a degen. So you can use a skill that shrugs things off and then intercept him so that you can put it back on him. The only thing with Quicksilver is if you try to intercept him and he's not on cooldown, he will evade you. So you just have to kind of deal with that. And then every time you knock him down, he purifies all debuffs on him. Every 5 hits in your combo meter creates a steadfast, allowing them to block one unblockable. It's all the same stuff, guys. I'm sure you're going to be okay. If you intercept him, you also get a guaranteed crit, which stops his evade. So if you use it, like, you can pretty much use any skill here. Really anyone, to be honest with you. You don't have to necessarily use a skill, but if you want to use that Warpath node, you could shrug everything off. You can use like Jabari, who is, God, man, just so amazing. I absolutely love that character so much. But we're going to be using Hitmonkey here just because he already has guaranteed crits built in. So not only is he putting Quicksilver's evade on cooldown, he's just laying into him. And as you can see there, we did intercept him, so we were able to put a 1 degen on him. And then we did have 1 Whiplash, which means all you got to do is just stun him, and then it goes away. We are going to block this. It is going to eat our block a little bit, but we're obviously going to kill him way before he kills us. We do intercept him again, which not only gives us the guaranteed crit, which doesn't matter, but it does make our 5-hit combos guaranteed crits, which is pretty good considering only the mediums and the first light are guaranteed crits. So to make the whole thing crit is pretty good. I'm just looking at how much I'm regenning from the 1 Whiplash. It's pretty gnarly to think that, like, when this guy first came out, he was just absolutely a monster on defense. I hated fighting Quicksilver. But as you can see, full control of the fight. We're going to SP2. He's bleeding to death, but he is going to get knocked down and purify everything. Or the Disorient actually turn that off, which is pretty nutty. We're going to have to block 1 more SP2 here, and it looks like even just waiting for the SP2 to happen, we regen most of the damage that we would have taken from it anyway. As you can see here, 265 a second, which is pretty gnarly. We do have the steadfast buffs, but to be honest with you, we're not really... I don't think he ever goes unblockable. He does have a way of going unblockable. You never see it if you use someone like Hitmonkey. So, 5-hit combo into SP1, and just like that. And then the attacker is inflicted with an indefinite 5% armor break debuff while blocking the defender's attacks. And then while the defender has an armor up, they are unblockable. So actually, it's the opposite. They want you to use someone with an armor, but they have 1,000,001 ways of getting rid of it. So we're going to use Red Skull here because he gets a ton of armors. Every time either one fills a bar of power, he gets an armor. So he's pretty much guaranteed to get it all the time. We did parry there, and he ended up getting an armor from it, and then he slapped us. But now we have a permanent armor break, which means we're staying at 100% health the whole game. I think it ends up going away when we throw a special, so that's just something we have to keep up for. We never have to worry about us being out of armors because that's just not something that Red Skull ever has to worry about, especially after the buff. He is just fantastic. Havoc isn't unblockable here, but you're going to see we're going to be pretty avoidant of everything he does. We're not really going to be affecting. We're not really going to be parrying him ever. We're not going to be power draining him. We're going to be intercepting him most of the game. We never have to worry about the plasmas going up or willpower regenerating from them the entire game here. And the shocks are doing big damage considering he has a lot of energy resistance. We're doing a lot of damage to him. There really is no reason to do anything else. So we're going to do the SP2 and then do the SP1 to pause the shocks when we can. But to be honest with you, it's just a basic 5-hit combo. He treated me right. I have Punisher 2099 winning my Battlegrounds fights. I have my Mysterio winning my Battlegrounds fights. Red Skull is an animal no matter where you put him. And yeah, I mean, I'm liking them a lot. I'm not a big fan of the other ones too much. Like, I don't like Iron Man too much. I don't like how he plays. Not a tech, but I do like Superior Iron Man a lot. I think he's pretty interesting with how you play him. But the number ones, I mean, Prowler I love. I've always liked Prowler. I've used him for like everything. But another one that I really like, he's not a tech, it's a skill, is Jabari. I love that character so much. She does everything. Obviously, she's really good in the current Battlegrounds meta, but like, I used to say, I'm like, the people that use Jabari always say she's like really good, but like, when you look at her kit, like, you can't really tell why. And then I started learning how to use her because I needed to use her for this actually. So that's another thing I'm kind of grateful for with the Crucible. It taught me how to use a lot of characters that I've always wanted to use because I had to use them for their fights. So next up, we're going to be fighting the Iron Man boss. We used Odin for this because it's dependent on the amount of buffs you have. I tried giving him Odin pre-fight, but I guess it doesn't work for him. But yeah, anyway, back to what I was saying. But Jabari, absolutely love that character so much. She is fantastic. I love her kit. I love everything about her. I ranked 3'd her. Definitely gonna rank. I didn't rank 4 her this time. By the time I'm recording this, I already have my rank 4 picked. It's Punisher 2099. I absolutely love that guy too. There's a lot of really cool characters in the game. So, just to kind of go over how to fight the Iron Man. So he has those 3 things, as you can see. It is knocking him down with a heavy, a relic, and then you have hitting his block twice. Or I think it's just knocking him down in general. It might not necessarily be with a heavy. And as you guys can see, when you do that, his armor goes down. So as you can see, like now it's shield's damage, now it's at 90. The other one's at 0, so he's taking good damage. Each one reduces your attack basically, so it increases his defense. And then when they're at 0, he loses that gradually. And when you get all 3 of them, then he gets stunned. I do skip ahead a little bit because I don't get all 3 of them to 0 for like a long time into the fight. But the most important thing is you have hit into his block twice, knocking him down with a heavy and I believe a special, and then a relic, hitting with a relic. But it's okay. The relic refresh rate is a lot faster for this because they know you need it for the fight. And that's pretty much the entire fight. You got to dex the SP1. It's 2 fast dexes, then you have to wait a second. We are going to throw the SP2 here and see. So yeah, it does look like knocking him down with heavies or a special works. You can't do the same action twice or else I think he auto blocks it or something like that. Or like resist masteries it or counter attacks you. Something like that. He does something like that. So as you can see, now we have 2 at 0 and we're doing big damage. The relic is at 10, but we're not going to be able to get to it in time. I mean, if we just were a little bit more aggressive, because you could punish that special. Yeah, we didn't even try there. I guess it was a little too. I wasn't really understanding how to fight him too much in the beginning because I went in mostly blind. Like I watched a little refresher, but really wasn't anything to it. But yeah, the most important thing is knocking him down, hitting into his block twice, and then using the relic. And then once you get all 3 of those to 0, you do big damage. Try to line it up so that they all 3 of them get to 0, because then he gets stunned. And then you do like the big damage to him, especially with someone like Odin. I don't know if you're using Odin, but his big burst damage on SP2 is like gnarly. It feels like 1,000,000 damage. It's like something stupid. So we have the 1 to 0. I think if you get another 1 to 0, it refreshes the other ones, which makes it a little bit easier to do your big damage. Now you see 300,000 burst, which knocked him into the next phase, which basically there really is no difference in the phases besides the fact that I think they either recharge faster or something like that. You have to intercept to get rid of them, so to get him to the next phase. So I think it's either their starting values are higher and they recharge faster. I really think that's like the only difference between the 2 phases, or like all the phases. I think they're all the same. So basically, it's an endless cycle of doing the 3 missions until they all get to 0. You're going to be throwing specials to knock them down. You're going to be using the relic. We're going to try to get the relic down as fast as possible because we want to get all 3 of them together. We really do. But sometimes it's just a little too hard. So now we hit into his block. Got the relic in there. So now we're going to try our best to build into that SP2. It's going to do big damage because 2 are down. 531 burst damage. He's hitting for a lot. So we did skip ahead because I want to show you guys what it looks like when you get all 3 of them down. So now the relic hit him. So now he's back at 0 on 2. We're going to bait out this SP1 here and then hit into his block. So now he's passively stunned. So this is what it looks like when you eventually get all of them. We don't have 2 Odin forces ready, so I wasn't able to throw the SP2. So we do throw the SP3, which gives us our permanent buffs. So now we have to, now we're doing even more damage. For those of you that don't know how to even use Odin, I had to learn how to use Odin for Necropolis. That's the only reason why I know how to do it. We throw the heavy into the SP2, but we were too late. We still do 30,000 burst, which, if you think about it, with the damage reduction that he has, that's a lot of damage considering. Okay, so we're gonna go. I skipped ahead, but I realized that the last phase needs a little guide on it too. So he is unstoppable, but he is taking consistent damage over time. So you basically just have to outlive it. And now that he's at 1%, you basically just have to hit him with a light in his block, and then he dies. I wanted to make sure you guys saw that. But yeah. Next up is Aegon, who, if I remember correctly, you don't even have to really follow his node. So we're going to use, I believe, Titania for this fight. And I know it's crazy because it's class disadvantage, but to be honest with you, once you guys read the nodes, you're going to realize that she definitely works for it. So we're going to pause on the nodes here. Give me 1 second. Whenever either champion gains a buff, the defender gains an indefinite cleanse passive. Whenever the defender is knocked down, these cleanses are consumed and grants them unstoppable. It's no big deal, especially if you're using a buff immune. And both champions gain a passive combo shield. And then every 0.2 seconds, the defender's combo meter goes up. To be honest with you, though, the only time he's going to be gaining buffs is when you hit him with the Furies, I believe. So all special attacks dealt and received have their damage increased by 2.5 for each on the attacker's combo meter. So our specials are actually going to do more damage. So it's actually pretty good. Basically makes it so that your combo meter never goes down and his never goes down. And then eventually you have a 999 Aegon that you have to deal with. But because we're buff immune, we kind of slow that down a little bit. He doesn't get any cleanses. You can pretty much kind of go ham on him. As you can see here, he gets the cleanses just from himself. He won't get them from you. So it's, you know, half the amount of time you have to deal with that. There's really nothing you can do. You can't nullify the Furies that he gets, and every time you don't use a light attack to balance out the cleanses, he's going to keep stacking them. Nothing you can do about that. He's definitely a character, though, that if he hits you, you'll probably die because you'll have 6 of his, like, huge things. But we have the Haymaker. You know, we're going to make sure to throw the SP3, which hopefully it'll make it so that it only nullified, you know, a certain number of them. So, like I said, it's just pure dominance, really. Keep him in the corner. We're hitting for so much. It's crazy. It didn't really matter which one we used. I wanted to make sure to use the 7-star on the Dormammu in case we needed it. But to be honest with you, we could have went either route because we're just laying into it. We're gonna go do another SP3. You know, take our time with it. We don't want to do too much here. Bait out SP1s. We gotta play it safe because roughly, like I said, like at this point, we're doing pretty well. Like besides the Hulk, we really haven't died too much. So I'm having a pretty good run right now. So we're going to hit him with another SP3 damage because we have 58 hits on our combo meter. The only thing is that when we get hit in Haymaker, we lose the combo meter. So we weren't really taking advantage of the damage increase. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could just hold block, but you wouldn't do that with it. It doesn't matter. We're at 100% health. So next up is Chavez. We're cruising right along, guys. I'm not going to lie. I appreciate everyone that's here. Those of you that watched it from the beginning, you guys are real troopers. And next up, we do have Chavez. We're going to be using Deathless She-Hulk for it because I think we bypassed the miss, if there's miss. If not, it's... So it has Rising Sun, so you're going to need someone that can hit with heavies. Or in general, you're just going to have to make sure you use your heavies more. Because that is the same one that Ronin had. That at the end of the Furies, you actually get a degen and you'll die. So after 10. So you want to use someone that... Preferably someone that actually is worthwhile to use their heavy, which for someone like Deathless She-Hulk it is. Pumping Iron, the defender takes 60% less damage while the attacker has no buffs applied to them. Now, obviously, you guys like you're using Deathless She-Hulk. How do you plan to get any buffs? Rising Sun, obviously. And then at that point, you're pretty much just baiting SP1s all game. And then you got to go out of your way to parry heavy. I'm telling you, it's really not that bad. Like I said with the Ronin fight, they make it so that you could pretty much use anyone, and we pretty much make sure we can keep refreshing the trauma, so we're doing more damage, especially with the Furies that come in every once in a while. We're making sure that we stack them up. We also have the Foresight Fury. We are able to hit her SP1 with our heavy. It's just a little bit of a weird timing. Like, we have to be in her face. So we throw the SP2 with the big Furies and the traumas. Like, we're literally cutting into Chavez's health right now. So we're going to do another heavy to get rid of Rising Sun. So as you guys can see, it's just a lot of making sure that you keep up with Rising Sun. Of course, Chavez is being difficult, so we lost our traumas. But the good news is your Withers on SP2 get rid of a dimension from Chavez. For those of you that don't know, whenever Chavez is affected with a Wither, she actually gets rid of her her oldest dimension, I believe. So the SP2 will actually get rid of those two purple ones, as you can see here. So we have full control over the fight. We have the Relic that's going to come in handy every once in a while, which actually counts as an intercept. So we're really like going ham in this corner here. We're trying to stack up as many traumas as possible because we don't want her to go into like a heavy frenzy. And I actually realized that I messed up because I ended up getting a little too aggressive, which made it so that I ended up actually getting a degen, which is fine. Only one degen and then the second one to get rid of them. But 11 traumas is pretty good. It's definitely worth it. And then we have the SP2, which is going to do big damage and 2 withers. 83,000 burst damage, which is absurd when you think about that. There really is no damage multiplier. It's just like a 2.5% fury. So this is all Deathless She-Hulk that's doing this. She does cycle between immunities of bleed and poison, but if you're using Deathless She-Hulk, there is no node. Like, once again, one of those things that, like, if you use the specific character, you don't even have to worry about half the nodes on the list. Unfortunately, she does not work like She-Hulk, so she doesn't have any way of combating the Unstoppable from the buff, but it's really not that big of a deal. You know, you're doing so much damage, it doesn't even matter. 103,000 burst is just absurd. So next up, we have Howard the Duck, which, if I remember correctly, this fight was awesome because, for those of you that... What was it? Was it Gauntlet? It was Epoch. For those of you that played Epoch, you know that there was a node that... Who had it? It was Wasp had it, and it was at the start of the fight, every 15 seconds, the defender alternates between basically being able to evade every basic attack or being able to miss every hit of a special. And for those of you that are like, oh my god, like, that was on the Cosmic Tech Road, I think. Well, no, it was Cosmic something. Cosmic Skill. For those of you that are like, oh my god, like, Serpent was the answer for that fight. And I had to rank up my 6-star Serpent for that. And what do you know? This Howard the Duck has the same exact node. It has Light 'em Up, so, whatever. It has Power to Cower, so you got to do SP3s every once in a while to get rid of his combat power rate. And 0 to Hero is also annoying. It's every 15 seconds they get indestructible and unblockable. And then when you're near them, they pause. Or no, it goes through, but if you're far away, it ends up not going through. So the main thing here is you want to build to that SP1 because it gives you true focus, which for those of you that did Epoch, you know that it's because he bypasses the whole node. He bypasses both of them. The special miss and the evade from attack. So I needed Serpent here. I think I originally had Serpent fighting someone else, and I literally, like, purposely put Serpent here because I was not dealing with this fluctuating garbage node. Not to mention the SP1 does a fear, which means he doesn't go unblockable with the other node, the indestructible and unblockable one. He only goes indestructible, which is whatever, obviously the more important one, but, like, it just shows how much control that this character has in the fight. Doing what we want. I think I end up accidentally pushing him to an SP2 at one point in the game while he's unblockable. Yeah. Just the biggest idiot. Trying to get rid of the unblockable, but I end up having to eat it. which is whatever. We end up losing our true focus, but you just have to remember that just the activation of the SP1 gives it to you, so it didn't matter. So now, as you guys can see, he has the complete, like, he's complete control over this fight. Just, Serpent is an animal. You could do what you want with him. He just has, he bypasses the main node. If you weren't using him, as what happened when I fought the Wasp in Epoch, when it wasn't the cosmic skill path, or whatever cosmic whatever path, it's tough. It is. You basically just have to only fight them when they're on the misfailed one, or someone that you just got to use someone that stops evade and just play with it. Basically single immunity. It's like single immunity hazard shit to this point. But someone like Serpent does both, so it's so nice. There really isn't anyone else that gets like that true focus. What's his name does? Cyclops does, but I don't know if it's only for his specials. Like, I don't know if he just has it. If he just has it, you could definitely use Cyclops for it. It'll be a long fight because it's less disadvantage, but to be honest with you, you're looking at trying to get these fights done, not who cares about class disadvantage. So we're trying to get rid of this indestructible. As you see me like trying to slow the combo down, because I don't want to throw this and then it's not doing any damage. So we're gonna try to let him throw this SP2 here. Luckily he wasn't unblockable this time, but I still tried to dex it like an idiot. And I lost my true focus, which I ended up gaining right back. But still, like, I'm playing it so stupid, and still, with how awesome this guy is, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Serpent just has it all. But yeah, I definitely recommend using Serpent for this. If you don't want to use Serpent, who else is really good here? Like I said, Cyclops has the true focus buff, so you might be able to use him, but if you're going to use someone, it's definitely someone that bypasses the evade. You can't fight him without bypassing the evade. The special miss isn't good enough. Now this fight is more of like the fun fights here. We're going to be using Prowler against Professor X. The reason why at first was because all the nodes are tailored around faltering. As you can see, those two literally have the same exact symbol because they're all about being faltered. But the thing about Prowler is he's falter immune. So if you use him, you literally never have to worry about the node at all. It's besides those two falter ones, it's literally he's immune to like all form of power control. There like literally isn't anything else to him. So if you use Prowler, you don't have to worry about anything. Here's the thing though. On top of you not having to worry about the falter, you don't have to worry about Professor X's miss too, which to some of you is like, oh wow, that's stupid. Obviously, it's a falter, but I didn't think of it because you guys are going to see I'm going to start this fight, right? And I'm going to play it regular. I'm going to try to get him to that bar like everyone else does. He's faltered now, so I can quickly just do another combo. I did a double medium, so I was able to quickly get the SP1. Fun fact, the SP1 stops all forms of evade. I thought maybe it stopped miss, so I could stop him too. And then I realized that the way he goes miss is he falters you. So if you're immune to falter, you literally just do what you want. As you guys are going to see, this is the entire fight. It's me in the corner, laying into him like no one's business. I can't tell him something. Anyway, but yeah, he's immune to all forms of falter, so this is the entire fight. It's just you going to town on this character, getting the ruptures, being immune to everything. There is no node. He's throwing the SP1. As long as you know how to dex the SP1, there's literally nothing to this. The goal is when you're using Prowler is you want to throw the SP2 as soon as you start the falter. Obviously, I think we haven't been doing that. But as you can see, I'm ending combos and lights now because the goal is you have to want to, you basically do a 5-hit combo, and as soon as you do the medium, you do the SP2 so that the falter has full duration because, one, you'll be able to hit him with a heavy most of the time, which is what you want to do. But the SP2 does the most damage it does when the falter is at its full capacity. As you can see, they're 8. Which is pretty crazy considering that you literally never get touched. Like, I could literally put him in falter now and like he'll never touch me. And then the SP1 stops evade effect. He's bleed immune. He's incinerate immune. He's falter immune. He is the GOAT. Prowler. He is so much fun. Like I said, if you guys if you guys are skipping, like I said, the techs have been treating me right since I've come back, and Prowler has not been disappointing. As you can see here, the only thing that we're not getting from the fight is the power drain that you normally would get after the opponent throws a special. That's the only thing that we're not getting because Professor X is obviously immune to it from the other node. But you don't need it because you never have to deal with his specials because you can dex all of them. Obviously, you're only going to do the SP1, but that only happens if you're in his face, so you never have to worry about it. Basically, we're just laying into this guy. It's so much fun using him, especially in a fight like this where, like, if you use him, everything is turned off. If you don't use him, I would highly recommend someone who can't miss. Just because if you can't miss, even though you're getting faltered, you won't be able, you won't have a problem. So, like, Serpent would be good here, obviously, but just anyone in general who doesn't miss. Like, if you didn't feel comfortable using Cyclops on the Howard the Duck, I would definitely use him here. Because he can't miss. And then we have this fight, right? So this fight is probably the funniest fight in the entire thing. I used Ebony Maw here, and as you can see here, like, oh wow, Nick, he's pretty low. Yeah, well, he was supposed to be lower, and I leveled him up by luck's chance. You guys are gonna see why. So if you look at the node, right? And I'm like, wow, kabam, what are we thinking? Bob and weave. All the defenders' attacks are guaranteed critical hits. This is disabled for 6 seconds if the attacker dodges or intercepts, right? We don't even need to know any of the other abilities, right? Here's the reason why. And here's the reason why I'm not even recommending anyone else. Because right now, and now you're looking at it, it's clicking. You're like, oh my god. He really does work. He would have worked. Who the hell is here? Oh. He would have worked if it wasn't Black Cat. So you guys are going to see here, right? Everything's guaranteed critical hit, so obviously it's fine. So, like, wow. What a cheat code. You could see it, right? I literally screenshot. And this is me, right? I'm like, I can't believe I thought of this. Can't believe I thought of this. Before we go into it, he's SIG, like, 118 or something like that. Like, I made sure to pump stones into him. And I rank 3'd him. Because now he does, like, 1,000 damage every time she misses. So I'm like, it's going to be a long fight. I'm like, and I'm going to be streaming it. I gotta make it entertaining. Like, I could talk to the chat, obviously. But the main thing is, like, it's going to be horrible. Like, we're just going to be sitting here watching it happen. So in my head, I was like, all right, what should I do? What should I do? I'm like, let me rank them up so that it doesn't take that long, but it still takes long. Like, long enough that it's a meme, but not too long. So I'm like, let me rank 3 him. Gave him stones. Now his awakening makes it that every time she misses, he does 1,000 damage to her. Not realizing that was literally the reason why we did this. Watch. So she's faltered, right? Everything's guaranteed crit. I'm literally, you can see, I'm going to take a screenshot in a second. I'm going to send it to I was going to send it to my family that plays it. Like, guys, watch. Watch how easy this is. Like, this is ridiculous. And like I said before, it would work if it wasn't Black Cat. And here's the reason why. This is my first time ever doing it. When Black Cat... You can imagine my face. When Black Cat gets no more time, she sabotages you and basically makes it so that your abilities don't work. And whenever an ability happens or whatever, you get dealt burst damage. So now I'm dying every time that goes around. I was like livid, but in my head I was like, all right, thank God, like I leveled him up. Because like if I didn't level him up, oh my God, that would have been awful. So you're going to see what an attempt has to look like now. So first of all, right, the beginning is the same, but then once it gets close, we have to back up and run away from her until the sabotage goes away. Because when the sabotage goes away, then you're doing damage to her, and she's not doing damage to you. But the problem is, if you dodge an attack, the guaranteed crit goes away for 6 seconds. If you intercept her, the guaranteed crit goes away for a few seconds. Here's the thing, though. Here's how the beginning starts. It starts off the same like anything else. And in my head, I'm like, oh my God, like this is where all my deaths are going to come from. So she's going to eventually back up into the corner. And what it results in is, the trick that I found is when it gets close to like 2, I heavy. And then I heavy again. And then I heavy again. Or something like that. But the problem is because Ebony Maw's heavy pushes him back, there's just enough distance for her to like medium attack. which basically makes it so that you're intercepting her, which means the freaking guaranteed crit is going away. So we're getting ready right now. She's pinned up against the wall. And now we're going to heavy in a second. Heavy. Right? Heavy again. Because I didn't want to do that. So now I'm like, I have to like... Because, fun fact too, if Sabotage goes in your favor, you freaking... It pauses. So that was a good attempt. So that was a good run, right? That's like 4 failed attempts together now that I've covered progress-wise. And obviously we're doing damage to her, but like I said, like, it's only because I gave her the freaking thing. But now I don't know why I did that. I started throwing attacks. I don't know why I did that. So now I have to wait for the guaranteed crit to come back, which... Now we actually have to hit her. Why am I doing this? I guess because I realized that I do like no damage with the degen, and it's gonna take too long. So in my head, I was like, you know what? We gotta start getting a little aggressive here. We're doing like boom, 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 boom. We got hit. We're waiting for the sabotage to go away. We baited a heavy from Guam. I don't know why she'd do that. But now we're in trouble. Trying to wait out the guaranteed crit. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Boys. Come on. That looked pretty good. That was probably this is probably the best attempt I ever had. That's why I put it in here, because the other ones were literally just waiting, sabotage. I died. And it's because of attempts like this that it didn't take me like 20 revives to do it. Now the guaranteed crit's gone, and then I'm not even really realizing, because I'm trying my best to do as much damage as possible. And like the sabotage about to come out, I know I'm dying when that comes out. It was this was so stressful. It really was. Because in my head, like, I was like, oh my god, like, this is so easy. And, like, I was thinking about, like, what I'm going to be doing on stream. And then, like, this happened. And I was just like, dude, this is such a joke. So now she had 7% health left. And you're like, alright, cool. Like, if he locks in, he can do it. Yeah, well, that didn't happen. Just letting you know that now. The goal is, like, alright, you know what? Maybe I'll get a little aggressive. Maybe I'll start hitting her. And then, like, and then we'll be good, right? So, like, so... We eventually back up, and now she's ready. Right now, okay, she's at 13, and I'm like, all right, with the heavies and the 5-hit combos, I could scrounge up 5% damage. Right, I could scrounge that up. So now we're at 4. I'm like, oh, it's even easier. Heavy. Why didn't I do another heavy? Power drains, you dummy. Yeah, but we died. Whatever, though. You know what I mean? I'm glad I got past it. Like I said, it was like, thank God I actually ranked her up, because I wasn't gonna rank them up. I was just gonna, like, it was gonna be like a meme on the stream. But I was just like, you know what? Never mind. Next up, I believe, is Icarus, which we're gonna be doing with Diablo, I believe. And the thing with Icarus is, as long as you don't hit him with a light attack, he doesn't do energizes, I believe. So it's basically a long, like really, really long, heavy attack game with Diablo. But we also do the pre-fight that we do nullify every time we have the Brewers mix up. And also, Mystics do 30% increased attack, so there was no reason not to use Diablo here. As you see here, we do that one. And then I was going to do the energy damage one, but to be honest with you, like, dude, like, if I'm getting hit with the SP2 while I have Philosopher's Mix, I mean, what are the chances of that? That's like such a slim chance. So this is the entire fight. This fight is literally, it's just very heavy. We're going to be doing a lot of SP1s here to get the regen, but also if we stop it halfway, we are able to make it so that we refresh the poison so we can get like a bunch of them. I don't know if we skip ahead, but I'll probably just end up skipping ahead here. I don't know what I was thinking I was making this. So he's going to slowly back into the corner. It's not a big deal because, like I said, the SP2 does big burst damage. The SP1 keeps us alive. You can parry heavy the entire game. And even if you throw lights, like if you want to throw lights to give him energizers just so you can nullify them and Mystic Dispersion and bring you up, that works too. Like that's nothing crazy, you know? So this is pretty much the entire fight. We do mess up the relic here, and like I said, like there's really nothing else to show you. We do fast forward a little bit. Like I said, like if you want to do light attacks to make sure he gets the energizer so you can take him away, it's kind of up to you. I would recommend eventually getting to the SP3 because it does give you an attack boost. It gives you a lot too. So like maybe the fight goes by sooner, but as you guys can see, it's full control the entire fight, and that's really all you have to do. Okay, so next up we're going to be fighting Sasquatch here. And as you can see, his nodes are a little annoying. The well-timed blocks trigger, you know, falter. He's immune to bleed. You can't stop any of his stuff, so you're not going to be able to stop like the miss and stuff. But the cool thing is, his photon doesn't miss. She actually does pretty well against him. My biggest problem was I didn't know if I was going to be able to stop the regen. Because I was like, oh, it's an 80% petrify. I'm like, it's pretty good. This is literally me like looking at her abilities, being like, I don't know if she's going to work or not. So it has Dawn of Protection, immunity to bleed and all that. So we're not going to be able to use willpower against like a bleed champ. So in my head, I was like, I really hope this is going to work. I just got out of that Ebony Maw fight, so I was like, I'm not really feeling too confident about any of my choices anymore. So we're going to have to hit him with a medium attack at the like a combo ending in a medium attack, a heavy attack, and a special to get rid of the protections. But the problem is that once you do one, it goes away and you have to do the other two, and then after you do all three, it'll eventually swap. So as you can see here, we are building up our, you know, our light charges, whatever they were called, and we did just end a combo in a medium, so we were able to get rid of the protection for one. Before you guys flame me, I don't know how to use Photon, but I just know she's good. She's rank 2. So like I know that she's like decent, and as you can see there, as I was parrying him, like as he was parry stunned, he got Wrath of Tarnak, so he ends up killing me. So I'm gonna hit him with a heavy just to get rid of the protection, and then hit him with the SP3, which will also get rid of the other protection. So now he has none. This should put us in light form if that's how she works. Oh no, my maximum charges. Like I said, we're both learning how to use the character. The only thing I would recommend for this fight specifically is anyone who does a lot of debuffs. That's really all you need. There's really nothing else to it. It's you're going to be stopping the when the time comes, you're going to be stopping the regen. But really, to be honest with you, that's really all it is. There's nothing else to it. I mean, she doesn't miss, but for the most part, just parry and then don't parry after that. Like, just wait for it to go around. So as you can see here, we're pretty much laying into him. We have no answer for the unstoppable, but as you can see, it's not really a problem. We're just kind of intercepting him when we can. We're holding heavy so that we can punish his heavy. Because for those of you that don't know, even in Wrath of Tarnak, you can still punish his heavy. Found out that a lot of people don't actually know that, which is pretty cool. And as you can see, like, in my head, I was like, this is okay. It does have Limber, so you have to kind of keep that in mind. But she has, like, unblockable specials and stuff, so you really don't have to worry about that. And I think that's more for, like, when you want to get rid of the heavy one of the node. But if you have a relic, that stun doesn't count. So pretty much only get rid of the heavy relic from the relic. So other than that, it's pretty easy. We're going to build back up our light charges. Probably throw another SP2. Now we have the attack increase from using the the relic, which allowed us to use the heavy attack to get rid of the protection. And now we're just throwing like a raw SP2 here. I know it's not doing too much damage, but it does get rid of the protection for us. We're going to try to manually start the light form when we can, but we have to get rid of Wrath of Tarnak first. We don't want to block that because then we get stunned, which is something I found out like in a war. As you guys can see here, there's not really anything to the fight. It's just kind of a Sasquatch that has protection. So now we're in light form again, so now we're going to be able to throw this big SP2, hopefully. I am using the relic, which allows me to do the heavy, so I can do that. I could have just thrown the SP2 because I know it's unblockable, but like I said, I'm not too familiar with the character. And 5 big furies, 25k burst, 25k crit on them, which is, fun fact, the same amount that Gold can do, so is she really that good? But Got rid of the last protection. Now he doesn't have any type of protection. He has all these debuffs, which I think she has an ability that. Oof! I got hit by that. Anyway, I think before when she's in light form, they can't regen. I don't think that's what it is though. I think it's like a in light form. She puts the petrifies that stop regen or something like that. Like I don't think it was the actual act of light form stops it, but he didn't even get regen one time, so obviously something's working. And I know even if he did, we would actually reverse it from or just stop it with willpower because we have so many debuffs on it. And as you guys can see, it's a joke. It's a joke, this Photon fight. I'm glad we got that done. Guys, I'm so tired. Next up is Luke Cage, and I believe, if I remember this correctly, it's Emma Frost. And with Emma Frost, it was the only thing you had to deal with really was the inverted controls. And obviously, for using someone like Luke Cage, you could argue that the node is nothing. So it says here, whenever either champion gains a bard, the defender gains a permanent prowess. Basically making it that if you ever fail the dex on the inverted, you're going to die. High energy diet, so you can't ever hit her with energy attacks, and she'll regen and gain 100% of aura power, something like that, if you do like Incinerate, Shock, or Cold Snap. All the defender's attacks are guaranteed crits. This is disabled for 10 seconds. Fun fact, Ebony Maw would work here because it's guaranteed crits, and she would have no way of turning it off as long as you never touched anything. And other than that, no. She can't be manipulated by, like, Infuriate or Intimidate. Basically, that's it. It's a tanky Emma Frost that if you ever mess up the dex later in the game, you'll die with. I would have loved to have Luke Cage, awakened, so I would be able to use him, but to be honest with you, he's still fine here, and just to prove to you guys that literally anyone can be used here, you just got to maintain that you have less power than her, because if you have less power than her, then she won't go into diamond form. As you guys can see here, and for those of you that are realizing it is 30 frames per second, because I actually can't record the game on 60 frames per second. I'm not sure why, but back to the fight. As you guys can see here, it's pretty straightforward. It's just constantly inverted, and you're constantly dexing the correct way over and over again. But as you guys can see here, like, she has 6 prowesses, and it even shreds into your block. You guys, I don't even know if I ever get hit, but if I do, like, you guys are gonna see, like, now she has 18 prowesses, so you know it's gonna hurt if it ever hits you. And that's pretty much the whole fight. I mean, if you don't feel comfortable with that, you could definitely use someone who's immune to inverted controls if you have the luxury of using someone so valuable on such like a nothing fight. Because this fight, there's nothing to it besides the fact that you're getting inverted on every special. Like, there is no. And it's Emma Frost. Like, you just have to deal with the diamond form. You know what I mean? No energy attack. So if that really was a problem for you, you could definitely use someone that's immune to inverted controls, like a robot. Like, you could use like Warlock here. But I always thought Warlock was a little bit more useful in other places. But it's kind of up to you. I know that there's at least 2 characters on the map that do cold snap damage, and he's immune to cold snap, so you might want to use him. But kind of up to you. Like, as you can see there, we blocked there and took 7% of our health, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it definitely is, considering like how low his block efficiency is. So as you can see here, like, it does crazy block penetration and crazy damage in general. So yeah, like, that one did 14,000. So like, now I'm getting a little nervous. He's a rank 3, and I'm just like, you know what, I got to use him somewhere. You know, he can't just like not be used. I got to use like all my guys. So that's Emma Frost down. Pretty simple. This is one of those fights where if you don't follow the nodes, you literally don't have to fight her, basically. So we have up first, we have a Valkyrie. And we went with Star-Lord here, who has no abilities, basically. And the key thing is basically she can never touch you, because if she touches you, she does a crap ton of damage to you. And you only do damage with your specials. So every 1 second, the defender's combo meter increases by 1 if the attacker performs an intercept the timer's pause. So basically what's happening is her combo meter keeps going up every second, and she eventually will get to the 10 intervals and get her pierces. On top of every 5 seconds, the defender gains a pierce buff of 400 potency, lasting for 15 seconds. So she is constantly going up with the combo meter. Her prowesses her pierces are like out of control. But if what you guys aren't understanding is, if she never touches you, there's nothing to the fight. So we use Star-Lord here, and basically what we're banking on is the combo meter. We're going to be basically increasing our combo meter by hitting her the entire game and hitting her with SP2s and SP3s all game. So that's the whole thing. She can never hit our block, except for the beginning, obviously, because she doesn't have any pierces. But once she starts stacking them up, she will never touch us. You guys are going to see she's going to be throwing SP1s. Maybe she'll even be throwing SP2s. And then it also has the note that you can only throw the special that's marked. So, for example, that 3 underneath us basically says that we have to throw an SP3 if we want to throw a special. And then it'll fluctuate. It'll go to 1, and then it goes to 2 and a 3. It constantly keeps doing that. So that's another thing. Even when we have our specials, we're not going to be able to run them and use them until the game allows us to. So what we're looking for is not only the super high combo meter, but we want the shock one, because how that interacts with Star-Lord is he gets the 400% increase on the shock of his SP2, and on top of whatever he's amping it up to be with the combo meter, he does a lot of damage with that shock. So we do end up getting the shock one time. I think we get it on this run, but then we do skip ahead because this was a very long fight. But it's just keeping your combo meter. But really, anyone, like I said, like as long as she doesn't ever touch your block, she's not going to do any damage to you. So we do the shock here, and as you can see, it's ticking for 4,500, and that's where the damage is coming in. And that's what I was saying in my head, like it'd be nice to like have like over 100 hits and then actually land the SP2 shock. So that's basically what we aim for the whole game. I know there's a couple times we hit with the SP3. But we never got shock after that. We got like armor break and heal block and stuff like that because it's chance what his gun ends up giving them. So as you guys can see here, we're looking pretty good right now. She's gonna throw the SP1. I think she ends up hitting into our block. Whoa! That was insane. That's what I'm saying. Like as long as she never touches your block, there really isn't anything to the fight. You got a bad situation like that, there's nothing you can do. But as you see, we did power drain here. I was kind of hoping that we wouldn't. I was hoping that we'd do like a shock maybe, because I only got 1 the entire game, and there's like 5 things you could get, and it's like a 20% chance. It's crazy talk. But now this SP1 should kill, but I think I'm a little nervous. Like in my head, I'm like, watch it be at like 1%. So we're gonna hit her with the SP1 here. But the relic actually damage counts, so we're actually able to get her to that 4%, which might have been what killed her. So next up we have Terex, who I believe, if I remember correctly, this fight didn't go well. I used Destroy here because he's immune to armor break. This is, like I said, one of those fights where I was like, this is not good at all. Like this isn't working at all. But I have no choice. I mean, I have to use him. He's rank 2 at least, but he's armor break immune in my head. So I was like, all right, cool. He's got Prey on the weak, so defender gains 2%. Max power each time a buff is nullified or expires off the attacker. We don't really gain buffs like that, so it's fine. It's got Hazard, Shift, Shock, and Bleed. And we're not immune to Shock, so we're only immune to Bleed. So it's single immunity, Prey on the weak. This fight sucked. It was definitely hard. Whenever a Mystic attacker activates a Striker, you steal 20% of the defender's max power. To be honest with you, I probably didn't even use that. I was checking just to see what he was immune to, and he's immune to Bleed and Armor Break, but not Shock. So it's single immunity, and you guys are going to see it doesn't go well for us. I think it takes us a few attempts to do this. If you wanted to use someone like good on this, I mean, because of the Mystic attacker Striker one, you're able to steal a lot of his power. So eventually when he's like in your face, you could just throw the relic and you basically knock him out of his rock form, or you make him never be able to throw a special. So you guys are going to see here what we're building for with Destroyer is basically the big D-gen with the SP2. But he has shock immunity in the beginning, so we basically just have to eat it. And you guys are going to see I have the worst RNG you could ever have in this game with that shock immunity. And then he has the unstoppable. This fight sucked. In my head, I was like, this is probably the first bad call that I did. And that heavy gave us 2 shocks. We're melting to death. I throw the SP1. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm trying to get out of the corner, man. This sucks. And then now it's bleeding. So now we can actually start doing damage. And like I said, the main thing we're looking for here is the SP3. So we're trying to gain our power gain. We did steal some of his power here, but unfortunately, with that cycling SP1 and SP2, we have to throw that special. I mean, the SP3 doesn't count towards it, so it's fine. But like, I can't throw the SP2 right now because the SP1 is up. So like, it also messes with like what I'm able to do and what I'm not able to do. So we're almost at 100 destruction charges, which means we should probably run that soon. But the problem is, when I need to throw the SP1 to gain the destruction charges, I'm not gaining. Like it's on SP2. So now I'm getting close. I'm at 99. I have to wait for the rock field to go away. I have to wait for the shock to go away. It was like, it was a mess. So good at this game. So now we can do the SP3, which allows us to, which we probably should have. Trying to get him to the other side of the screen because in my head I also forgot how Destroyer worked. I was not prepared for this at all. But the main thing was, you need the SP3 to give you the big degen, and then you use SP2s to keep pausing it, and that's what you do over and over and over again. So I'm trying to wait for him to throw his special here, so I can throw mine, and then we just got our last destruction charge that we needed, which is 100, which means we're going to go right back up to 3 bars, because we have the energize and the power gain. And I'm not going to be able to do much with it, so we throw the SP2 to pause the degen, which does big burst damage. And like I said, we're doing pretty well. The problem is, though, now I have to wait for the second super to come out, which means I probably should have... Hold on. I probably should have done the SP3, maybe? No, because we did 64k burst. Like, we did good. Like, considering how bad it was in the beginning, we actually did pretty well. We were able to get that SP2, that third SP2 there right off. Right as it was expiring, which means it still counts. It just counts on activation, not when it's still up. So we were able to do like big degen damage, 3 big bursts of 64k, which is pretty good. So considering like how horrible the attempt first went, we actually picked it up pretty well. It's like now we have like the Fury, but now we're dead here. But like I was saying, like we did pretty well considering. That's why I also left the full because like I said, like I'm not ashamed of my bad attempts. Like everyone has bad attempts. Like it's not like this like crazy thing. Like it's impossible to be bad in the game. But like I gave it a shot. You know what I mean? 16k burst. So would I say he was the right call? I mean, you tell me. I mean, if he was rank 3 and I had that exact same run, I probably would have killed the Derex. But if he was only rank, like he was only rank 2, so like he probably wasn't too good. But to be honest with you, I think he was pretty good. I mean, we started to pick it up at the end there. So I don't know. I would say Destroyer would work only if he's like rank 3 and you play just like that. I feel like if I didn't have such a horrible beginning, I probably would have been able to solo that fight. So next up is Omega Red, which is another really crappy fight. We were basing it off of the magnetism of Mag, but the problem is White Mag's magnetism is different. It's different from Red Mag's. It's not worse. It's not better. As you can see, he's 112 because I didn't have enough to rank him up. So what we're going for here is like this fight was so beautifully made, man. I like I said, like it's one of those things where it's like when you get beat and you can't even say anything because it's just so good. When the fight starts, the attacker gains 10 tact discharges and a 30-second timer. Each second, either champion's back is against the wall, it reduces it by 1. And then basically, if they're not at 0 when the timer goes around, you get dealt the degen passive. It's so annoying, guys. So basically, you got to get in the corner with Omega Red. You know, the guy you can't be in the corner with. Backboard Brawler, so he can't be in his corner. Because Backboard Brawler. It's got Fuel the Fire, so whenever the defender gains a Fury effect, they become passively unstoppable. Must be nice to become unstoppable. The defender is more likely to use heavy attacks and dash attacks. So there was 2 ways I went about this. And I'm not going to lie, we tried it 2 different ways, and I did find a better way to do it. But it wasn't good either. So the strat I had was we were going to put him in the corner. Him in his corner. And then stack the tact discharges from there. And I was like, oh, maybe with the magnetism from Mag, I'm not going to gain as many spores. But it didn't work. It didn't work that way. We got lucky because his SP1 doesn't bleed like Red Mag does. so we're fine. So now I'm running out of time. So we got him in the corner, right? But it's not enough time. So now I get the degen, and it's a mess. It's a mess, guys. But we're doing okay now. Like I said, still has backboard brawler. He's going to throw the SP2, which is probably the worst thing he could have done. The good news is we only have 5 more charges of the tactus charges, so we should be okay. I'm just thinking about how stressful this is. So the SP2 does do degen instead of bleed, which I'm not even going to pretend like I knew that. I took a huge gamble on that. But the good news is we got the tactus charges out. And with the staggers, we are able to kind of willpower regen for most of it. It's just hard because, like, you got to be in his face to get them to willpower regen, which means you're probably not going to get them. But we're at 6 right now, so we're basically... And, like, in my head, I'm like, you know, to be honest with you, this, like, isn't even a bad run. I'm like, it started off crap, don't get me wrong. And now we're at max tactus. That means we get basically a free time to do basically what we want. We regen from the stagger a little bit. We're probably going to hit him with another SP2 here. But I'm going to probably do it with a right now so that the tactus charges do as much as they possibly can. So we're able to get 3 just from that SP2 alone. Which means, like, as you guys can see, like, the fight isn't horrible. It's just, like, it's just tough to make. And I think the whole thing is when he gets Fury from backboard brawler and he gets the unstoppable, that's a problem. So they would much rather you be in your corner. So now he gained 1 thing of backboard brawler, so now he's unstoppable. He's got death field, so I can't be near him anymore. So in my head, I'm like, all right, I'm like, my goal always, like, if I know I'm gonna die to a fight, is get underneath 50%. So I'm like, all right, if I get underneath 50%, then I probably am fine. So we're still doing damage to him. We're still doing great. I wait a little bit with the relic stun, so I stack up as much as possible. But he got backboard brawler right at the end, so we got unstoppable. And it wasn't a bad play, but this is the play that I had the most success with, and it was being in my corner, and then parry heavying him to get him out of my face. Because now that I have that, and the whole thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like with White Mag, if he was 125 and I played like this in the beginning, I think it would have been fine. You guys are gonna see, like, spoiler alert, this doesn't end up working well because I let him get the SP2 with the aura. So I'm saying I think the best way to go about this is to back yourself into the corner and then only do SP once. But to be honest with you, like, saying that is a lot easier than it happening. You know the amount of times this guy threw his wouldn't throw his SP1 but would throw his SP2? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all the same. The good news is the field doesn't do anything. By the way, magnetism didn't do anything. But who knows? Maybe the fight had something that I didn't see. So we actually did pretty good. That's pretty much the attempt. I mean, and then I obviously fast forward to, like, when I actually did it. But, like, you guys are gonna see here, like, I lose all my health because I let him throw the SP2. So I'm gonna be honest, like, I really feel like he's good for this. It's just you can't let him throw that SP2, and I kept doing it. So, like, that was my mistake. I do think, though, that, like, I mean, you could use pretty much anyone, but I think, like, White Mag would work here. And what if he was ranked up a little bit more? And if we were in our quarter from the beginning and never let him get the SP2, he would work. So now this is like the prime Jabari fight. I learned how to use this girl because I knew I needed her for it, and then I used her at 9.3, so I ended up rank 3ing her, I believe. Oh, I already have her rank 3, but I ranked 2'd her for this when she was only supposed to be rank 1. The whole thing is, I was trying to see if she counters miss because this is when I first started using her, and I realized that the ensnare of the SP1 only stops evade. It doesn't stop anything else. So, like, the most important thing with this fight is you have to make sure that you shrug off that that rupture. So if you don't shrug off the rupture, it's game over. Now, how Jabari works, for those of you that don't know, is she gains a hunter charge when she does a specific thing. So one of them is when she attacks a stunned opponent, she gains 1. She can only gain a hunter charge every 1.7 seconds, 2.3 seconds, something like that. So basically, it basically means that in a parry stun, you can only gain 1. But if you have a synergy with her, she can gain 2. It's pretty underrated synergy. It extends the duration of your parry stun by 0.7. It's actually really good. But So you basically build like that. It's when she attacks a stunned opponent, and then when she attacks an ensnared opponent. So the SP1 ensnare, every time she touches them, well, in that gap of whatever 2.3 seconds, she'll gain 100 charge, and then when she gains 10, the hunt starts, and basically she gets like 10,000 precision. So basically, it's like guarantee crit, but it's not labeled as a guarantee crit, and the opponent can't miss or evade when ensnare only stops evade. So the goal here was to build her up, and like now that I know how to use her, like I'll probably realize that I probably wasn't using her right either. But as you can see here, we're building up the hundreds charges, attacking him only when he's stunned, and then throwing the SP1 while he's ensnared to build the hundreds charges. But the problem is I wanted him to throw the SP1, and he wasn't doing it. So this is kind of when I realized like she's not bad, but once he gets rid of the debuff, you guys are gonna see like he ends up kind of sucking, to be honest with you. You guys are gonna see once he gets rid of that debuff immunity, he ends up I end up like shredding into him, like I bleed him out, like he's really bad. So now he's debuff immune, which means we're not gonna be able to get the bleed, but this was made so that we could stop the what's it called, the miss. But the problem is when he's debuff immune, you're not going to be able to get your stuff. So we're basically waiting for the debuff immune to go away. Then we throw a relic to get rid of it earlier than expected. We have him ensnared. Not that it really matters. We're going to try to bait out this SP1 so that we could hit him with the punish so that he won't go miss, because we don't have hunt, so we can't actually do anything with it. The problem is the only way we can build it is if we use the relic to get rid of the debuff immunity, and then also ensnare him with the SP1, both things requiring a debuff. So you guys are looking at this like, oh, she's probably not too good, but she is though. You guys are gonna see here, like the one thing that just happened is he went miss, because it's unavoidable when his untouchable's ready. We went to attack, obviously we missed, but when he put the rupture, we took it, so we don't really take much damage from it. And when you cleanse a debuff, you gain 300 charges. You guys are gonna see here that what we're aiming for now is a big run where we can do a lot of damage to him. Let you see we're holding block here to try to do as much damage as possible. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it so that he ends up throwing a special to become debuff immune, and then we're gonna use the relic to get rid of it to stay in hunt. I don't think we'll do it now though, because we don't have hunt. Obviously, like we did it here, but like with that big attack, we're not going to be doing yet. So we throw the SP2 here. He goes miss. He's going to be throwing his special, which is fine, because then we're going to go. We're going to shrug it off, which means it's going to put us at 3. As you can see, we took no damage when usually it would stay on you. We take all your damage. So she actually is pretty good, considering now we're willpower regenerating from the rupture that he gave us through making contact with us. And as you can see here, we're doing pretty well. We ensnared him. Now, the reason why I'm ensnaring him is not because, obviously, I know he doesn't evade, but it's so that we can gain our huntress charges a little bit faster, because that's what we need more than anything. Is we need to, I think now is like going to be the big attempt where I take his debuff immunity, or we just wait it out and then take the next one. So as you guys can see here, we have good control of the fight for the most part. He's going to be approaching untouchable. He's going to be throwing that special in a second. I threw the SP1 here, which allowed me to gain 200 charges. I want to gain one more, which will when I shrug the thing off. You guys are going to see here. We didn't gain 100. We didn't gain hunt from that. I don't know why. So now that we have this, now we should be fine. We end the combo short so that we can get another 5-hit combo out of him. So we're doing pretty well here. And then we're going to take his debuff immunity and then continue. So as you can see here, she does pretty much control the fight. Obviously, it takes a little bit of a build-up. But as you can see here, like, even with him, even that barrage of his SP1s, like, you're not really getting hurt from it. So is it really that big of a deal? You know what I mean? Like, this untouchable interaction is, like, the worst amount of damage that you'll take, like, unless he hits you, which, like, he did with me. But I'm saying, like, you're going to shrug the things off, and then when you're able to take away the debuff immunity, you're going to bleed him out, like, really bad. So, like, I don't think she's a bad idea. She's definitely not the best, but that was who I had available that can stop miss. That was, didn't necessarily have to be a skill, but it was just someone that could stop miss, like I wanted them, and then someone who can get rid of the rupture. She can do both things. So It's pretty good because even if you stop miss, you still I think you still get dealt the rupture, unless I'm wrong about that. But I think that's the case. So like you need someone that can kind of do both, and she literally can do both. So now we're in a situation where now we can build up our hunt charges. So we're gonna stun him and then gain the hunt and then do the relic, and it's pretty much game over. And then what's cool is with the relic, every hit of the relic is also a guaranteed crit. And then you heavy, which makes the hunt expire early and makes all the bleeds have a 50% chance to do another bleed, and it does more damage. So next up is Human Torch, who, in my opinion, was a good idea, but didn't end up being a good idea. Like, as you guys are seeing, towards the end, we're really throwing, like, charity at him at this point, because it's horrible. We're throwing, like, injured people at him, because we really ran out of people on the account. So now, what this was it has no retreat, so you can't dash back twice, which means you have to block the specials, which isn't a big deal, but I only have a rank 3 Human Torch, and to be honest with you, that was a mistake on my part because I'm dying to block damage. The main thing is, he's immune to bleed, whatever. The main thing is you don't miss with Human Torch, so you're fine, but he goes debuff immune. I think that's what starts this, as I try to parry him. So now, I lost my temperature, and I'm just like, dude, like this is a horrible fight. So now I'm like, all right, parry heavy, because I think it has heavy assault. But we can't dash back too many times in a row. So like now, I'm in trouble because I'm not doing any damage to him. And like I didn't want to do the SP1, but I needed it for the health. And as you guys can see, like we have to eat so much block damage. Like I mean, I'm not doing it ever again, but I would use the Cap Relic on him, because the Cap Relic increases his block efficiency. So that was my horrible first attempt. So we are going to fast forward to when it worked. The good news about this fight is even if you die with Human Torch, you can't, you could still use it. You don't have to use the pre-fight, you know what I mean? The pre-fight isn't, like, it's not like you're fighting an Incinerate immune character. So we were fortunate enough that we were able to actually still do it. Not like the other Crucible where we were using him against Purgatory. And if I would have lost that, it literally would have been the end of the run. So I'm fortunate enough that I got it wasn't even roadblock, but I got screwed on a fight that he could still fight even on the second attempt, second, third, fourth, whatever attempt. So next up is Sam Wilson Falcon, who unfortunately we have to use Storm X on, and you guys are going to see why. Like I said, it was pretty crap, but the good news is, I think, on top of you guys being like, wow, this guy has like no one on his account, it shows you guys that these fights can be pretty much taken with anyone, especially the ones that like I solo. So like the defender has a 50% chance to inflict the attacker with a cold snap each time the defender is struck or the attacker blocks an attack. So now you need a cold snap immunity guy, and my only cold snap immunity was Storm X. I had to pull her off of a fight and sub her in with someone that probably didn't do well. So I got the cold snap immunity as debuff synthesis. So whenever the defender receives an armor break, while a stun debuff is both active, but we're not doing that, so it doesn't matter. The biggest thing is the defender has a 90% chance to auto block basic attacks. This chance decreases by 15% for each buff. So we need a lot of buffs to reduce the auto block. But once you build up your stuff, you're going to be able to stop the auto block from coming in. Even though it says even if it's above 0, it has a 100% chance to resist heavy block breaks. But if you punish their special with a heavy, you could pretty much do that. And I definitely skipped ahead on this one, because it's literally me hitting Sam Wilson Falcon with a heavy all game. All game it was. And to be honest with you, you just need a cold snap immunity character, and that's what that shows you. I even made sure to pick Ice Tempest because I did not want to go in there with Lightning somehow, some way, and get screwed over, because you can't manually switch it. So you guys are gonna see, like, because he has the guaranteed chance to auto block 90%, and then for every buff you have is less, but it's 90%. So basically, you need six buffs to reduce his auto block completely, which is crazy considering that you'll never get that down. You know, but it's obviously made for Cosmics because the Cosmics get something. They get like a Fury or something. But you guys are going to see it. We are going to try our best. I mean, the specials never work out, and then eventually I'll start doing SP3s. Even though it's unblockable, he still can't, because I guess Sam Wilson himself can block unblockables from mutants. So like it's automatically like a bad matchup. And as you can see, he can still auto block punishment from his special with a heavy. So basically, it's just parry heavy the entire game. I mean, it might have been better to do maybe medium with parries, because you probably would do more damage than you would have with a heavy. As you can see here, he's still auto blocking, and we just skip ahead because I'm telling you, it was crazy. But that's what also like messed me up, is he can get rid of my Ice Tempest, and I don't know how he did that. It was like something with Red Wing. When it goes on you, it like gets rid of your Ice Tempest. I was like, dude, are we for real right now? Like that, you're also doing that. So it got rid of my Cold Stab immunity. But as you can see, like it's never enough for you to die with. So if you guys have no other options, she works. I promise, she works, and she will treat you good. But it's horrible. We just can't get him down. That was awful. But yeah, so we got that down. We're looking pretty good. Second to last fight now. We got Jessica Jones, who was awful to fight against because we had no one. Zero. Nada. We had no one to fight her. Those of you that don't know Jessica Jones, it's a pain to fight her because you need a skill that can shrug off debuffs. You also need to stop the slow. You also need to stop the unstoppable. So what we did is we used Dust to stop the unstoppable, but we weren't able to deal with anything else. So it says the defender gains an indefinite Fury passive every 10 seconds, increasing damage by 50%. Remove one Fury passive from the defender when they are struck by the first time by a medium combo ender. The final hit. So it's just like Sasquatches, if you guys watch that fight, with the protections, but instead of it being protections, it's Furies. Hurt Locker, I can't do the same special twice. And when my back is against the wall, I can't avoid her special with Dex. I'm saying it like that because it happens. I think I got hit by the damn kitchen sink of all things. For those of you that don't know, the kitchen sink is every single thing her SP1 can do. So we started off, and I'm not looking forward to this. I mean, the only thing that's good about Jessica Jones is she, in my head I was like, oh, she doesn't have any persistent charges. She doesn't have persistent charges, but she has things that persist through fights. It's not a persistent charge. She doesn't have the emblem, but like her investigations like start off complete. As you can see here, we're building up Dust, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'm gonna do a lot of damage, and I'm not. I'm not doing a lot of damage. You guys are gonna see. Didn't get hit with it. You guys are gonna see. So we're building up our Dust. The goal is, like in my head, I'm like, all right, I'm already accepted that I'm gonna die. But the key is I'm gonna I'm just gonna try to get as much damage as possible. So now we can get rid of the unstoppable because of the grit. So I really should. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. So now that we have the grit, we're able to do like damage with her. But we have 10 weaknesses on this. So we're not doing any damage. And that's the problem with using Dust on this, is you're not able to do damage. Like 10, what's it called? 10 weaknesses, and I'm still critting for 30k. Shows you how much damage these are doing. But the problem is we have Hurt Lockers. You can't like. What the hell is she doing? Like we have Hurt Lockers, so like we can't throw the same special. So that means you can't use Dust like on maximum ability. So like. We have to play like this, and it's just awful. A fire hydrant. But anyway, the key is to definitely just work. If you have to pick one thing to worry about, it's definitely going to be the unstoppable. Yeah, we're screwed here. Yeah, of course it's the damn kitchen sink that does that too, though. You know what I mean? You can't make that up. Anyway. A little aggravation. But anyway, that's pretty much how this fight goes. You're right before the corner, you know? Because Dust is able to stop the unstoppable. To be honest, it doesn't matter, because if you have no answer for the weaknesses, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, like, we have the Furies. The Furies aren't really a problem because she's never really going to be touching you. But, like, for times like that, like, obviously, I got screwed there. But our main thing is we're concerned with getting rid of the Unstoppable. So having a grip passive is nice. I mean, a Chilith would be amazing here because she has a grit and shrugs everything off. So to be honest with you, I would probably go Chilith if you guys were going to do that. Or, what's his name? Crossbones is probably really good too because he'll turn off everything. Could probably use Archangel for this too. There's nothing that would stop you from using Archangel here. In my head, I'm like, alright, I'm glad I got her down to 50%. Who cares? Because she starts with like her detective crap. What am I doing? I should have done a heavy. Anyway, so this fight sucked. It was sucked. And obviously, we finished it because I'm done. I hated it. I hated it so much. I really did. I don't like to think about it because I'm telling you, those last... I was saying it when I was planning out, like, dude, like, the last, like, 15 fights look like garbage. They look like garbage. It looks like I have, like, 4 stars, and I'm like, oh, man, I just have no one left. Like, I looked like I was so out of my element, it was ridiculous. So in my head, I'm like, alright, cool. Before we even build her up, she's already at 37%. I'm like, alright, we're gonna win this. We're gonna win this. You guys are gonna see. We might win and we might not, to be honest with you. I don't know. I should be hitting her with the SP3 here. I don't know why I'm not. I definitely hit her there to trigger her SP1, which was good on my part, obviously. But we were going to hit it with the SP3, which will not only get rid of Fury, but put us in our thing. I wonder if the weaknesses account for that. I don't think so. So I hit her with the heavy to get rid of her crap. We're going to try to punish this SP1 with an SP2, and then we're probably going to hit it with another SP1, and we're going to try our best here. I mean, we're doing so much damage, considering we have so many weaknesses on us. Like, look at that damage, considering that. Like, that we have so much crap on us. Pretty cool. Try to rush to another SP2 here. We're going to use the Relic here. We need to kill her because I'm sick and tired of this. But we do get a Fury from the Relic, so it might be balancing us out. Passively stunned. She didn't die. I hate my life. Now we have to wait out the Unstoppable and hope that this SP1 kills. Because if it doesn't, I don't want to use another revive. I was fortunate enough to never have to use unit on this. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to never have to use units on this. I was like almost certain that I would have. Especially when I was told originally that they carry over the life bars. Now, for those of you like, I can't believe this is happening right now. It is happening. Unfortunately, though, I'll let you guys just see it. I actually ranked 2'd Sauron for this fight. For those of you that don't know, there's actually a video on my channel that I soloed this with Sauron 125 back when he was the boss. I'll have it right up here so you guys can see it if you guys want. It was hilarious. And I said, for the memes, let's do it again. Because it was a hilarious story. It was like I used Sauron for it because I was so bored because you kept fighting him over and over again to 100%. And I'm like, let me just use Sauron, man. I'm like, because it doesn't matter who you use. Especially since he like gives you he gives you prowesses to use. So like it doesn't matter. So I used him, and then my cousin who just started playing thought that Sauron was the best counter for Glycan, and it was the funniest thing I ever heard in my life. So the first thing you want to do with Glycan is you want to get make sure all of his judgments are at least one of each. Each one does something. Like for example, like the intercept one reduces the potency of stun effects. So relic stun and your stun don't come out, unfortunately. So as you can see here, when we punish his specials, we end up getting a prowess and also get rid of one of his judgments. So we have to keep renewing the judgments over and over and over again. So as you guys can see here, the simple dex on the SP1 here. If you dex every single hit and then you hit his block, you're going to be able to get a prowess. So as you can see here, and then that's what I realized a little bit later, is you can't hit him while he's stunned. I didn't realize that. So there's going to be a couple times that I take damage from that. The judgments are stunning, hitting his block twice, relic, special, and intercepting him. As you can see here, with the prowesses he gives us, that SP2 hits for a lot. Obviously, it pays better to use someone who has prowesses, so like Storm is like really good here if you want to use her. But you can use anyone you want. If you want to use Sauron, you can use Sauron. Who cares? It would have gone a lot better if I didn't suck. But either way, so you guys are gonna see here. He does have multiple phases, but to be honest, there is no difference between the phases, except for the last phase of the but other than that, like you play him the same exact way over and over again. And look, I'm hitting him while he's stunned again. There's nothing I can do. In my head, like I couldn't understand why he was doing it. And then we took no damage from the special because he had this stupid thing up. So now, I just wish I knew that. I probably would have been able to freaking solo this. I soloed it in the video, but not in this. But I'm getting old, you know. I'm bad at the game now. But I even ranked 2'd him for it, just for the memes. I'll probably rank 4 him just for fun. But it's a lot of baiting the SP1, and then the next one is SP2s, I believe, or it might be the one where you have both of them. So we're gonna see when we kind of skip ahead. I think I end up actually leaving the whole fight in just so you guys can see Sauron work. But yeah, like the main thing is, like I said, we keep getting these prowesses, and that SP2 hits for a chunk. It really does. We're gonna hit him with another SP2 here, and you're gonna see even with Sauron's low damage output, we're taking a lot. Like we're taking 18% of his health away in an SP2, which obviously you have people like Storm that are taking like all of his health away, but it's just fun. You know what I mean? You do whatever you want. You have a whole roster of characters. You finally completed this super hard thing. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want, guys. Like, you can do whoever. Obviously, it pays better to use someone who gets prowesses by themselves, but you want to use freaking Massacre for this? You can. Who cares? That's what I would think. The only thing that Sauron doesn't excel in is when you want to do the judgment of hitting into his block. If you have... I thought it was 7, but if you have 5, or maybe on defense it's 7, if you have 5 or more prowesses, you end up, what's it called? You end up going unblockable. So, like, if you want to hit his block, you have to, like, trigger it, dash back, and then hit his block after it goes away. There's something to think about. But as you guys can see, it is pretty straightforward. It's a lot of getting those... I hit him again. I don't know what I'm thinking. But it's a lot of the same, you know, you're punishing that SP1 the entire time during the first one, so definitely get comfortable with that dex, especially when the SP2 comes around. You're not going to want to deal with it, especially when they, like, cycle in between them. So now we're doing the passive lead to him, but that's not what we're here for. We do the big SP2, 138,000. We're doing good damage. We're probably going to hit him with an SP1 and kill him now. And then we're going to be going to the next phase. So as you guys can see here, dexing, as long as you dex every single hit, that's what gives you the prowess and also gets rid of one of your judgments, or whatever it is, really. As you guys can see here, we're going to probably... We can't use the relic because it's at 3, because if we do a judgment while it has 3, then that's what the big damage comes from, on top of hitting him while he's stunned, obviously, because I can do that. So I hit him with an SP1 here, and just like that, we just finished the first phase, which, to be honest with you, the first phase is pretty easy. All the phases are easy, especially the last one, and I'm just so pissed off at myself. So now we're at the second phase here, so you have to redo all your judgments, of course. He has the intercept one active, so there's a chance that the relic stun won't come out. I think that's why I end up dying actually later, is because of that. So now he's going to be hitting you with his SP2. So we're going to be building up our judgments as normal, which I probably end up actually hitting him with the thing first while he's stunned, and I end up actually losing all my health too. So now he's going to hit us with the SP2 here, as you guys are going to see. But there's always a chance that he could hit you with the SP1. So how this phase works is you're going to deal with... When he gets to 2 bars, he has a chance to either throw his SP1 or his SP2. And how that works is when he gets the Unstoppable buff before his activation, they give you plenty of time to realize it. When he gives you the Unstoppable buff, it's the what am I calling it? It's the SP1. But when he gets the Unblockable buff, it's the SP2. No. Yeah, Unblockable is SP2, Unstoppable is SP1. So what happens is, on activation of his special, you guys are going to see him get a buff, and basically that determines what you're going to do. So we're going to see here when he activates it this time. We had to get rid of our unblockable. And he's just not throwing a special. You know, it's almost like he knows we need it. So it's unstoppable. So you know it's the first special. We did dex every hit, so now the unstoppable went away. We're gonna hit him with our SP2, do big damage, and basically watch with a repeat. And he's gonna do another SP a special here. You know, it's unblockable, so it's the SP2. So we have to be aware of the dex. I got hit with it earlier. It's a little annoying because it's like a super slow axe that he throws. Basically, it's just over and over again. It's especially after you do it so many times. And then in the last phase, you basically get to pick what special he throws at you, and you always pick the SP1 because it's just so easy. And it can be punished. I don't know if you can punish the SP2 full screen. I know you can when he throws it in your face, like he does sometimes. So you guys are going to see here, he has another special. We're looking for Unstoppable right now, so now it's SP1, so you know the dex. Dash in. We got some of our stuff relinquished. We got another prowess for it. And just like that, we're pretty much have full control over the fight. We're going to be throwing the SP2 in a little bit because we don't really want to throw the SP1. I was thinking about throwing the SP1 because it gives you the what's it called? The burst healing, but it was never working. Like I feel like it either wouldn't come out or when it did, I wasn't healing enough, and it was just like it wasn't paying off. So we're going to wait for the next one. We're always looking for the SP1 because you can punish it so easily. And then we're going to hit him with a nice cheeky SP2 here. Do big damage. And about 20% of his health away, which is good. You know, obviously, like I said, it's not as much as the other people, but it's still fun to use them. So we are going to skip ahead a little bit just because there's no reason for this. We ended up dying there. So what happened was I realized that every time he throws a heavy, you're going to get rooted. And sometimes he's doing like full 5-hit combos into the air and then heavying, and you're like, oh man, like that. It never goes bad. Like it never goes wrong. So now what happens is where we're getting screwed now is you have to get rid of his judgments now to decrease the damage that is being reduced from those judgments themselves. So you have to get rid of all of them. But my problem was that I didn't realize, like, you could just get rid of the judgments just by baiting specials. You don't have to do anything else. And what happened was I tried parrying and relic stunning, and because I have the intercept one maxed out, it's not going to do any, it's not going to stun, because it lowers the ability accuracy of stun effects and relic stun effects. So basically, I could have just played super passive and soloed him, but I got too aggressive. And that's why I died, and I was so pissed because I'm like, dude, I literally soloed this guy with a 125 Sauron, and I can't even beat him with a rank 2 Sauron. Like I was so mad at myself. Like the whole thing was like a waste. But we are gonna let him throw SP1 because now he can throw SP1 or SP2. Not only is the SP1 dex easier, but also you could punish it, and also like it's just more consistent with you getting rid of. You know, you're gonna get rid of the things faster than if you were just. You kept pushing him to SP2 all the time. So now he's losing all of his judgments, which means we do big damage now, and then they all go back around again. So now we have to basically do it all over again. Now he has full damage reduction because of everything, so he's going to throw the SP1 here. We're going to punish it, but we are stacking prowesses, so basically we're not going to need to get rid of as much. Like 223,000 on SP2. I was so pissed, man. I really should have walked right through this fight. Ugh. I mean, you know, I was thinking to myself, like, would I rather this solo or the Gulk fight solo? And I was like, I want the Gulk fight solo. There's no reason not to. So, just play super passive, let him push the SP1, and just constantly punish it, get rid of his judgments, and you slowly are doing more and more damage. More and more damage. We're doing SP1 now, and it's doing insane damage. And now he's indestructible, so now you just have to wait this out, because he has, like, Punisher's ability. He is super aggressive while he does it. Pretty much never dashes back. So you throw that nice relic at him. You could even be a little aggressive on your part. Dex is SP1. Take your time with it. And just like that, he's pretty much down. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That is Crucible. That took a long time. I have 5 hours and 11 minutes of filming. But I'm assuming with cuts and as much as I possibly can. Hopefully we get that down in an hour. Probably not, though. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to go over the opening a little bit. I don't really know what it's called. We had the Titan Crystal with the 3 to 4. Yeah. The thing about those two crystals is I really wanted, like, Cull Obsidian and like Sabretooth. I know it sounds stupid, but I wanted Sabretooth because I thought he was cool looking. But the first thing we do is the Nexus. I do spin it, but it doesn't matter because it's a Nexus. And in my head, I was like, oh man, like who do I pick? But I was going to pick High Evolutionary just because I really like sciences. And Jean Grey helped me because she wasn't awake, so I was going to keep her not awake. So that was definitely a huge pull because that's literally like the #1 prestige guy in the game. There was a couple good people in this. I wanted Cull Obsidian. Anti-Venom would have been cool. Who else was good here? Sabretooth. That's all I want. I really wanted Sabretooth. And I'm like, oh, Sabretooth's like the worst one in the crystal. They're definitely going to give him to me. And then they did it. They gave me Anti-Venom, who I like. I don't mind him. He got reworked when I wasn't playing, though, so I don't really know what his whole deal is. But then we tried again, and I'm like, all right, cool. Yo, give me Sabretooth. He's like the worst guy in the crystal. Like, why can't I have him? So we end up spinning it, and I'm like, I don't know. This is like a lot of Night Thrashers, man. I don't know what's going on in this crystal. And then, of course, I land on freaking Night Thrasher. Trash can. Trash can. Never using him. Maybe I will. I don't know. But anyway, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I am soaked in sweat because the air wasn't on. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you all on the next one.